All right. Welcome, guys. Thank you for joining. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, depending on the region you are joining from. My name is Abdul. I will be hosting this webinar, Microsoft Teams Media Bypass and Local Media Optimization. Along with me, Vijesh and Midhun will be joining. They will be monitoring our WhatsApp group. So once the session started, if you have any questions, doubts, you can ping in the WhatsApp group. Of course, technical question you can unmute and ask. So the goal for this webinar is, I got a lot of questions from many students that how can we do media bypass and local media optimization? Those are one of the arguable questions or topics in Microsoft Teams direct routing. So I thought we will conduct one whole webinar where we start from scratch, we'll implement complete direct routing, then enable media bypass, and then enable local media optimization. And I see a lot of people are getting confused about media bypass and local media optimization. So we're going to go through deep dive into those sessions. And also we understand in the SIP log messages, what happens when you enable different settings. So with that being said, we are starting our webinar. I welcome you all. And I really appreciate all of you guys for spending time on this Saturday. And of course, I'll guarantee that this will be a productive session for you guys in terms of your future upcoming jobs, or if you're deploying local media optimization for your organization. All right, I hope I'm audible and everything is clear. My screen is visible. One can confirm.
Yes, AJ.
Yes.
All right, thanks a lot. All right, so before directly going to the media bypass and local media optimization, first we're going to implement what is Microsoft Teams direct routing. The term direct routing for Microsoft Teams, nothing but integrating your voice gateway to the Microsoft Teams telephony and connecting your PSTN carrier. So this would be our topology for discussion today. So if you look at this, we have our Microsoft Teams on this side, and this SIP PSTN hub.microsoft.com is the SIP server sitting in the Microsoft. So when you look at the SIP logs, you can see that messages are coming from this particular URI. They also have sip2.pstnhub.microsoft.com and a couple of others. We will go through that. So that is on the Microsoft Teams. And then I also have a user logged into Microsoft Teams. So user just opened his Teams application and logged in there. And normally when you have a Teams basic license, of course, we will go through what is the license required. When you have a Teams basic license, what you can do is you can log into the Teams, do a chat with your colleagues. You can do also a group chat or Teams chat. Then one-to-one call, you can call your colleague within Microsoft Teams. If you wanted to extend your Teams telephony into the next level, I mean, you wanted to call your PSTN number, I mean, your mobile number or any LAN phone number, you have to integrate an SBC, session border controller. There are a lot of approved session border controllers for Microsoft Teams. They are certified. You can go through the link. There is a link that talks about approved Microsoft Teams SBCs. I'll show you that. So right now we're going to be taking AudioCodes. That is one of the approved SBCs. And we integrate the AudioCodes with Microsoft Teams. And we will route our telephony calls from Teams user to the AudioCodes. And the AudioCodes, of course, it's an SBC, session border controller. It can be integrated with any telephone carrier. In this example, I'm going to be taking Tilio as my PSTN carrier because it is easy to manage. They provide SIP trunking, so we can terminate our SIP trunk in our SBC and then extend that call into the Microsoft Teams. So this will be our first session. We will completely deploy this from scratch. I don't have anything. We start from zero. Then we go to media bypass. That is one of the concepts within the SBC. And then we're going to do local media optimization. Of course, the topology differs for different things, but I'm going to explain that when we reach there. So this is our agenda. I hope this is clear. All right. And during the session, you can ask questions. If you have any, if you have a lot of questions, there is a link I have provided in the WhatsApp description, group description. You can put your name here and update it in the question. So I'll be answering that after the session if we cannot meet all those questions in the live. All right. So let's see, Microsoft Teams is Microsoft Teams direct routing is a way of connecting Teams with a traditional telephone network with the help of an SBC, and that can be also used for interconnecting if you have a PBX. For example, if you guys are coming from Cisco world, we have CUCM, it's a IP PBX that can be also connected to the SBC and then integrated with Microsoft Teams. So guys, please mute yourself if you're not talking. So that concept is called, or integrating your Midun, can you check who is speaking? Please mute, guys. So that concept is called direct routing, integrating your SBC towards Microsoft Teams. Now let's see what are the license required. For Teams direct routing to work, you need to have two basic licenses. One is called Microsoft Teams, that enables you to log into the Microsoft Teams, do chatting between your colleagues and do one-to-one calling between your colleagues, purely internal. That's called Microsoft Teams. And then one more license called Microsoft 365 Phone System. That gives you basically the number pad on the Teams, and then you can dial any PSTN number. Those are the two licenses needed for us to implement the direct routing, anything related to direct routing, by the way. And for doing the lab, you can also replicate the same thing. You don't need to pay anything extra. It's all available for free. There are free trial versions available. So I'm going to show you how to sign up for Microsoft Teams 365 and also an Azure account, what we need for building those. In my example, I have a Microsoft 365 Business Basic license, and this will be the link for signing up. By the way, I will send you all those links after the session. So if you go to that particular link, this is what you see: business, home, and enterprise. So you can select business as a starting, then select plans with Teams. Then the least one out there is Microsoft 365 Business Basic. They will provide you 1 month free, and you can extend that 1 month to one more additional month. So basically you get 2 months of Teams access. So go ahead and click on this free and then finish the sign up process. I have done that already, so I'm not going to demonstrate that here, but this is how you start. During the sign up process, they will be asking you to enter your credit card or debit card number. That is not for taking the money, that's for authentication, because Microsoft wants to block mass sign up from every other account. So they say, okay, we will verify your identity using your credit card or debit card. So during trial, we don't charge you anything. So you can sign up without any problem, give your card and then sign up. Once you sign up, you will be getting into this interface. This is called Microsoft 365 Admin Center. This is where you manage all the users, all the licenses, policies, and stuff. So within this, let me just quickly review my licenses. Come on. So I have Microsoft 365 Business Basic that lets me to log in into Microsoft Teams, and then Teams Essential with Phone. This is another license that gives me the dial pad, or basically the PSTN and direct routing access. So once you get this basic license, your tenant will be created. I mean, if you use this link to sign up, once you have the initial account, your tenant will be created. Within the tenant, you can go and purchase additional licenses. And what I have done is I went through this and then I purchased Teams Phone System. Just search for Teams Phone System. I do have that already, but I will show you how to get that. So click on the all products and then you can search for phone system. You can see many phone system options: Microsoft Teams Phone with calling plan, and you will see something like trial available. Some of the license you don't get trial, some of them you do get. Yeah, this is what I have taken, Microsoft Teams Essential with Phone. If you go there, you have an option to, I mean, I already subscribed, but you will have an option to take the trial, then finish that process. So then you will see these two licenses, Teams Basic and Teams Phone System. So those two are needed for building this entire lab. I hope that is clear on the licensing part. Any questions, guys?
No.
All right.
No, yes.
All right. So once you sign up for the 365 tenant, you will also get Azure portal access, and the Azure portal can be accessed using portal.azure.com. So let me just go there and see what I have. So in portal.azure.com, that is your cloud infrastructure where you can build your network, your resources, your infrastructure, pretty much everything.
So AJ, just now I joined. Right now we just discussing about the starting the
Yeah,
licensing.
we are still in the starting. Yeah, yes, right.
Okay, yeah.
All right. So within Azure account, when you log in, you don't see any subscription. So this is the second one you need. Initially, you need 2 licenses for your Teams infrastructure. We already have that. Then log into the Microsoft Teams and log into the Azure portal where you need another subscription that is for building virtual machines and stuff. I have just added my card details here. You can go to subscription and then create a new. Of course, they're going to be asking your debit card number and few other debit card will work. It's okay. So you can add that and proceed. Once you finish that process, you will see a subscription here. Most of the guys are aware about the difference between 365 and Azure. 365 is the software as a service administration portal. I mean, whatever SaaS product you have, like Teams, Office 365, Microsoft 365, Exchange Online, whatever product segment you have in Microsoft Teams, it's all managed and licensed from 365 Admin Center. And the Azure is basically your infrastructure. You are building your virtual machines, networking, firewalls, and all those things. That's the difference basically. So for both, you need licenses. In the software as a service, you need 365 related licenses. And the Azure, you need an Azure subscription where you can build your VM. And imagine you build a VM that could be our SBC or any other VM. The cost associated for that VM will be debited from that particular card that you add in the subscription. So that's our initial stage. Now let us begin our first lab. Like I said, we will have 3 lab sessions here. One will be implementing Microsoft Teams direct routing. Then we're going to be looking into the media optimization sections. So here, imagine you can think this is like an on-premise setup. Since I don't have a physical SBC here, what I have is a cloud hosted SBC. So I will be putting the AudioCodes SBC in Azure, but treat it like it is physically available inside your premise. Okay. That's the easiest way you can get an SBC without paying any extra amount. So to start with that, I'll be working on my infrastructure. So I need to have a basic network, right? So if you wanted to build an SBC, imagine you are building the SBC on-premise. You're going to be purchasing the SBC, getting the license installed, and then racking and stacking, connecting, all those things you're going to be doing on the physical side of it or the infrastructure side of it. Since we are building things in the Azure, I am building a small infrastructure in Azure. So I'll be building a small network, then some of the security groups and things. So it will be as equal as like your premise-based setup. Okay. So let's head over to Azure and start configuring these things. First thing, we need to have a resource group. I will explain what is a resource group when we go there. And I also have a notepad here. I'll be reviewing this, whatever content I have in the slide, I just added here so that I can do copy paste from here. Either way, I will also share this notepad, and there'll be one more document which I will be reviewing during the session. This one, it has all those steps captured, including screenshots and everything. So I will be also sharing this in the group once the session is completed. All right, so we are here setting up the Azure infrastructure, and we are building 2 resource groups. So let me go to the Azure portal. So resource group basically means when you have a couple of items in Azure, like a virtual machine, its network, its NIC card, its public IP address, all those things are tagged under a specific folder kind of structure. That is what we call it as resource group. So you can simply search resource group here. You can see that, or you can select from the existing favorite list. I do have a resource group already here. Ignore that. That was created just for a specific requirement, which we will address later on. So you can go ahead and create a new resource group by clicking on the resource button, create button. And I will copy paste resource group name. When you create any resource, including resource group in Azure, you will have to attach one of your subscriptions. I have a subscription called AJ Lab subscription, can pay as you go, PANG. That is basically connected to my Canara Bank debit card. So anything, this resource group, basically resource group is a free resource. There are free resource as well as paid resource in Microsoft, in Azure. We'll come to that point in a minute. And then you also select where this resource group located. So I'm going to be selecting East US data center. All available data center in Azure will be available here. So I'm going to be selecting the default one to my account, which is East US, and then click next. And this is optional. You can give a tag name, and my tag name will be the same thing, RG generic. RG generic means resource group generic. So I will have some of the generic resources like network security group, IP addresses. I will tag all those things inside this generic resource group. That's the purpose of creating that resource group. And again, resource group is nothing but it's just a small envelope that carry identical resources. So that is one thing. Now, when we progress further, we will be also creating virtual machines. So for virtual machine, I'll be adding one more resource group. It's all optional. Okay, I wanted to make it as clean as possible. That's the reason I'm going this direction. But you can just have just one resource group and add everything else in that. I'm going to be adding one more resource group. Name will be RGVMs. This is my subscription. And again, this is in East US data center. Name, review and create. So this portion is completed. We have created two resource group. That's our step number one. Then we're going to be creating a virtual network, VNet. So VNet in the sense, of course, you need to have local IP. VNet you can correlate like if you are building a data center on premise. The VNet is your switching layer. When you connect your switch, assign VLANs and subnets and those things, right? That is equivalent to VNet concept in Azure. So what we're going to build is we will create a VNet with an address space of 172.21.0.0. Any VM that I build within that VNet will be taking an IP address from this range 172.21x.x range. And I cannot build a VM directly inside a VNet. There is also a concept called subnet within VNet. That will be our next thing. So before going there, let us build our VNet. You can go to Azure portal again and search for VNet, virtual networks, create, and the VNet name I will be using okay. So while creating the VNet, again, VNet is also a free resource. You don't need to pay anything, but still you need to tag a subscription for that. This is my subscription. And where do you gonna place that VNet resource? Every component in Azure is called a resource, and that can be tagged under a specific resource group. So I have RG generic, right? So that's the reason I created RG generic in the previous step. And I'll be putting my VNet under that. And they're asking me what's the VNet name. So I'll be using a name called VN01 East US. That's my own nomenclature. VN01 means first VNet in East US data center. So looking at the VNet itself, I can tell that in future, this VM belongs to East US or this VM belongs to a different data center. So I always follow this type of nomenclature in Azure. So VN01 is the first VNet. If I have additional VNets created, I can go like VNet02, etc., etc. Again, it's a personal choice. Now you can go. Yeah, questions you can ask. Let me just finish this. You can ignore the security sections, then go to the IP address section. So when I was looking at the nodes, what we need is a VNet with an address space of 172.21.0.0. There was a question in the chat. It's related to DHCP. I will show you that, how to do it. So when you create a VNet, Microsoft Azure Wizard will gives you a free a default network which is 10.10.range. I don't want to use that. All I wanted to use is that 172.21.00/16. Okay, that should be my total address space. So a VNet is an upper envelope, will have a large number of CIDR IPs. I mean, in this case, I have 65,000 IP address possible. That should be fine. We can click tags. Again, you can add a name tag, which is VN01 East US. Review and create. And create. So what we have just done is that we just created one larger envelope called VNet, and we have given 172.21.0.0/16 as an address space in this VNet. Now in the next stage, we will be creating small subnets where we will be putting our virtual machines and other resources. For those subnet will be a subset of your VNet. That means your first subnet can assume an IP address of 172.21.1.x. Second subnet can be 172.21.2.x, etc., etc. So of course your subnet will be a subset of your VNet CIDR range, and this is what your VNet CIDR range, and this will be your subnet CIDR range or subnet IP ranges. Is that concept clear?
Yes.
All right. So the VNet creation is completed. We can see this is the VNet, and when you go inside, we will see a couple of items. I mean, what is the address space? I have 172.21.0.0. That's a private IP range, and this belongs to East US data center, and this is under the RG generic resource group. Now, next stage is that, I mean, within the VNet, we cannot add any virtual machines. To add virtual machines, we need subnet. So subnet comes under VNet. So that's our third stage. We will be building 3 subnets for our testing. Okay. So the first subnet will be SN Internet East US. SN means subnet. Internet means all the guys or all the VMs which comes under the subnet will have default internet access, or that's the public facing VLAN. Let me show you this way. So when you build any traditional network like an on-premise network, this is how you follow things. You will have a VLAN where you will have all the public facing things. I mean, wherever you have internet and other things, external guys will be contacting this. Then you have another VLAN called server VLAN. Then you have another VLAN called access VLAN. So access VLAN is the place where you build your PCs, your client devices. Server, you're going to be placing all your internal servers, and I mean, if you have PBX, all those things will be in the server VLAN. This is called DMZ. Basically, I cannot call it as DMZ, but let's keep it as DMZ. And that's where you place your servers which is having external access. I mean, if you put your SBC will be publicly accessible from external world, right? So those type of things you will be placing inside the DMZ. If you have a website, I mean web server, you will be placing your web server in the DMZ. So the first subnet I have here, this guy, is my internet subnet. I mean, I'll be placing all the public facing devices in that. And I'm going to be giving a subset of IP range, which is 172.21.1.0. So any device or any VM that I place under that subnet will assume an IP address 172.21.1.0. And then I will build one more VNet, which is called, sorry, not VNet, subnet, SN server LAN East US. That's our server LAN segment. All the servers within my organization I'll be placing under that second subnet. And I will give an IP address of 172.21.20.0. Okay. And then I'll be building one more subnet called SN Access LAN East US, and that IP address will be 172.21.23.0. So that's how I'm kind of replicating an on-premise setup, like 3 different VLANs, and all those VLANs comes under a VNet. Okay. So to build a subnet inside a VNet, you can go to the VNet and there is an option called subnets. So let's start building the subnets here. Right now you don't have any subnet. You have a default one. I don't need this. I can delete. Then I'm building a new subnet. Add new. And the name will be subnet internet east US. So this will be my internet facing subnet. And what is the IP address I need? 172.21.1.0. So I can change this 172.21.1.0. So the range of IP address will be 172.21.1.0 to 1.255. That's all I need to do right now. Just save it. Keep adding other VNets as well. So I'm going to click other subnet as well. Again, add one. The created one will appear in the portal within some time. I mean, initially if you create, it won't reflect over there, but wait for just 30-40 seconds, it will reflect. So this is my second one, SN server LAN East US. This is the place I will be placing all my servers. And what I need IP address is 172.21.22.0. Okay. Add it. And then I'm going to be adding one more, which is my third one, that is subnet access LAN East US. I mean, this will be the subnet for all my client PCs, laptop, mobile phones and stuff. So this IP will be 172.21.23.0, and there is no hard-coded rule that I can select only these ranges. It's all about networking and subnet masking. You prefer to select any private IP, large range for the VNet, and then ranges, I mean the subnetted ranges for the subnets. So I added those and I'm good there. Any questions about this, guys? We created one VNet and then 3 subnets. Is it clear?
So the subnets we created for I didn't get that part actually.
Okay, let me go to the whiteboard. So my end goal is to build a virtual machine. It can be SBC or it can be a VM or it can be anything. So I need to create a VM. So VM will have a NIC card, right? Network interface card, where the IP address and everything will be assigned. Think about like a physical machine. You have a physical network interface card where you need to assign an IP address. So when you build any VMs in Azure, you cannot just deploy that VM. We need to create first a VNet, a networking space. So you create a VNet and you informed Azure that the VNet CIDR range will be 172.21x.x. Then within that VNet, you created 3 subnets. This will be 172.21.1.x, 172.21.22.x, 172.21.23.x. Now, if you place this VM NIC in this guy will get that IP address 172.21.23.45, whatever IP address in that range. Or if you place this VM instead of this, you're going to be placing this VM into this, then you will get this range, I mean 22 dot range. Or if you place this VM into the first one, you will get 21.0. Is that clear? Yes, no, maybe?
Yeah, yes.
All right. So what I have done is I just created one VNet and 3 subnets.
But what's the requirement for that? Can't we work with only one subnet here?
Yeah, basically this is not a part of any voice engineering related task. This will be done by the Azure cloud engineers or Azure networking engineers. For us, we can ask them, okay, which VLAN or which VNet I can build my VM, SBC VM, and then they will give you, okay, you can deploy your VM in this particular subnet. You can go ahead and deploy it. So
Right.
yeah, go ahead.
Jasim, I have one question. So is there any specific reason why you created 3 different subnets here?
Yes. Of course, there is a reason for doing that, which we will be discussing that in the
Okay.
coming sections. I mean, I wanted to build something like this. See, look at this. I have
Okay.
one external, one internal, and then one more server. I'll come to this point, but timing, let's
Okay.
just understand. We just
Okay.
created 3, but even with all this, you can build it. I mean, if you go and create just create a VM, Azure will assume some of the default values for you. But my point is that we need to see what is local media optimization. So those IP addresses are key on that part. So I wanted to see what IPs I am putting in, so that in the logs, when we read at the final stage, we can see, okay, this IP belongs to this VNet, and that's how the optimization and other local communication works. That's the reason I added. Okay, but it'll make more sense when we go further. Okay, so your infrastructure is ready. So what I have done is I have an Azure account, a VNet, and 3 subnet. It is equivalent to I built one server rack, and I will be placing a switch and then creating 3 different VLANs. That's on the physical side of it. So you can correlate the cloud networking towards the physical networking. So the next thing I have is we need to create some of the users in Teams. That's where the actual voice engineers coming into picture. So we can go to Teams 365 admin, not Teams admin, 365 admin center. And this is the place you build. Yeah, go ahead.
One small question, like
Yeah.
the resource group we're creating, like for what is the actual purpose that we're creating the resource group?
Yeah, resource group is actually a kind of tag or envelope to attach all the resources. Now, if I go back to my Azure and search for all resources, I have created so many things, right? I have created, I mean, not so many things, just one VNet I have created. And I assign this VNet under generic. So this generic resource group is kind of virtual envelope that carries that VNet. And this is used for doing some subscription filtration. I mean, end of the month, you wanted to see, okay, what are the resources comes under this RG generic and what is the cost for that resources. And again, it'll make more sense when we build a couple of other resources. Timing, just understand, we need a kind of envelope to build any resource in Azure. Okay, I'll park that question. We'll come back to that again once we have a couple of other things created.
Yeah, sure. Thanks.
All right. So now let's go back to our 365 admin center. This is the place you manage all the users and licenses and everything. You cannot create a user in Teams admin center. We will be working fully on Teams admin center after a couple of minutes. But even before going there, the user management is completely managed by 365 admin center, or there is one more option called Indra ID, or the old name was Azure AD. So I prefer to be here in this for user management. So you can go to user and then active users, just create a user. I already have a user created, so I'm going to just demonstrate how to create a user. So add a user, then fill out your first name, last name, display name. Let's add something. Okay. Theme ajcollab.com. And again, when you create a new Azure account, what you will be seeing is ajcollab.on. I mean, you will be having a default domain name. You have to add your own domain name there. Let me also show you that how to do it. Okay. Let me show you that. Then we'll come back here. So within the 365 admin center, go to the settings and domains. And for the initial sign up, Microsoft will give you a default on Microsoft domain. I mean, this is like ajacollab.onmicrosoft.com, which can be anything. You can put your one prefix and then ending will be on Microsoft.com. The on Microsoft.com is managed by Microsoft. You don't have any permission to do anything inside that. So you cannot do many more things with that. So you will have to buy your own domain name. For me, I have purchased aj-collab.com from one of the DNS provider. I have used Namecheap for that. There are different vendors available like GoDaddy, Namecheap, different vendors. Just go and type in purchase DNS domain names. Let me log in and show you what I have here. This is my Namecheap dashboard. If I go there, I can see a couple of domain names here. One second, go to the advanced. And this is my ajcollab.com. and I just purchase from here. That's it. First you go and purchase one domain name. This will cost you around 500 rupees for a year. That's still fine. Or during discount you can even get for $1. You don't need to have .com domain. You can even have .in or .us, whatever not subdomain, region specific domain you can have. But I just selected ajcollab.com. I paid for that amount and they gave me that ajcollab.com. Now I will be mapping this domain name within my 365 admin center. To do that, come here, add a domain, and then paste in aj-collab.com. Use this domain. And now the Microsoft 365 will tell you, okay, prove yourself that the owner of the domain. I mean, I just said ajcollab.com, but Microsoft is asking you go ahead and prove this is your own domain name. So you have different options available. So I'm going to add your own DNS record. Just click continue. Okay, so then since this domain name is already added, that's the reason it is not showing me. Okay, 1 second. There is a verification process. Since this domain is already there, that's the reason it's not taking. So I'm going to be adding aj-collab2.com. So let's see. Yeah, so now Microsoft is asking me, okay, you need to prove that you are the owner of aj-collab2.com using different method. Okay, I have selected add a txt record in your domain DNS record and click continue. Now Microsoft will give you a text name, basically one of the records in DNS. So if you go to a DNS provider, you can see that. So let me put my DNS provider in the right hand side and the Microsoft in the left hand side. So what they are asking me, go to your DNS provider. Okay, so I'm in the DNS provider. Namecheap is my DNS provider. Add a text record. So I'm going to add a new record, and then this record type will be txt record, and the host name will be @ and the value will be ms equal to this, and save it. Okay, so I am going to verify aj-collab2.com, but I'm not an owner of that, right? I already verified that. But this way you have to finish this, save it, then you click verify here. If you are the real owner of the domain, then only you can do it, right? Then it could be verified here, then you can move on. I cannot do it because this is a dummy domain I had it, right? aj-collab2.com. Instead, I have already finished the stages for aj-collab.com. That's where I have that aj-collab.com domain name visible there. Is that clear how to attach a domain name? And even I do have other videos also that clearly explains how do you do it, the complete process. I can send you those videos. It's very straightforward process. You purchase a domain name, go ahead and add in Microsoft domain section, do that txt domain name verification, and then you are good. So this is incomplete. Okay, let it be there. That's fine. So I'm going to create a new user. Any questions, guys, on adding domain? Okay, I hope no. So I'm creating my first user here. Yeah, tell me.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
So you have creating the users, right? Just, can we create in Microsoft Entra ID same the process?
Yes,
Can we do
exactly. It is basically connected. You can manage user from here, or you can go to Azure and then go to
Okay.
Indra ID. What is Indra ID? You will see the same thing. It is basically the same. You can add a user from here. All the users will be available. If you go to users, you can see all your tenant users here. You can add it from here. You can add it from there. Doesn't matter. Then which one to pick?
Okay. After adding from here Entra ID, we can able to see from 365 also.
Yeah. It is same.
The same.
Backends are
Okay.
same. You add a user here. Immediately you can see the user in 365. So it's up to you which platform you want to use for adding user, but I usually prefer 365 Admin Center because the license assignment is easy here. So since you asked that question,
Okay.
I will demonstrate. I'm creating a new user here called rain.jassim2. Okay, rain.jassim2, and which domain I need to tag. I need to tag for ajcollab.com domain. Automatically create password, that's fine. Click next. And there is something called usage location. So while assigning any license to 365, you have to place that user in a logical region. So here the user belongs to United States. So all my lab is replicating actually United States tenant, so I keep that. This is basically for some of the features are not available in other countries, right? So to do that restriction, while assigning the licenses, you need to mention, okay, where this user actually belongs to. So I selected United States, and this is the place I need to assign licenses. I can assign license from here, or after creating the user, I can go ahead and assign licenses. To assign 365 Business Basic, I can just click here. I don't have enough license. I have just only one license for 365, which is already assigned to that other user. That's where it is hidden here. It's grayed out. But I can assign the second one, Microsoft Teams Essential with Phone. That's how you, yeah.
What are the other platforms from which we can create these users?
Basically 3 or 4 methods. One is your 365 admin center. Second is Intra ID or Azure AD. Then using PowerShell or using some graph APIs, you can do it. 4 or 5. But it's all connected to the same backend tenant. All right. So I'm not assigning any license here. I'm just creating a user. Click next. And then you can make the user as administrator or a normal user. Also, you can fill in what's the manager details, job title, department, and other details. Those are all optional. So I just keep next and then finish adding. So what I have just done is I just added one new user in 365 admin center. This is that particular, what is that user? Refresh. Range Jassim 2 is the user that I got added. The moment you add the user in 365, even if you go back to your Azure AD, Azure, then Intra ID and users, you can see the same user got replicated here too. So let's see. You can see that range Jassim 2 here. So it's basically the same. Go ahead.
Why we are not why we are not using this Microsoft domain and we just creating a new domain and adding the user to the domain?
Yeah. So when you go and add your SBC, or when you go and add your users, right? So imagine you're working in an organization. All your mail address will be your company-based mail address, right? It shouldn't be something like abc.onmicrosoft.com. That's a default one. They give it for initial startup. But you cannot add any records in that onmicrosoft.com. That will make more sense the moment when we reach DNS management for SBC. That's an upcoming topic. We can ask that question there. Is it fine? We will cover that. There is a reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so these are connected. So creating a user from here doesn't matter. You can create from here, or you can even create from the Azure Intra ID portal as well. So once you have the user created, we need to assign licenses. Right now, the range Jassim 2, it's unlicensed. Like I said, during the creation, you can assign the license, or after creation, you can select the user, go to the licensed apps section on the user, which is here, and start assigning the license. So I have just one license here, Microsoft Teams Essential with Phone. Go ahead and assign. I'm not assigning it. I already have it sample user created with all licenses assigned. I just wanted to demonstrate how to create a user and assign a license. Is that clear?
Abdul, I have one question.
Yeah.
So for this Teams direct routing calling, there is one more license which I remember, which I have used in my organization. It is Teams Phone Standard license. So is this license same, which currently you are using Essential license?
Yeah, let me show you that. So every license, very good question, by the way. Every license in Microsoft Teams is actually a part of a bundle. So the Microsoft 365 Business Basic or the Fonts Essential, all those things are actually name of a bundle. There will be internal items within that bundle. To see that, you can go to select a user, then go to licensed apps. And this is the actual user. I'll be demonstrating everything. He has these two licenses assigned. So you have an expansion option here called apps. When you click here, you can filter. Okay, so let us select Business Basic. That's one of the license bundle I have, right? Within the Business Basic, I have all these sub licenses. Exchange Online, Graph Connectors, and all these are different features and licenses which comes under Business Basic. So what I have here is Microsoft Teams. So in my licensing section, what we have covered is that we said to perform anything in Microsoft Teams for related to Microsoft direct routing, Teams direct routing, you need Microsoft Teams license, which is the part of Business Basic. Does that make sense? Now, when you expand the second one, which is this is also assigned to the same user, right? Microsoft Teams Essential with Phone. If you expand that, you can see something called Microsoft 365 Phone System. That was my second requirement, Phone System. Okay. Though I am not assigning these two licenses directly into the user, instead, these licenses are available only as a bundle to purchase. So I can purchase bundle from Microsoft. Once I assign that license, there will be a sub license which will enable these specific features. Is that clear?
Yeah, thank you. Thank
No
you.
problems. And
Yeah, you just for this for this demonstration, you just purchased the E3 license or E5?
yeah, for this demonstration, I have only Microsoft 365 Business Basic license and Microsoft Teams Essential with Phone. Ideally speaking, if you get this license, it can be done. It has everything. I will come back to the licensing again because we have a section that talks about how to assign a license and evaluate or validate what licenses are there. We don't need E3 or E5, Teams Basic and Essential with Phone. That should be fine.
AJ, what about E3 and E5? That is included in business basic?
No, E3 is actually, if you go to the first link I was talking about, right, this is the licensing page. By the way, the Microsoft license, not only Microsoft, any cloud product licensing will be changing time to time. It's almost impossible to sketch all the license, how it works. They will be changing frequently. So the business basic comes under the business plan. E3, E5, F1, F2, all those things are comes under the enterprise. So if I go to enterprise, there are again different variants, Microsoft 365, Office 365, Frontline and non-profit. So let's be in the Microsoft 365. They have E3. Recently, they removed Teams from that. So if you take Microsoft 365 E3, you cannot log into Teams. There is no Teams associated there. You can see the associated licenses here. Teams is not here. Then if you take E5, again, there is no Teams. This is happened because of one of the conflict with Zoom in UK with Microsoft, and there are some legal issues going on. That's why they removed Teams from E3 and E5. So identifying, again, this is one of the complicated question always, what license I need. So you always need to go and check, okay, whether you need an enterprise subscription or a business subscription. From that link, see what features you need. They will be explaining all those features. For example, if I go with a business 365 basic, I'll be getting Word, Excel, PowerPoint, OneNote, Outlook, Exchange Online, Teams, OneDrive, and SharePoint. So if my organization is only requesting this, then I can go ahead and purchase this. I don't need E3 or E5. So depending on your situation, you can purchase anything. For us to work, the Teams has to be there. That's it. So I just selected the basic one, which is having Teams. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So moving on to the next portion. Where are we? Okay, so again, I will come back here again. That we have a section called evaluating the existing licenses. At that moment, again, I will revisit this page. All I wanted to show you how to create a user and make it ready. That's it. So we created a user. It's available here. But throughout the entire demonstration, I'll be using this particular user, which was already created in the past, which is rain.jassim, and which is having these two licenses assigned. Okay, so moving on. Moving on to the next part. So we are good here as well. Sorry. Now let's focus on our Teams Admin Center configuration. So far we haven't even logged into Teams Admin Center. We were logging into 365 portal and Azure portal. So Teams Admin Center is your voice over IP configuration related admin panel. Anything related to the Microsoft Teams apart from the user creation. Keep in mind, you cannot create users in Teams Admin Center. Anything other than that, managing user features, calling features, policies and everything. The admin page will be, or admin portal is called Teams Admin Center. So how can you log into Teams Admin Center? So on the 365 Admin Center portal, if you scroll down, you can see the rest of the admin centers here. like security admin center, purview, identity, Azure, Exchange, SharePoint, Teams. And you have Teams here. When you click on that, it will cross launch a new window that is nothing but admin.teams.microsoft.com. This will be the place you will be doing all the Teams related activities. I mean, user management, in the sense user policy management. You cannot create users here. Okay. If you go to the user section, you can see manage users, but there is no option to add a user here, right? So again, those users that you already added in 365 will be replicated here. I can see range sim 2 here. That is the one we created in the first place. That is already replicated. Previous users are already here. So all the users, the backend of all these things are actually connected. So you can create from Azure AD or 365 portal. Everything will be synchronized, including in the Microsoft Teams admin center. So you don't need to worry about that part. So here, since our scope will be more into the direct routing, I mean, integrating direct routing and making a PSTN call, I'm not going to explain the policies and other stuff, but some policies, of course, we will explain voice routing policies and other stuff. Let me just show you how a fresh user logging into the Microsoft Teams once you assign the licenses. First, you get the trial licenses and then create the user, assign the license, and then you can log into Microsoft Teams. So let's just replicate the login and then take it forward from there. I think somebody is raising the hand. Please go ahead. For testing purpose, I have a client PC here. All my Teams client testing I'll be performing from this particular system. This is another virtual machine called Win Client. So I don't want to test from my laptop, so I just created a specific client machine just to replicate like a client machine here. So I'll be installing Teams here and then logging into the Teams application from here. Let that power on. And these are the tasks we need to perform on the Teams admin center side. Before going there, let us just log into the Teams and see what are the things we can do without anything. I mean, without anything in the sense, you just create the user, assign the licenses, you are in. Any cloud product that matter will be very simple to manage. It's not like the on-premise UC solutions. Once you create the user there and assign the license, you are done. You can basically start using Microsoft Teams, start messaging others, start calling others and all those things. Let me just show you that. This is the, imagine this is the client laptop. Okay, this is one of the user's laptop and he is or she is logging into Microsoft Teams from this PC. Any questions, guys? No questions?
Yeah, good.
Okay.
So in order to create users, as you said, that we can use Microsoft 365 Admin Center or Azure AD or Microsoft Entra ID. But for other things like call routing and everything, we have to use Teams Admin Center.
Yes, my entire work from now will be on Admin Center only. I'm done with Azure portal. I'm done with 365 portal. The rest of the things about all the voice related things, all the PSTN related tasks, everything I'll be doing from the Teams Admin Center. You are right.
Why the user additional functionality is not there in Teams Admin Center? Like any
I cannot hear you well. Can you say that again?
What would be the reason why the teams to create users, we can't they haven't given the functionality to add users?
Interesting. See, when products are going towards cloud, we need to be under the mercy of that cloud vendor, right? So Microsoft has not given the option to create users in Teams Admin Center. I'll tell you the logical reason. Okay, so any identity, I mean any user that comes under Microsoft is completely managed by Azure AD portal. I mean Intra ID. That's where you create conditional access. That's where you create password policies and everything. So they wanted to use that identity functionality with respect to only in Azure tenant. I mean Azure administrative portal, which is Intra ID or 365 Admin Center, and only the specific capabilities like voice related capabilities. Once you have the user, you create the user identity, password. Those are common for every user, right? Imagine your organization is having a Teams user and email user. For everyone, users are needed, right? User we need to create. So they just merge everything into one place that's called Intra ID and have the user there. And whatever service segments like Microsoft Teams, if you're managing Exchange, that is Exchange Online, or if you're managing SharePoint, there is a SharePoint Online. All those areas, the user will be synchronized from here to there instead of you again creating there. That could be my logical answer. There may be the different reason for Microsoft not giving an option
that
to
makes
add a
sense.
user.
Yeah.
All right. So imagine this is the client system and a user in the client laptop, or it's a user laptop logging into the Teams. You can install Teams directly on Google. Just search for Teams for Windows, then download it and install. Then, okay. So let me I already logged in, so the previous login will be there. I'm gonna reset and log in as fresh. Yeah.
This VMware is in your on-premises, is it?
Yeah, it's in my on-premise. I can simply log into my phone Teams or my laptop Teams, but I just want to show you a fresh environment. That's the reason I added this. You simply log in from your mobile itself. That should be fine.
This doesn't need to be in your domain, right? So we can
No.
Just
Just nothing. No public IP relationship here. Nothing. It's just a VM. All I wanted to show you a client experience, because in my PC I'm sharing a lot of other things, so I don't want to mix that in that. So that's the reason. So just a VM. It's a Windows VM. No domain. No IP specific configuration. Just a VM sitting in my network. That's it. Or imagine this is like a laptop you connected in your home network. That's it.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So I'm logging to the Teams for the first time.
It's only AJ. It's only to differentiate the agent and the customer, right? To just experience this, you created the virtual machine.
Virtual machine. Okay, virtual machine is making so much complicated here. Think about this. I created that user, right? Yeah.
Only about this machine.
Only for the demo. Yeah. Only for demonstrating things. So this is whatever I'm currently doing is you can. Okay. Is it frozen? It will come. I have a lot of things running in the backend. Yeah. All I wanted to do that first, after you create the user in the 365 and assign the licenses, I want to install Teams application on my phone and log in. That's it. Since I cannot demonstrate this, I thought, okay, I have a system here where I will log into the Teams. That's the only thing.
Okay.
Looks like this is not loading. Yeah. So previous login is already cached in. So usually I'll come back. Usually you will see a login option here. Since I have already logged in, that's the reason you see this. Just select it and enter the password and log in. Yeah. What's the question? Somebody was about to ask a question.
So like like as we have like different plan, like the initial, like we have the MS Teams plan and the direct routing service, and then the operator connect, right? So right now we are going through the direct routing as a service using the audio code and USB-C. So like we just touch base this before, like what is the use of the direct routing as a service?
We didn't reach that point, right? We didn't reach the direct routing section. What we are doing, we are going gradually, just creating a user in 365, assigning a license and logging into Teams. That's all I'm doing. Nothing apart from that. Direct routing, calling plan, operator connect, those will be our upcoming topic of discussion. We will come there.
Okay, sure.
So I logged in here as Rain Jassim, and then I can search other users in the organization. I have another user called Tom Cruise, and he's offline right now. And Tom Cruise is my collaboration consultant. Okay. Then I can send messages, hi, hello. If somebody might have logged in with another application, Teams application with Tom Cruise, he would receive this message. I can even call him, message him, pretty much do basic task. This is what you get the moment you assign the license, Teams license, basically 365 Business Basic, and log into the Microsoft Teams. I'm not talking about the calls option here. We will go there. This is what the initial phase or starting phase. I hope that is clear. All right, guys. Now, this user who currently logged into the Teams, right? This is my Teams Cloud, and we have a laptop and a user logged into the Teams, and this will be, what type of communication this would be? Any guess?
So this would be HTTPS, right?
Correct.
HTTP?
Yeah.
HTTPS.
So that will be HTTPS communication. The Teams client and the Teams Cloud talks using HTTPS APIs. Even for call, they are using HTTPS API. Then you might be thinking, okay, how a SIP call? I mean, we have those scenarios anyway. So right now, the user logged in. He can log in. He can pretty much see other users, send messages, call them, schedule meetings, and everything. Now, there is a requirement to your organization saying we should enable telephony for this user. That means user should be able to dial a PSTN number, like a mobile phone number, a landline number outside. So in that case, we have three options. The first one will be calling plan. Calling plan is basically an operator service from Microsoft. I mean, you go search for the license. I mean, let me show you that. In the 365 Admin Center itself, you can go to purchase services. Then you can see Microsoft calling plan. What it does is Microsoft will give you DID numbers. You can basically purchase DID number directly from Microsoft and pay the money directly to Microsoft. No carrier involved, no SBC involved, nothing involved, no complications. Just get the DID, assign the DID to the user. You are done. You can make calls, receive calls, and everything. But this is not available in all the countries. So we cannot go with calling plan, especially countries like India and Middle East. We don't have calling plan. So we'll have to go with second option. Calling plan is, I mean, you can go to Google and search for calling plan scope of countries, and you will see a list of countries where you have the calling plan. So if I am deploying a solution for my organization, if the calling plan is there, I will pick that because that's the easiest option to do. We don't need to worry about managing an SBC or paying some extra money for the carrier, nothing. You just go get the license, I mean, get the calling plan license, which is available in the 365 portal, purchase that, it comes with the DID, and then start paying the amount to Microsoft end of every month. So that is your first option. We're not doing that. That's the easiest one, and we don't like easy thing. We need complicated stuff. And the second option for connecting PSTN is called Operator Connect. So what Operator Connect does is every country will have certain carriers, right? In India, we have Orange, Tata, Airtel, many carriers are there. They work with Microsoft Teams in the backend. They work with Microsoft in the backend, and they will host a kind of hidden SBC. So imagine this is Airtel in India. Okay. So Airtel will host an SBC, and then we don't see this channel, by the way, and they will be connecting this towards Microsoft Teams. And you can directly go to Airtel portal and tell them, okay, I need 10 DID numbers. So you purchase that number. If it is Operator Connect option, that number will be, of course, you have to give your tenant informations, and that number will be routed to your Teams infrastructure. The only difference between the calling plan and Operator Connect is that here, the subscription charge you are paying directly to your carrier. You are not paying to Microsoft. In calling plan, you pay the amount to the Microsoft. In Operator Connect, you pay the amount into the operator, whatever operator you have. Yes, Jaya, you have a question.
Like in purchase services, we could see for the calling plan, we could see in the purchase services, but the Operator Connect will be purchasing from the carrier. So they will be to the
I will show you both options. So if you are deploying team solutions for a US customer, you can all go to the purchase services section and then purchase directly from Microsoft. I mean, you can purchase even from other Microsoft Cloud Service partners, but easiest one will be Microsoft, and then search for calling plan. And you will see.
Abdul, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Is it possible to provide both calling plans and direct routing solution to a single user? Like, for example,
No.
if I want him to dial.
No.
Okay.
Answer is no. It is possible to have all the services within the tenant, but one particular user, when you assign the telephony, there is an option to pick one. It is not multiple option. It's either or. You can either select a calling plan or select an operator connect, or select a direct routing. So 3 options would be there. I'll show you that in a moment. So
Okay.
yeah, so coming back to my thing, when you are deploying this for a North American customer, a US customer, you can go to calling plan and then identify Microsoft Teams calling plan. You can get this, go to the details and take that, assign to the user, or different options are there, right? Teams Essential and Phone Domestic and International calling plan. This is like you have Teams Essential, Teams Phone, and also calling plan, just one bundle having all the 3. So different option. This will be keep on changing, right? So if you see this today, tomorrow there'll be something else. All we need to look into the subcategory, whether you have Teams, whether you have Teams phone system, and then you have a calling plan. So if you purchase this service and assign to the user, then you can assign DID number, start provisioning the user. I will go there, but first you need Teams calling plan. Into that case, you have to purchase from here. Now the second option, imagine, okay, the calling plan is not available in your country, but you thought, okay, imagine you are in India. India, we don't have calling plan. So for an Indian user, you thought, okay, let's go as an operator connect option. So that is not available in the 365 portal, but that is available on the Teams Admin Center. So within the Teams Admin Center, if you go to voice and operator connect, you can see all operators here. We can filter out. Okay, let me just filter out and India. These are the carriers available in India. We have Tata Teleservices, Tata Communications, NTT, Fusion Connect, and Airtel. You think, okay, Airtel would be a good fit, and then you can click on Airtel. Then you can do an order from here, but it is a non-standard order. When I say non-standard order, you cannot get everything done from here. You will have to talk to them. So you tell them that you have one person, I mean, how many numbers basically you need, 10 to 24, 25 to 49. If you select 1, 4, 9, they're not going to approve your request. Their minimum quantity of order will be around 100. So if you select 50 to 249, then put your name and email, accept this and add as an operator. Then the operator will come there. Okay, no DID numbers, no agreement, nothing, just operator will be listed. So imagine I just click this operator. I already added that operator. That's where I don't see add option there. So go to operators. You can see, oh, Airtel did not add it. Okay, let us purchase Airtel then. 1 second. If I wanted to go with Airtel, I'll go there. Then I'll say my company is having around 2 to 4 employees. Dull. Why is this?
I need to click that
India checkbox. Yes. So add my operator. Then once you add this, keep in mind there won't be any DID number, nothing of that sort. It will be redirecting me into Airtel, and yeah, very good service. Airtel shows 404 not found. Anyway, this operator will be visible on your my operator section. Now you have to go to their offer details and talk to them. For some reason their link is not loading. I'm sorry. Let's see the other guys. I mean, Tata Communications are there. So when you go to the Tata Communication, again, this is a non-standard order. You need to talk to their sales and tell them, okay, this is your tenant, this is your domain name. We are looking for 10 numbers, 20 numbers, 100 numbers. Then they will provision that number and give you some email confirmations and stuff. Once that is there, then you can, I'm getting an echo. Can you mute? Prateek. Okay. Yeah. So once the numbers are there, then you can go ahead and add those numbers into the number section. Where is that? Phone numbers. Yeah, you can add those numbers in the phone number section for that carrier. Again, I cannot demonstrate that because I have to go through that entire purchase process. But that's the difference, right? If you have an operator connect, you deal directly with the operator. If you have a calling plan, get the calling plan license from 365 Admin Center. Then That's all you need there. Okay, you don't need to manage anything here. Numbers you can purchase directly on the number section. Like you can order, I mean, add, then select region, and then you can proceed. But that is not our discussion today. Calling plan and operator connect are two options where you can connect PSTN services to Microsoft Teams. Okay, now hope that is clear. The calling plan and operator connect. Any questions?
One question.
Yeah.
So once we purchase those, DID will be like when we go through the operator connect. So once we like purchase, so those DID will be provided from that partner, right?
Yes, the carrier, whatever carrier you select.
Okay.
Yeah.
AJ, one question. Let's say there's a company and they have 20 or 30 users. They are using Cisco.
Okay.
Now the requirement is that what the business is saying that kindly move all the user into Microsoft Teams with telephony.
Okay.
But the requirement is that whatever the DID they are using in Cisco, they want to use the same DID in Microsoft Teams. Is that possible?
Yeah, possible, of course. Yeah, I'll come to that. So before that, let's explain what is direct routing. Then we can talk about the scenario because that requires direct routing option.
Okay.
So the third option for us is called direct routing. That's the third option for connecting PSTN. And that's the topic of discussion today. Direct routing is nothing but you bring your own carrier. Imagine, let's take the same example he was talking about. You have Cisco. So when he says Cisco, he meant to say he has Cisco setup. Of course, in Cisco setup, there should be a Cisco gateway. We call it as Cube, as the SBC. So I can call it this as session border controller. Cube is basically the session border controller from Cisco. And you will have a carrier support. I mean, let's say you have Tata services and you already have a SIP trunk towards your Cube. Now, if you have this setup, you can register this Cube or let's say SBC. Okay, any SBC are possible. You can register this SBC in Microsoft Teams so that any user who dials any number from here, that will be going via, just one sec. If this user dials a number, that will be going via this path and going through the data provider to the PSTN side. So this concept or integrating the SBC into the Microsoft Teams, we call it as direct routing. Now coming back to his question, he was asking, he already have a Cisco setup. So of course you will have CUCM and your IP phones and stuff here. And the Cube will be talking to this, right? Now, when any call comes in to the Tata, from Tata to the Cube, first it will go to the CUCM. Then again, you can send this call to the phone. And from the phone, in Cisco, there is a concept called single number reach. You can redirect that call back to the Cube again with some prefix and then send to Teams and assign the number in Teams. By the way, it's a whole lot of complicated stuff. We have discussed that in one of our old webinar. You can go to YouTube, then search for CUCM Teams integration with Cube. CUCM Teams integration. This one. How to integrate Cisco CUCM and Microsoft Teams together using direct routing and Cube. This is the same setup that we are talking about. It's done last year. You can review that. Yeah, please mute yourself, guys. Is that clear? It is possible.
Just one more question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So let's say we want to put the SBC in the premises. We want to remove all the Cisco setup completely.
Yeah.
So the requirement is that we want to use the same DID in SBC.
Yes. Yeah. The same concept right now. Now what we are doing is you are sending the call from Tata through the Cisco to CUCM to the IP phone. Then from the IP phone, there is a kind of forward. It's called a single number reach, and then sending that into Teams. Now, after a certain point, like you don't need to have the hybrid setup. You want to go completely cloud. So you go ahead and decommission your CUCM. And once you receive the call on the Cube, directly inform the Cube, please send the call to the Teams. Basically using a dial peer, it can send to the Teams and you can completely get rid of the on-premise CUCM. It's all possible. And we are doing this setup, by the way.
Okay. Thank
you. AJ, To add a question, is it possible to have single number reach along with the Cisco IP phones as well? Like both the clients will ring simultaneously?
Yeah, that is what we addressed in that webinar. This conducted in last year, and the
Okay.
complete setup from starting from scratch, deploying a call manager, Cube, and then Microsoft Teams, then simultaneous ring, which is addressed there,
Okay.
including all the lab. You can review that. I will send you
Thank
those
you.
link also after the session. Yeah. Okay. Now, for us to demonstrate today, instead of Cube, what we are using is called an AudioCodes. AudioCodes. I have seen some people are saying audio codec. It's not audio codec, it is AudioCodes. It's an organization. They build session border controllers and voice over IP devices. So Microsoft has an article that talks about all the approved session border controller for direct routing. I'll also share this link. This, I mean, when you, if you are a SBC vendor, you need to work with Microsoft solution team and get it certified to be used in Teams direct routing. So all the certified SBC will be available in the Microsoft website. They have AudioCodes. These are the model. And by the way, we will be building a virtual edition today. And then Ribbon Communications, Oracle, Nokia, Cisco. Yeah, Cisco Cube is here. So all the available vendors will be available here. And you can go and identify whether your SBC is already approved or not. Okay, so AudioCodes is approved. So we can go ahead with the next one. So what I'm going to do here is I am adding an SBC in my Teams tenant. So we are not using calling plan. We are not going to use operator connect. What we are using is direct routing. Direct routing basically means building your own or integrating your own SBC into Teams and then connect that SBC into wherever. You can connect SBC into Cisco side, I mean CUCM or IPPBX or PSTN. The second leg, right, is optional. Once you have these two guys integrated, this leg can be anything. It can go to Tata, it can go to Airtel, it can go to any other place. So to build that, these are the configuration elements we need on the team side. First thing is we will be adding an SBC in Teams tenant. So we go to the Teams admin center, add an SBC. My SBC, when I add, I'll be giving a host name called WBSBC01, basically webinar-sbc01.aj-collab.com. And there was a question that why do we need this domain name? So let me show you that. So if I go to direct routing, SBCs, add, you must use SBC's FQDN that has the host name registered in DNS. For example, your organization, I mean, they are saying this is not possible. I mean, SBC wrote that on Microsoft domain is impossible. You should have your own domain name to add an SBC here. So let me add this wb-sbc01.aj-collab.com. This will be accepted only because I do have this aj-collab.com already added as my domain name in the 365 admin center and I'm done with the verification. That's the reason I'm able to do this. I cannot add that on Microsoft domain here. This is one of the reasons we need domain name. I'm not saying there's only one reason we are adding domain name. There are many other reasons to have your own domain name in 365 portal. Okay, so add this domain name. That should be your future SBC. I don't have that SBC, right? So I decided while designing, I thought, okay, I will have an SBC and I will call that SBC as WBSBC01. That's the host name basically. And you can put a description here. I can put a description here. I usually give the same SBC name, or you can mention, okay, the SBC for one of the site or whatever. Then few settings you need to enable. This is one. Enable this. Then SIP signaling port. The default in Microsoft Teams side is 5067. I'm going to change that into 5061. 5061 will be the port number where Microsoft and this cube will be talking to. Then send options ping. That is basically the keep alive. You can enable that. Rest of the things you can ignore and keep it default. Forward history. That is basically means if you have. Okay, please go slow. Screen is delay. Is there any delay in the screen?
Yes, AJ.
Only how many?
Yes.
For everyone?
Yeah.
Yes, AJ.
Yeah, like once you told and scrolling down, you can see that like option like.
Okay, in that case, I'll do one thing. Maybe this VM is taking a lot of resources in my system, so I'll just pause it. And I'll stop sharing and start once again so that we get fresh. Looks like I need to upgrade my system resources. There was another question. Direct trunk is possible or not? No, there is no direct trunking option available. You cannot take one trunk from a carrier directly to connect to the Microsoft Teams. It is not possible. But what you can do instead, you can go with the calling plan or operator connect. That is behind the scene, it does the same thing.
Okay. Please question.
Yeah.
In the diagram, do you provide the connection HTTPS? Typically, the VoIP uses SIP and SDP. For the communication between Teams and Teams user, you put HTTPS for signaling, and for the media, is it still SDP or another?
Yeah, media is still SDP and RTP. So, good question, by the way. So the question was, when a Teams user, what is our topology? Let's go here. Yeah. So when a Teams user communicates to Microsoft Teams, they are using basically HTTPS protocol. HTTPS is the kind of, SIP you have SDP, right? Similar way in HTTP also you have SDP. You can exchange your media informations, and once the media information is exchanged, then they will establish SRTP. So it is almost similar. Instead of SIP messages, you will see the GET request and POST request on HTTPS side.
Thank you.
No probs. So we are here. And how about the, let me stop. And is it clear? Is it responsive now? Is it moving according to my speed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that's because of my resource then. Okay, so all I have done is I added my SBC, which is wb-sbc01.ajcollab.com. Then I enabled it, selected the port number of 5061, options ping enabled. This you can enable if needed. Call forward history means when a call is getting forwarded from one station to another station to another station, if you wanted to have that history, one guy, another guy, we enable this forward history. Then forwarded P asserted identity, PI header, right? That is also another header in SIP. You can see that is basically the caller ID. Some system uses that for caller ID, or if it is disabled, I'll keep it disabled. Concurrent call capacity, I can mention, okay, how much call this SBC can handle. I go with the default, but if you have large capacity of SBC, then you can change that. That capacity can be available in the AudioCodes website, depending on the model, how many, I think this session here itself, no, they haven't mentioned here. But if you look at the data sheet of that particular SBC, you can see how many concurrent calls are possible. And then failover time in 10 seconds, you can keep it. These are the failover codes. SBC supports PIDF.
Just one question. Is 24 concurrent call capacity based on the licenses, or?
Yeah, two things are there. Yeah, two things are there. So on the SBC side, you should have enough concurrent capacity, AudioCodes licensing based on the sessions. So you should have an agreement with your AudioCodes partner to have that licenses. And what happens here in the Teams admin center, Teams can submit or accept those many calls towards that SBC. That should be similar. If you have 100 sessions in your SBC, you should mention 100 also here. If you mention 50, Teams can still accept 50 calls. After 50, that call will be rejected, though you have 100 session in the SBC side. So it is both sides you have to have the similar, then add it. I'll go with the default because I'll be hardly using 1 or 2 session for the demonstration. Clear?
Okay, got it.
Yep. And SBC supports PID. This is presence information database or something. I don't recall what exactly that. This is for emergency routing and stuff. And this is the IPv4. There are SBC who can support IPv6 as well. I'll go with v4. Currently, this is enough. And the next lab, the next session, we will be addressing all the advanced routing or what is media bypass and other stuff. So those things are actually off right now. I just added three things: enabled 5061 options ping, and add it. This is how you add the SBC. And again, you don't have the SBC. I'm just building on the flow. I just added one FQDN in my Teams admin center. That's it, I have done. Now let's see what is our next thing. Next process, we need a voice route. What is voice route?
Hey, can you go again the same page? Can you go again on the last page? The SBC?
Yeah. So to get that last page, I need to go to the SBC, go to settings, and then edit.
Can you go down in the little down local setting? Something is showing there.
This one?
Yes, yeah. Location based routing and media
Yeah,
optimization.
that is the whole point of our webinar. We'll come to that. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we will come there. So all I wanted to first is like, let us build the direct routing, make sure the calls are working. Then we will be playing around all the settings. Okay, what changes happens when you change it? That's the end goal, by the way.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Great.
All right. So I have done this. So this portion is over. I added my SBC. Pratik, please mute. Hello. Okay. Yeah. Sorry.
So right now we don't have SBC. Like we just only added. We just have the domain and we just added the SBC in the team.
Yeah. I will be building that SBC in the next stage. So I wanted to follow an order so that everything connects together. But yeah, right now I don't have the SBC. It's still in the cloud. We will be still in imaginary cloud. I will be building that. When I build it, I will give this name. That's it.
Okay. Sure.
Okay. Now we're going to build, or we're going to add another concept called voice route. And the voice route name will be WB, which is webinar Texas voice route. I'm going to be replicating the entire tenant based out of one of the US locations, which is Texas. I just add that, or you can simply have any name. So the voice route basically means it is the route pattern. If you talk about the call manager world, it is the route pattern, and that pattern will be associated with one of the SPCs that you got added. Right now I added that WB SPC, right? Now I will tell when user dials specific pattern, it can be anything. So a specific pattern, route the call into this SPC. That is what basically their voice route all means. So to add a voice route, again, go back to the direct routing. Then you have a next tab here called voice route. And within the voice route, I will be adding WB. Okay, this is my voice route name. 1 second. Yeah. Go to voice route, add it, and then you can put a name. WB. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
No props.
It's a little bit delay, so please slowly. Yeah.
Oh, let me stop and share once, guys. Okay, 1 second. Share. Which screen?
You can see the screen, but once you completed everything,
it is loading, right? Okay. It shouldn't be the case. Do I need to close anything? Yeah, let me also close the VMware from here. Chrome also I will close. Okay, how is it now? I am moving the page. Is it visible?
No, still.
Same.
Oh. For everyone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, there is a delay.
There is delay.
Okay.
It was delay.
Now we are on the page of
Basically, there are jerks in the video.
I'm sorry?
There are jerks in the video due to this delay.
Okay. Yeah, let me see now. So all I wanted to go to direct routing, voice route, and add. Is it reflected there?
Yeah.
Now it shows it open.
Yeah. So let me go a little slow. Okay. So voice.
Yeah, the screen should be slow. That would be actually good, actually.
Okay. Yeah. So I will move the screen slowly. All right. So voice route basically means you add a pattern. Then when somebody dials that pattern, it should go to this SBC. Okay. So we are not adding that pattern right now. I'm just adding a voice route. And in the voice route, I will say adding that SBC here. So add an SBC. This is our SBC, WB SBC01, and then add it. And then we need to also add a tag name called PSTN usage record. Now, if you look at this, it's a little confusing thing there. Let me draw here. Is drawing is also synchronized or it's having delay?
Yeah, drawing is okay actually. It's a delay. Like the
Okay.
teams.
Okay. Yeah, fine. We'll go slow. Okay. So what I have is I added wb-sbc01.ajcollab.com. That is what my SBC. Now I will create an entity called voice route. Within the voice route, I added my SBC. Now I have another concept called voice routing policy. Mute yourself, guys. Voice routing policy. In voice routing policy is the place where I add the patterns. Imagine I need to dial a specific pattern like +1 and number, or we use regular expression. So I'm going to add dot star. Dot star mean any number. So when anyone dials any number, I can have many more pattern here. Okay, not only dot star. If I have specific pattern for US numbers or Indian number, I can add it. Since for the demonstration, I'll use dot star. This is our route pattern. This is your voice route. These two guys are not connected, right? So to connect or make that connection happens, we have a concept called PSTN usage record. PSTN usage record. So we create an entity right now in the voice route called PSTN usage record, and also reference that PSTN usage record in the voice routing policy. And this voice routing policy will be getting assigned to the user. So that user get the policy that will enable the user to make or dial a specific number, which is this. And once the user dials that, it'll check, okay, what is the linking factor here, which is PSTN usage record. And this PSTN usage record is connected to voice route, and that voice route is connected to the SBC. That's how the call goes out. Is that clear? I'll come back again after creating those items.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like this information, the PSTN usage information, those also mentioned in the document.
Yeah. So if you look at the document, where are we? Add teams tenant, voice route. Yeah. So all steps are here. See, this is that particular information. Okay.
Okay.
This voice route is for the outbound call.
Yes.
How inbound call is going to connect?
So any inbound call teams will default accept as long as you have the DID number there. We'll come to that. We need to add a DID number so that it can receive the call. I'll show you. So let us finish the voice route. So in the voice route, this is the route I have added. I have attached my SBC and then adding a PSTN usage record. So PSTN usage record, you can simply add, then type in WB, whatever, some string name. I already have one here, so I can use it. I'll just select this, or you can create one. Okay, it's absolutely fine. So I have a PSTN usage record called WB Texas PSTN usage record. Just apply, and your voice route is clear. And I have a diagram here. I forgot to add that in our scribbling pad. Let me show you this. Yeah. So this is the exact logical representation of voice route, voice routing policy, and there is also a concept called dial plan. So first let us focus on the first one, which is voice route. So I have created WB Texas PSTN voice route, and I have attached my SBC there, right? wbsbc.ajcollab.com. That's the SBC I have added there. Now we will be creating the next point, voice routing policy. In the voice routing policy, I will add these two guys together. I mean the WB Texas PSTN usage record and WP Texas PSTN usage record. With these two things, these two guys will be connected. So it will make more sense when we add PSTN, sorry, voice routing policy. Let us add that. If you go to the voice section, there is something called voice routing policy. Voice routing policy. Then add a policy here. One second, guys. Where is my voice route?
So only the PSTN usage record is used to link between the both, right?
Yeah, I missed one thing in the voice route. We also have to attach that number, right? So we have the pattern here. One second. Let's put dot star here. Okay. So in the voice route, you also have the route added. Not only on the dial plan, you have the route. I missed that. So you add that dot star here. So when anyone dials the dot star, it goes to this SBC, and this will be the link. I mean, you cannot attach this voice route to a user. Instead, you will be attaching a policy to the user. So you have the voice dot star here. That means any pattern. Then any pattern comes sent to this SBC. I missed that part, by the way, guys. So this, go back to this diagram again. So if you look at this, in the voice route, you have dot star here. Dot star will be forwarding the call to wbsbc01.ajcollab.com, and then that voice route is also having a reference called WB Texas PSTN usage record. So this is what we created right now. Now let us create a policy that is called voice routing policy. You can see that here, voice routing policy, and the policy that I'm adding will be, where is it? WB voice routing policy description, then add the PSTN usage record. This is the same PSTN usage record I'm adding. Apply and save it. I already have that saved. So if I go back to this diagram, sorry, we are not adding the pattern here. I will redraw that once again. So first thing first, you have a voice route, and you added dots star here. I mean, anything comes, this is the place, and you also added your SBC there, and that is your first entity, voice route. Then you created another thing called voice routing policy. In that, you only mention one tag name called PSTN usage record. This will be assigned to user who wants to make the call. So when this user dials anything, it will have a voice routing policy that will have an attached PSTN usage record. The same PSTN usage record will be referenced in the voice route as well. Then voice route matches this number and send to the SBC. This is how that two items operates. Is this clear, guys? Voice routing policy and voice route.
So for the user, the routing policy will be assigned, or the PSTN policy?
Routing policy will be assigned. Only policy will be assigned to the user. And the way user reaches to the voice route is through the PSTN usage record. So if I review so if you review the configuration once again, I'm not saving it because I already have one thing created and saved. So we'll go back to that WB Texas voice routing policy. In that WB Texas voice routing policy, I have the PSTN usage record, which is WB Texas PSTN usage record. And this thing will be assigned to the user. User is only aware about this policy. So through the policy, it has a linking factor. That is what your PSTN usage record. Once it sees this, it goes to, similar to CSS and partition and call manager. So this will be the CSS, okay, that is assigned to the user. And through that, this is one of the partitions or linking factor towards one route. So after seeing this, it goes and checks the voice route. And in the voice route, if you have the same thing in the WB Texas PSTN voice route, you have the same link. So through this link, these two guys are connected. Then routing happens. So it checks, okay, I have a dot star here. Dot star means any number. Then send that to my WBSPC. Is this clear? Now, is it clear, guys?
Yep.
Now we need to assign this. We haven't attached that to the user, right?
I have a question for the route patterns.
Yeah.
Is to have any reference from where we can understand the different route patterns and means that dot, star, slash, how that work?
Yeah, so there is a website called regex 101. It's basically a regular expression. So if you go to regex 101, it's a website and you can build all your regular expressions here. Imagine you are building a pattern that needs to match all the Indian numbers. So you can give some test string here. Let me say +91, some of the Indian number. Then I'll also add a US number. Okay. Now you wanted to build a regular expression that should only match Indian numbers. So how to do that? I mean, you have to study a bit on the regular expression. This is not the scope for that. But anyway, so to match a plus, we can use \plus. So it matches at the beginning stage of the plus. Then I will group 91 and then dot star. Oh, come on. Why this guys? Let me exit my Grammarly. One moment. Where is it? Yeah. Okay. So if you look at this, \plus means match the character plus, then 91 is one of the set, and then dot star. Or you can even avoid the braces. Braces are actually used for recalling this. It is called regular expression. The current scope of the webinar is not explaining about regular expression, but you can search in regular expression. I can add that in the document, by the way, regular expression section. I have it. So if you look at the regular expressions, there are meaning for every characters. Not here. Where do I see that? I mean, this is not the right place, but we'll go back again here. Where do I see? Okay, I'll send you some links. Okay, it is purely on the regular expression. There are special characters for identifying the numbers, letters. I mean, in between, if you have an email ID, you can match that. So a whole lot of combination. It's a regular expression. There are a lot of videos. Even I have a document about all the regular expression. I'll send you that.
Thank you.
All right. So for me, what I have done is I just added dot star, right? So let's see what is dot star. Dot star matches all the numbers. If you see all these are highlighted, that means it is matching all the numbers, Indian number, US number, and all the numbers. That's the reason I added dot star there. Okay. Now we added the voice routing policy and voice route. Of course, we also configured our PSTN usage record. That is the linking factor between those two. This is a voice routing policy. Now we will attach the voice routing policy to the user. I will go to the dial plan. That is another concept. But before going there, the voice routing policy is the one where user is aware, right? So I can go back to a user in Teams Admin Center, then select the user. My test user will be this guy, Rain Jassim, and go to policies, and then search for voice routing policy. You can see that right now it is global org wide default. I'm going to edit that into the one that is created. Okay. Screen delay, go slow. Okay. How far you have seen?
You go on to the user and then you click on the policies and then you're gonna assign the policy, right?
Yeah, right. So I assigned it. I'll go slow. Okay. So I have assigned voice routing policy to the user. So at this point, our
so policies will be in the drop down, right? So,
yes.
Sorry to cut off you.
Yeah.
So
right? Policy will be in the policies tab on the user. This is the sample user, Rain Jassim. And in the policies tab, you will see all the policies listed here. There are a lot of other policies also in Teams, like messaging policy, hold policy, many other things. So what we are interested in is voice routing policy. I just search for voice route here so that I can see voice routing policy. Select the policy, click edit, and then assign the policy that we created, which is WB Texas voice routing policy. Now,
Okay, yeah, sure.
yeah, now the beauty thing is this particular happy user understood about that policy. So he knows about the policy. Through the policy, he can reach this route. So if we dial a US number or any Indian number, through this policy, it reaches here and it can make PSTN call. That is, PSTN call, it means it can reach to the SBC. We didn't build the SBC there. We will build it. We can stop there, but there is also a concept called dial plan. If you wanted to have any translations, please mute guys. So if you wanted to have any translations, we also need to add a dial plan. So a dial plan in Microsoft Teams is equal to translation pattern in call manager. Yeah, so it's a little confusing, but that's how it is. So a dial plan in Teams basically takes one number, translate to something else. So let's go ahead and see how we can. For this particular demo, we don't need the dial plan, but let's understand what is dial plan. If you go to voice again, and there is an option called dial plan, and you can add a dial plan. Just add WB Texas dial plan, and for example, here I wanted to do a lot of translations, and before routing to the route pattern or the voice route, I need to do some matching. When a user dials anything, first dial plan will be getting matched. Then based on the dial plan, it translates the number. Then it look for the voice routing policy and then voice route and eventually extend the call. That's exactly this particular image talks about. So dial plan is the top, which is attached to the user. That is optional, right? With voice routing policy itself, you can directly dial that number and go out. But if you need any translations, you can add those translation in the dial plan section, then add that to the user. If a user is having a dial plan as well as voice routing policy assigned, first it will always match what is configured on the dial plan, what are the translation I need to do on the dial plan. Then it look for the voice route. That's how it works. So this is the dial plan, and then you can add normalization rule here. This is what your translations. So let me add match all, or if I wanted to add, okay, only US numbers, only Indian number, I can have, this is again based on regular expression. I just put match all. Then you can have an option like adding prefix, suffix and other things. I don't need this. I'll go with advanced. So here in advanced, there is a concept called a regular expression, match and change. So it's going to match whatever you dialed. So I'm going to dial anything. So I'll put dot star again. So dot star means match anything. Dot means any character. Star means repeat 0 or multiple times the previous character. So it is like a complete match. So dot star, I put a bracket here, and then I'll say, if is it possible to transfer this webinar into Zoom or okay. Is it still having delay, guys?
Can you turn your video off? Yes. But not much, but yeah, little bit. If you we will slow.
How many participants we have? Previously,
I'm not seeing any delay. It's quite okay to me.
I'll go slowly because I have to reconfigure all the stuff again to get in Zoom. And moreover, we have 236 participants. My Zoom is having 100 capacity. I will have to recharge as well. I'm sorry, if it goes again out of control, of course we can move. Or we'll take a break around 10 o'clock. So after 10 o'clock, I could recharge and then, yeah, we'll see. 10 more minutes, okay?
Why? Because like we could see the options you were saying, but once you inform those points and then we're gonna see the screen. So
understood, totally understood. Yeah, we'll consider that request. We'll take a small break. Within that break, I will find out a solution and I'll send that new link in WhatsApp group. If
and
any
most
guys,
probably, most probably it will work once we disconnect and reconnect it, because I think it was utilizing the resources earlier. Maybe that's why it is getting delayed.
Okay, yeah, let's go on this way. I will have a backup plan ready by the time we come back from the break. Again, we'll have to do a lot of things. We are on the 30% of it. We'll have to go more. All right. So dot star is the matching pattern I'm saying. And then in the translation, I'm saying $1. I'll explain what is $1 here. Then I can save it. I'm not saving it because I already have it. So to understand what is this dot star and $1, again you can go back to regex 101 and there is a section called match and replace. Okay, so substitution. This is what match and replace. Go to the substitution and then here what I'm doing is I'm putting a dot star here. That means it matches all my number whatever dialed. Then I can change that. If I wanted to remove the +91, I can do something, or if I wanted to translate this number to something else, I can do that. But time being, for this example, I don't need any translation, so I will recall the entire set. So when I put a bracket within a regular expression, the regex or regular expression treat it as like a group. Okay, so to pick the same numbers from the group, I use $ and then the group number. So we have one group here, which is the dot star. So if I put $1 here, the entire number becomes available. So this is one of the translation. It never translate anything. So if you wanted to add some extra thing like 0 in the beginning, see, you can see that 0 then +91, or you can do a lot of translations there. For example, if you wanted to have a translation where it removes all the plus in the beginning, and I can do this way. I'll put a bracket here, then \+, so it matches the entire number. So here we have two sets, right? One set that contains the plus, second set contains rest of the number. And in the change substitution, all I need is rest of the numbers. So here I will use $2. What is $? $2 means only take the second set. So you get the number without the plus. You can have a lot more control on that. I mean, it is again regular expression. But for this lab demonstration, I don't need any specific translation. All I have is user may dial anything, okay, and just route it. So that's what this particular dot star and $1 means. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. So going back to the Teams again. So I will save it, but right now it is already saved. So I'll go back and show you what dial plan I have already here. WB Texas dial plan. So here I have one normalization rule. It says match all outbound dot star $1. If I have additional translation, I can keep on adding it here. So one dial plan will have different number of translations. Everything will be attached to a dial plan. Then this dial plan also added to the user. So user is basically aware about two things. One is where is our happy user? Yeah. One is our voice routing policy. Then on top of voice routing policy, we will also add dial plan. That is also attached to the user. So if user dials anything, it first matches dial plan. Depending on the dial plan, it translates the number. Then it looks for, do I have a voice route for the same thing? Then it comes here. To reach there, the linking will be voice routing policy and PSTN usage record. That's how the entire stuff is connected.
Is this part clear, everyone?
Yeah. Sorry. All right. So if you go back to the image again, now this will make more sense. So first, you created a voice route that is just dot star and sending to the SBC. In the voice route, you added a PSTN usage record, which is the linkage towards your voice routing policy. So you created a voice routing policy. In the voice routing policy, you just added that linkage. So these two guys are now connected. You assign this to the user. That's where this is assigned to this particular user. You are okay with that. You can dial numbers now. But just for adding extra configuration benefit, or if you have an extra translation, we can leverage the concept of dial plan. Dial plan is nothing but a translation or set of translation. I have a dot star $1. That means match anything and don't modify anything. So that matches any number that you dialed. Then it goes to the voice route through the voice routing policy. Is that clear? I hope yes.
So if we have the dial plan like not like as a star, like a star, then the call will be not going through, right?
Voice route is mandatory because this is how the order works, right? So first you match with the dial plan. There is a question, where is the link of this doc? I haven't shared this doc. I will send that in our group once it is over. So the question is, can you have just a dial plan to route the call? Of course not, because the SBC and the patterns are associated in the voice route. Dial plan is giving you a way towards that voice route. That's it, using some translation. If at all you need a translation, it is optional for small deployments. You directly create the patterns, and then if you don't need any translation, you are good.
So
if you don't need
One at a time, guys. Yeah. You guys decide. Yeah, Jaya, go ahead. Jaya, go ahead.
Yeah, so we have like, I know that we have configured the voice route and voice routing policy, which is and both are engaged with the PSTN, like the PSTN usage. So in dial plan we mentioned like star hash, I guess. Like, yeah, if it is was *1, so then it will not match and it will not go to the voice route, right?
It will still
if
match.
we have a
Okay.
different number.
Yeah. So let me tell you what is that dot star. So dot star means in my dial plan I added this. Okay, dot star and number. So it matches whatever I have dialed, right? If I dial this, it matches that. Then it goes to voice route. Voice route is again dot star. So it matches that and then finally routes. You have any confusion?
But if yeah, I got the point, like why we are using that star. So if we have mentioned like voluntarily, like in the dial plan as a different number, like any other.
Yes,
so
it
then
will not.
go, right?
Yeah, it will not. For example, if you put your dial plan like this and you mention like 1, 2, 3, it's an invalid number, right? Then call will fail. Yeah, because dial plan is having preference. When you have a voice route and a dial plan, first it will always match the dial plan. Through that, it goes to the voice route. Now what happens? User dials a valid number. It matches the dial plan. Dial plan translates that to 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Then it look for, yeah, again we have a dot star there, right? Okay, let's see this way. I'll go back to, so you have a dial plan. That basically means dot star. So let's put an example, plus +919495860708. That's the dial plan you have, and you are translating that into $1. So that means no change. It's exactly the same thing. Now you have a voice route. In the voice route you added dot star, and then voice route is going towards the SBC. Think about this way. Instead of this, in the first dial plan, what he wants to add is, he just added 1, 2, 3 here. So if you input this number plus 91 and this number, your output will be just 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3 still matches with the dot star, but the number that will be forwarding towards SBC will be just 1, 2, 3, and is an invalid number. The call will fail. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Okay. Other questions? Somebody was asking something.
Yeah, Abdul Raghu here. So my question is, if we don't want dial plan, can we route the call directly to with the voice route?
Absolutely, yes. Okay. So dial plan is an optional concept. If it is attached to the user, it goes and translates. Yeah. If you don't need any translation, which is our example, we don't need any translation. It just works with the voice route. But in this webinar, I just wanted to mention what is dial plan. So I just added a dial plan that not translate to anything. Whatever you input, it gives you the same output, then matches voice route and go out. All right.
Thank you.
So, thank you. So we are, yeah, go
ahead. So only if we require translation, only we need to use dial plan. Correct?
Yes, that is correct. That is basically your Cisco World translation pattern.
Translation pattern.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Now, after this, we have to go back and enable the user for direct routing. I mean, basically verifying the licenses, making sure all those things are correct. So that's where I go back to my Teams Admin Center. Sorry, not Teams Admin Center, 365 Admin Center, and I will verify whether my user is having proper licenses for direct routing. So I added my SBC, I configured all the policies, I assigned to the user, it's all fine, but I need to make sure whether this particular user is having required licenses. So if you recall the first licensing section, what we need is, we need a license called Microsoft Teams, that is the license name, then 365 font system. So go back to the licensing, license and apps, then expand the app section here, filter out 365 Business Basic. So within the 365 Business Basic, I can see something called Microsoft Teams. So my first checkbox is clear. I do have a Microsoft Teams license. That is one of the criterias. Secondly, I need 365 font system. So I'm going to filter the second bundle, font Teams essential with font. If I scroll down, I can see Microsoft 365 font system. So those two licenses are required for a user to get telephony functions assigned. So I do have that check, so I am good with that. So let me go back to the section, enable user for direct routing. So we will see that particular user is having both licenses. I am good in that part. Now there is a section called enable enterprise voice for the Teams user. So if you go to the user, if you don't have any number assigned, you can see something called enterprise voice. Let me show you that. But this user, right, this existing user is already having a number. So go back to the Teams Admin Center, manage users, and take the range scene.
Please slow. Sorry.
Okay. All right. So shall we take a small break, and then by the time we finish the break, I will bring this meeting in Zoom. Is that okay?
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
All right. So anybody who is not available in the WhatsApp group, please make sure you are there, because that's where I'll be sharing the Zoom link.
Sure.
Okay. How many minutes for the break? 20 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, guys.
Thank you.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, high level.
Yeah, sure. All right, I muted you guys. If you have any question, please unmute and talk. So we'll move on. So far what we have done is we'll go back to this section. We'll do a quick recap. First, we added the SBC. Of course, we know how to add the SBC. Where is the color? Yeah. So we added the SBC, which is wbsbc.ajcollab.com. I can show you that. See, tell me how's the response level on this Zoom platform now. So direct routing.
This is good.
Oh, great.
100%.
We should have started on Zoom itself in the beginning. A real example of comparison between WebEx and Zoom. Okay. So we went to direct routing section. We click on SBC and add it, and we added the FQDN. That's our first stage. We completed that. Then secondly, we added a voice route. So right after you add the SBC, you can see a section called voice route. That is your route pattern. So I added a voice route. This is that voice route. It matches everything and then forwarded to the SBC, which is a new SBC. And the linking to that is WB Texas PSTN usage record. So that's on the second thing we did. Yeah, of course. Then we created a voice routing policy. The policy will be assigned to the user. Policy will have a PSTN usage record. That's the linkage. And it reaches to the voice route. That's how a user and a voice route is connected together. So this is our voice routing policy. WB Texas voice routing policy. And voice routing policy does not have anything apart from a linking factor, which is WB PSTN usage record. Now the voice routing policy and the voice route are connected, and the voice routing policy will be assigned to a user. So you can go back to user, arrange a seam, and looking at this policy, we can see WB Texas voice routing policy. This is enough. We don't need a dial plan, but since if you have any translations requirement, you can additionally add an optional translation, which is your dial plan. So I also added one dial plan that does no translation, right? It matches everything and then changes exactly like that. That's where the $* and $1 means. You input any number, it gives you the same number. So once the translation dial plan matches, it looks for the voice route and then it reaches. So if you compare the voice routing policy, this diagram will help you to understand that. Where is it? PSTN usage record voice routing policy. Yeah, this one. So you added the SBC voice route and then a voice routing policy. PSTN usage record is the link between these two. That is enough for routing the call to the SBC because you're assigning the voice routing policy to the user. As an optional feature, we also added a dial plan, which does not translate anything. It just matches everything and gives you the same number. Then it reaches there. Once it reaches the voice routing policy, then it pushes the call into the SBC, and we're going to be building the SBC in the next section. Is till here is clear, guys?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now the next portion is now the interesting fact begins. Yeah, of course. Somebody is asking all the documents, all the links, what I am referring right now will be all shared in the group. Don't worry, guys. So let us enable the user for direct routing. First, we will evaluate the license. We did that in the Teams Admin Center. Sorry, 365 portal. We have seen Teams, Microsoft Teams, and 365 font system. Those are the two licenses required for direct routing. And then there is a concept called enabling the user for enterprise voice. That is only available for a fresh user. Since I have already created that range JSIM user, that settings, I cannot see that, but I will show you that in the document. So enable user for the direct routing. If you look at that, if you go to the manage user and select the user, you will see something like this, enterprise voice. Once you enable this, then only you can assign a number. Okay, it's only available for a new user. The existing user, I already have assigned number. That's the reason I'm not able to see this particular screen, but we will see what happens if I go to that particular user. So go to user, manage user, range JSIM, and ideally there should be a button called enable this user for enterprise voice, and then below you can see a place to add a number. So I already added the number. If you are adding for the new, you have to follow the same step. And even before adding the number, you have to have an emergency location. I'll come to the number, what number is this all, but let's add an emergency location. So that's on the location side, emergency address. I have created an emergency address called Texas emergency address with one random address in it. It's very simple. You can simply add a location, address name, and select a country. I selected Afghanistan, and then you can add it. That's it. I already have added here.
For 911 alerts?
Yeah, that's for 911. Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is the sample location I have for the demo, Texas emergency address, and this is the address that I have added. Okay. So with emergency address and enterprise voice enabled, now I can go back and assign a number to the user. This is my user. Click on edit here. You ideally, if you're seeing the first time, you will see add a number. Since I already added, this is what it is. When I click on that, I need to select direct routing here, and then this number. This number is nothing but the provided PSTN number. So my PSTN carrier is Twilio. So I spoke to them and I took one number. Let me show you that. If I go back to, again, I will show you how to sign up for Twilio. With Twilio, you can easily create SIP trunking. It is like your PSTN carrier. Ideally, in your production network, you will be dealing with one of the carriers like AT&T, Verizon, Tata, Orange, those carriers. Since I wanted to replicate end-to-end, my carrier is Twilio here. From the Twilio, I have purchased one number. So if you sign up for Twilio, by the way, Twilio account is free. Anybody can sign up. There will be a limit for your Twilio account, which I will explain after some time. But it's okay, you can have it. Then in the phone number section, you can see active numbers. And there is an option called buy a number. I have purchased 3 numbers, so I can use it. I don't need to purchase. So 214-888-3759 will be my DID number purchased from my carrier. Okay. So that number I'm going to assign to this user, 214-888-3759. That's the number I'll be assigning to this particular user. And I'm selecting direct routing. And of course, I have to select an emergency location, otherwise the save button will be disabled. So this is the reason I added emergency location before assigning a number. And there was a question in the beginning time, can we assign calling plan, operator connect, and direct routing all to one user? The answer is this, it is not possible because it is always either or. So I select direct routing, that's it. If I select operator connect, that will be operator connect. So I select direct routing, I'm fine. Then I'm saving it, I'm done. So user is assigned with a number and emergency location. Is that clear? I hope it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So emergency location added, assign phone number to the user. So again, the question about this number, what is this number? That is what my DID number purchased from my carrier. If you have a different carrier, talk to them and get those DID numbers, and you have to add those DID to the users. Since I have only one user, I just added one number. Then let's do an inspection, like verify voice routing policy of the user, verify dial plan of the user, just to make sure, okay, everything is fine at the user perspective. So go to the policy section of the user, and then voice route. If you search voice route, you have assigned with a proper voice route. And if you search with dial plan, you can see, okay, we haven't added the dial plan here. There is one missing thing, right? We created the dial plan, but we haven't pointed the dial plan here. So this is the best thing when we do verification. So come back to this, edit, and then assign dial plan. This is the dial plan we created, right? I mean, a dial plan for no translation. It matches everything and changes nothing. Also need to exit my WebEx from here. Okay.
So if you do not want to translate anything, then it should be a global one, right?
Yes, right. That's correct.
Okay.
It's an optional thing. The global one will also work for me because my routing matches any number with SBC. Yeah, your answer is correct. So in terms of user, I'm good. And if you wanted to double confirm again, there are some PowerShell command which I'm not going to demonstrate right now. You can connect your command prompt using this command, Exchange Online and Teams. Then you can verify some of the settings like range JSIM, get CS online user identity. It will list out all the policies, what routing policy, what DID, what dial plan, all those things in the command prompt. So when you're working with Microsoft Teams, if you're opening some cases or tickets, they will be asking all these outputs. So you can try these commands. I have added some of the screenshots of those in this. Verification, where is it? Do I have it here? Oh, sorry, I don't. Yeah, it's easy. It will just display all the whatever we have done for the user, right? We can see all those things in a text format. It's easy for verification. Now with all these things, we are good on the user side. Let us log into Teams and validate whether we have a dial pad. So only when you have these things configured, I mean, enable the enterprise voice, proper licenses, then emergency location, assigning a DID number, proper voice routing policy, optional dial plan. Once you have all these completed, your user is ready to have a dial pad on the Teams. So let's verify that. Again, to go there, I need to open that virtual machine. We paused it, right? Let me open that. Come on. What happened? One second, guys. I'm sorry. So now if I open this user, the sample user, which is rain.jsim, he would be able to see a dial plan. And Microsoft also gives you one link to verify all the configuration for the user is correct. So this is that link. I'll also show you that. Validate dial pad on the phone system functionality of the user. So you can copy this link, paste it in a private window, and so imagine one user is saying, okay, One second. This is like a Tor enabled private window. I need a just normal private window.
AJ, regarding the policies, right, the dial plan and things. So you are assigned to a single user, right? Let's say I have a group of users, like one group can have international facility, the other group. Can I assign the
Yeah,
policies
there is
as
a
the
concept
group
called
of users?
policy package. You can create that and assign. That's the bundling all the policies into one policy package and assign to a user. That is possible. Or the same thing, whatever I'm doing, right? It is available through PowerShell. So if you have 10 users to be assigned, you can run a PowerShell script. It will assign everything into those users. By the way, let me also want to tell you something. A few guys reached out to me on the break time saying that is there any plan for any training? So let me also bring one of my upcoming training. So this is this document. So I will be conducting an advanced Microsoft Teams training in October 13th, next month, right? And that will have 3 different sections. First, we're going to cover infrastructure and identity. That talks about Indra ID, identity access management, role-based access control, then Azure Cloud, virtual machine, virtual networking, network security group. Few things we will cover now itself. Then web hosting, public DNS, PowerShell, SaaS services, 365, pretty much everything on the Azure side. Secondly, we cover 2 certification teams, which is MS700 and MS721, Teams Administrator and Teams Voice Engineer. Like licensing, subscription, architecture, Teams, access policies. This is the section we cover that policy packages and all those things. Then MTR devices, how to manage MTR devices, compliance and security, found system features, which we are currently dealing, direct routing, dial plan, SBCs like AudioCodes, Ribbon, and Cube. Right now we are covering only AudioCodes, but in the live training we'll be covering all. Then advanced call routing, like location-based routing, media bypass and local media optimization, again we are doing right now. We'll also cover enterprise firewall deployment, Palo Alto and FortiGate for enterprise voice. I mean, if you have an SBC and then an on-premise firewall, a cloud firewall, how do you manage that firewall? That is one of the debating section always in every company, right? There'll be voice engineers and firewall engineers will be fighting between this port is not allowed, that port is not allowed. So how do you configure the firewall? It's not a fully functional firewall training. What a voice engineer required for firewall, that will be covered, including the packet captures and analysis. Then IP. Yeah.
Hey, hi, this is Ravi Shankar here. Could you please, could you please forward this link?
Yeah, I will send it. Yeah. So after the session, I will send it. Then also packet captures of Teams. I mean, you can even go through the bit and pieces. When I send a message from one user to another user, how that translates over the Wireshark, and we will cover that. We can decrypt it and do all those sort of troubleshooting. PCAPs, logs, troubleshoot. That's on the team side. Then we also cover Microsoft Copilot, which is Copilot in 365, then Copilot Studio, building enterprise use cases and automation chatbots with Copilot. And Graph API, that's the automation API for not only Teams, but for all the 365 umbrella. We're going to do a lot of automation using Graph, using user creations, assigning policies as a bulk. This was the question. Then building automated messages, notification APIs, and all of that. Then a lot of business use cases and user provisioning and through Graph API. This will be a live training on October 13th. If you guys are interested, I'll send you this in the group. And by the way, all those topics, let me also show you one more thing. You will be getting access to this ebook as well as part of the training. Not this one, this one. So this book covers pretty much everything that I have described. Building your own lab, Indra ID, all those configuration lab, SBCs, Azure, pretty much all. I mean, PowerShell, managing apps in Microsoft Teams, webinars and meetings, audio conferencing. Yeah, whatever topics I have discussed so far, it's all here. You will also get this access to this book. Every training when I conduct, there will be proper ebook that covers all those topics. What else? Then compliance recording. Yeah, it's highly detailed and you get access to this. we completely cover entire umbrella for Microsoft Teams, including Azure and API and automation. This will be 4 days training in a week. That means Monday to Thursday, because that's one of the feedback that I got from students, that if I take classes for entire day, entire week, they are getting exhausted and they are not getting time to practice. So we will stick to 4 days, 4 days of class, 3 days of off. That way we will have around 30-35 classes. Will be completely hands-on. If you guys are interested, you can message me. I will send this link as well in the WhatsApp channel after the discussion. All right. Okay. So
Sorry. Is there anything added on this, like queues?
I mean,
Microsoft Teams.
Yeah, of course.
App.
Yeah, that is always added. You mean to say the IVRs and auto attendant and call queues? Yeah, it's all part of administration. So it's a part of Teams administration. Auto attendant and call queues.
Microsoft.
Dynamics, right? You are saying.
Sorry. No.
Dynamic 365.
Dynamic 365, not that is altogether different category. We can have that later. It's in pipeline, but not this time. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So more details on that. I can send you the details once we are done with the training. Sorry, once we are done with our webinar. Going back. So what we have done is we logged into the user and go to the call section of the Teams user, and we would be able to see the dial pad. If any users are complaining that I'm not able to, normally if you log into Teams without that voice configuration, you wouldn't be able to see the dial pad. If somebody is complaining that I am not able to see the dial pad, what you can do is you can log into this link, testconnectivity.microsoft.com, test Teams dial pad input, then log in as that user. So here, click and then log in as rain.jasim. That's the sample user we wanted to evaluate whether he has all the policies in right order. Rain Jasim. By the way, Rain is my son.
This is this license done?
No, this anybody can use it.
Okay.
Okay, so once you sign in here, verify the captcha. VGX. Then you can trigger perform test. So what it does is it goes and evaluates all the policies, licenses, everything for that particular user, and gives you a result that okay, this user is completely fine for PSTN call. So I can see that a green checkbox. If I expand this, can see that, see, retrieving like policies, checking user policies, permit calling, private calling, PSTN calling, checking the user account enabled for PSTN calling, additional details you can see, BYOD. I mean, this is what our direct routing in the CLI on API, you see BYOD a lot of places, that is direct routing. And this gives you a summary. Any place if you are missing a voice route or some routing policy, it will flag there, okay, this is missing, where you can address that. So this is one of the handy tool while troubleshooting. Is this clear?
Abdul, this is a certified Microsoft tool, right?
Yeah, it's Microsoft ONS tool. Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. It's available here for Teams testconnectivity.microsoft.com. You will see that dial pad testing. Okay, so
Abdul, is this limit of that one? Some people are waiting on the queue.
No, it's a 500 participant
lobby.
Who said?
Yeah, they are in.
1 second.
In the chat.
Maybe they are in the WebEx, I think.
No, Zoom. They are like we are in waiting.
We are waiting in the lobby. It's a 500 participant. Let me see.
Don't worry, I'll manage.
Okay, yeah. I will make you as the host, Mithun. Then only you can manage that. Mithun. Yeah, it's a 500 participant license that I have taken, so there wouldn't be in lobby. Anyway, he will take care of that. Let's move on. So we can do the evaluations about the user on this section. Okay, whether the user can log in and do PSTN calling. Now, with respect to user side, we are all good. We can see the dial pad, we can dial numbers and everything, but will the call work? Of course no, because yeah.
Oh, 1 minute. So sorry, like I just joined from my wife account. Sorry. So my name is Jay. So on the test connectivity portal, so I just logged into the portal. So we need to click on the exchange or what? Like where we need to
Teams dial pad. This is the exact URL you see, right? I will send you this, by the way. When you go to teamsconnectivity.microsoft.com, there are a lot of tests available. In that, you can select dial pad. There is something called dial pad or something. The direct URL will be this: test teams dial pad missing input. We'll send this. It will be there in the document.
Thanks.
Yeah. You can mute. Yeah. So with respect to user configuration, we are all done. We can see the dial pad. User will be able to dial the number, but call will fail because we don't have the SBC yet. So that will be our next section. So before going to the SBC side, there are some public DNS requirement for SBC. That's our next stage. Public DNS records for Teams telephony. So Microsoft is saying within your tenant where you have a domain which is aj-collab.com, you have to add all these DNS records. This is the second reason we need to have our own domain name purchased and added in Microsoft. Otherwise, we can't perform these things. So there is a record called SRV, service record, in DNS provider. We have to add these items there. So let me show you that how you're going to add that. Go back to your DNS provider. My DNS provider is Namecheap. Then go ahead and click SRV record, and this is the SRV record. I can move this one into one side. Yeah, so the first thing what I need to add is _SIP. So in the service section, I will add _SIP. Then protocol will be _TLS. Then priority will be 100. Weight will be 1. Port will be, you can see the port number also, 443. And target will be this one, sipdir.online. Let me copy that from the notepad. Where is it? It's not available there. In the document, I have it. I have added all those things here. Okay. This will be the value, target value. So you can hit this tick button, that will save it. And that way you have to add rest of the things. I have given that screenshot. I added that already because DNS replication will take some time. During the webinar, we shouldn't be able, maybe sometimes we get it, sometimes we might fail. So that's the reason I pre-added those. All these records needs to be added. 2 of them are SRV, 2 of them are CNAME, one of them is TXT record. I have all those things added. CNAME, then 2 CNAME, 2 SRV, and 1 TXT record. So once you add this, you can verify that using it NS lookup command. So go to, why do we need to add? Okay, so when Teams client, when you log into Teams client, basically it discovers a lot of services. If you recall the Cisco Jabber discovery process, right? Jabber is getting connected with a lot of things when a Jabber launches. So it uses SRV record to get connected to the proper servers. The same concept in the Teams application, there are built-in DNS discovery happens. To make that DNS discovery properly connected to the Microsoft Teams, we need to have these DNS records added. And we can verify that. There is a command prompt command, CMT NS lookup enter set type equal to SRV service request, then enter that value that you added, _SIP dot _TLS dot aj-collab.com. This has to be resolved into this URL with this 443. That is exactly we added in the DNS record. And there is one more record we added in the SRV. I'm gonna copy paste that. _SIP federation TLS dot _TCP dot aj-collab.com. That should be also resolving into this with 5061 port number. That is what you have in this table, these two. Then CNAME, you can verify there. There is a method to verify CNAME as well. There is a method to verify TXT record as well. So this is needed for the regular functioning of Teams, because within the Teams application, it does a lot of DNS resolutions. Any of the DNS resolution fails, you will see some random login failures or some service might not be get connected. Okay, so make sure this is added. Most of the enterprise, this will be already added. That's the initial phase when they deploy Microsoft Teams. So you don't need to worry about that part.
So small question, Ajay. So let's take an example. If I talk about we are expanding one of the remote location where we have XYZ company, right?
Okay.
And we have to deploy the new organization, right? So for deploying the new organization, the value that is SI septia.online.link.com, right? So for journal terms, we have to add the SRV records for the new organization. So these rules are basic and necessity for implementing and running the teams, correct?
Yes, that is correct. And yeah, answer is yes. And Microsoft itself will tell you these rules are needed on the Teams Admin Center as well. So if I go back to the Teams Admin Center, sorry, 365 Admin Center, look at the domain. And if you expand one domain, the checkbox that you see here, right, there will be a checkbox for the verified domain, this one, healthy. So in order to get this healthy, you should have completed all those records. You can see those records here. Text records, CNAME, MX. This is for Exchange. 1 second. There is Teams and Groups. Yeah, here. These guys changes their interface every now and then. So why is it not displayed over here? Okay. No groups are associated with this domain. About apps. DNS records. 1 second. It shows only Microsoft Exchange. Manage DNS. More option. They will list out. I mean, there was, I don't know whether, yeah. CNAME records. Yeah, this is for Outlook, by the way. Yeah, advanced option. Yeah, if you select Skype for Business, you can see this. SIPDIR online.links.com, WebDIR. These are the CNAME and these are the SRVs. So this is needed for the smooth functioning of Teams. And if you're adding a new organization, this has to be, I mean, this is the prerequisites. Even for other Teams function, this is needed. Everybody will be adding that in the initial phase itself.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. And this has no relation with our SBC. We are not touching the SBC. We didn't touch yet. We will be doing it. Okay.
Jasim, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's hypothetically imagine in an organization they need to have both Jabber and MS Teams.
Yeah.
So in such cases, the SIP-TLS SRV record that might already exist for Expressway Edge. So in such situations, do you think?
Yeah, but I got your question.
Yeah.
In that case, yeah, interesting question. It should be, I mean, if you wanted to have a Jabber should use a different domain to organize, I mean, to do that service discovery. Yeah.
Yeah. In Cisco, I've seen they have giving weightage at 10 and
yeah, it will fail. That Jabber will fail or Microsoft will fail because SIP-TLS is the common here. SIP-TLS is there also. In that way, in that case, it will fail. So usually what I have seen for organization with Jabber and Teams, they will have a different domain name for logging into Jabber or same domain name with some canonical name or something. They manage that way. Same SIP-TLS points to the same thing. It will of course fail. All right. So that's on the DNS part. Okay. Why this is small?
Sorry,
Yeah.
I have one question.
Mm-hmm.
So, suppose in my organization, we have like for each region, for Europe, for China, for different location, we use different domain for the email address of users.
Yeah.
For China, it is different. For Europe, it is different, and there are many regions. Okay.
Okay.
So how do we manage this SRV records? Like,
so when you have different, all the domain must be added in the Teams 360. I mean, on the Microsoft 365 portal, you can see all those domains listed over there. Then for each domain DNS records, you have to add those. Currently, I have, say, if you go back to my domain list, I have 2 domains basically. Let me show you that. Oh, this is logged out. If I go to domain list, I have aj-collab.com and mycloudlab.com. So imagine this is your Chinese organization's DNS name. You can manage that and add those corresponding values there. In the advanced section, you have to add those records.
So is there any concept of we can add it on the main domain, suppose
no.
abc.com or
it could be there, but it is outside of my expertise. But there are a lot of interesting stuff we can do on the DNS. So for me, with my knowledge, I don't think so. We will have to manage that, but there could be some way. I'm sorry, I don't know that answer, by the way. I can check on that. You put that question in our chat. We can see that later.
Sure.
All right. So out of the interest of time, we'll move on. This will be our most interesting concept of today, which is Azure infrastructure configuration for our SBC. So we will be building our SBC in Azure. So far, we haven't built it. The SBC is just sitting, SBC is not in the cloud. So what we do is we will deploy. Yeah, so this will be our Azure infrastructure topology. So we have one subnet here, right, which is SN Internet East US. We created in the first stage. And we also have another subnet, which is server LAN subnet and an access LAN subnet. 3 subnets we have. This is what we created at the first stage. Now we will be building our AudioCodes SBC. Let me see what order we are following. So deploy AudioCodes in Azure. Yeah. So let us deploy. So we will put our AudioCodes in Azure, and keep in mind when we are deploying the AudioCodes, if you look at this image, it has 2 NIC cards. One NIC card or network interface card attached to this subnet, which is server LAN subnet, and the server LAN subnet was 172.21.22.x. Of course, so SBC will get one of the IPs from that range. Then one of the NIC card, which is placed under our internet subnet. So this is what that particular NIC card 172.21.1.x. So while selecting AudioCodes deployment wizard in Azure, we need to make sure we will go for 2 NIC deployment. I will show you that option. And 1 NIC goes to internet VLAN, 1 NIC goes to server VLAN. Is that clear? Okay. I hope it is.
So among those 3 subnets, we just gonna assign 1 to the internal and 1 to the DMC.
Absolutely. Right. So let's move on to leave. I want to close a lot of things. Yeah. So this is our Azure portal. If I go back to my home, and what I need is marketplace. So search for marketplace. Marketplace is the place where you see all the images, virtual machine image. You can see all the SBCs there, Windows, Linux, all those OS, everything will be there. So simply search for SBC here, and you can see all the cloud supported SBCs. You have Ribbon, any node, blah, blah, blah. So let's look for our AudioCodes. This is what we are deploying, Median VE Virtual Edition. There is another cloud edition. It is almost similar, but I have tested this. There could be some slight changes on the interface or something. I haven't tested that. So I'll go with this Median VE Session Border Controller. This is the virtual edition of Median VE. Select this. And now we will see the AudioCodes deployment wizard. Almost all VM deployment wizard will be the same way. Yeah, what is the difference between VE and CE? VE is virtual edition, CE is cloud edition. The capacity on the cloud edition is little more comparing to VE. So of course I need to select the subscription because I'm going to deploy a virtual machine, and virtual machine is a costly resource in Azure cloud. So whatever cost associated, they will be using, using my credit card or debit card to subtract that amount. Now they're asking, okay, you need to put this audio codes in a resource group. So there was a question about what is resource group. In the initial time, we created one generic resource group, then one VM's resource group we created. This is automatically created, you can ignore. So for audio codes to work, the condition is that you will have to have a new resource group. You cannot put that in the per se generic. It will give a warning here that, okay, generic resource group is already having some resources. You need to have a fresh. So you can click on this create new option. Then put a name called resource group audio codes 01. So this is my first SBC. I'm going to place that. So it will create a new resource group also behind the scene. And what region of data center I need to use? East US. And what is the virtual machine name? So I'm going to be putting a name called WB audio code 01. Username will be user01. And username you have to choose while deploying. You cannot use usernames like root, administrator or admin, user. Those things wouldn't be accepted. Those are standard admin accounts. So instead use something like user01 or you put your own name. Then authentication type should be password and you're going to configure one password. Don't forget this password because it is needed for logging into the SBC. Okay. Now click next. Here you need to mention, guys, I'm not looking into the chat. So chat is actually distracting me. Please don't use that. If you have a question related to the topic that I'm explaining, please unmute and ask. Rest of the question you can park it there. Either post it in the WhatsApp group. I will be answering those later. Or you also have a link in the group. That's a follow-up question. So you can go there. It's an Excel sheet. You can update your questions there. All right. So in the virtual machine settings, you have to choose one size. So unlike in VMware, when you are deploying a virtual machine, you can select this much GB of RAM, this much GB of CPU, and this is the hard disk size, all those things. In Azure Cloud, not only in Azure Cloud, every cloud, they have something called instance sizes. So these are the instance sizes, predefined sizes available, and we will have to go with one. We cannot have a linear change in the CPU or RAM. So if I select B1MS, one of the general purpose model, I get one virtual CPU, 2 GB of RAM. That is enough for me. So depending on the capacity, I mean, if you wanted to have a large number of sessions, you can refer the deployment guide for median VE. They will tell you, okay, if you have 20 concurrent call, go for this model. If you have 100 concurrent call, go for higher model. So they have that table comparison available. For our testing, the least one is 2 GB RAM and 1 CPU. The second reason I'm selecting this because the price for this VM will be less comparing to the other higher model. So I'll go with this. Select. And what type of disk you want it to use? Is it like a standard SSD or premium SSD and standard HDD? These are the virtual machine hard disk type in Azure. Of course, the premium SSD will have higher performance and throughput. Standard will have like a medium. Then HDD model will have less. You can always go to the Azure virtual disk and there is a table that shows the difference between all these. Since it's a lab, I can select HDD. If it is a production, again, depending on the official deployment, they are saying premium SSD. You can select that. I'll go with HDD. That is okay for me because again, the premium SSD's cost is a little high compared to the standard HDD. So this is fine for the lab. Now OS version, this is the backend Linux OS version. Let's select 8. That's the latest one. And then boot diagnostic, you can enable or disable. This will give you a console window if you enable it. That's it. So these are the settings on the virtual machine sizing. Then go to the networking side. This is the interesting piece. Now you can always correlate with this diagram. So here, while deploying the virtual machine, come on, you need to select 2 NIC configurations. So one NIC is here and second NIC is here. All right. So let us select 2 NIC. This is the 2 NIC configuration. Now they are saying choose your existing virtual network that contains 2 or more subnets. So we need to select a VNet. What is our VNet? VNet 1 East US. That's the one first step of first stage we created. Okay. Now first subnet management and VoIP traffic. So this one I am talking about this particular interface. So let's not use 1 and 2. Instead, we will say ETH0, ETH1. Okay. The first one we're going to configure is ETH0. That is what this one, first subnet. And I will be selecting the internet subnet for that, right? As per the diagram, it is internet. So the first in that deployment list is nothing but Ethernet 0, and my Ethernet 0 sits in the internet VLAN. So I selected this internet subnet there. Okay. Now the second one, VoIP traffic only, I'll be selecting my server VLAN. So if I go back to the diagram, this is the second interface, and that is sitting in the server LAN east US. Okay. So 2 NIC I placed into 2 different subnets. Then I need
So AJ, like, how do you define like this is the first one or this is the second one? Like,
I went through a lot of R&D and then I figured out this is the first one and this is the second one.
Oh.
Yeah. So it's purely I initially deployed, then I identified based on the MAC address. Okay, whatever you see on the SBC Ethernet 0, that is nothing but the first subnet. Whatever you see on the SBC Ethernet 1, that is on the second one. So we'll get to know that after deployment. So I deployed that multiple times and then compared, okay, this is what goes there and this is what comes here. Yeah. Okay. So for me, I mean, when you are deploying, you don't need to do that R&D. It's already there. So first one you select in the internet subnet. Second one you select in the internal subnet, server VLAN subnet. Now public IP. So when you deploy anything in Azure, again this picture.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Quick question. Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry.
No worries.
So so at the first, like at the initial case, so like right now you just done the R&D. So at the initial case, when we doing when we doing those IP in like mismatch, like the first one as second and the second one as first.
We can switch it. I mean, once you deploy it in the Azure itself. Yeah, good.
Okay.
Good.
So what is the impact will be there, like actually
You
if
will not be I mean, impact in the sense, what should I say, you don't get access. I mean, you will get to know that when I complete it. Your answer will be automatic. I mean, you will get the answer automatically once we finish this.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
okay.
All right. So we need to have I mean, when you deploy an SPC.
One question.
Okay.
So sorry to stop you. Just one question. So the both of the IPs are private, like
Yes.
the 172.21. So both should be like they are all on the cloud, right? So
All on the cloud. That's exactly my topic is right now. So if you pause for some time, you will get the answers. Once I finish certain part, you will get it. So like you said, all the IPs are private. That's a valid question. So this is a private IP, this is a private IP. And the SBC sitting in the cloud, how do we access it? That's where the concept of public IP coming into picture, this guy. So in Azure, public IP is a resource and you can attach one public IP into a NIC card directly. So what I'm going to do here, and public IP does not sitting in any of the subnet, it is just sitting separately as a resource. So I can request a public IP address, map that public IP address to the IP which is sitting in the internet subnet. So this is what exactly I'm doing in this screen. So you see public IP address, WB AudioCodes. They just added a random name based on my SBC and they are creating the public IP. This window means that they will be creating a public IP, and what's the name for the public IP? WB AudioCodes 01 public IP. And this public IP will be mapped to the first subnet. I will show you that. The reason I'm saying it's not randomly saying, once you deploy it, you can see that correlations. Okay. And if you want a public DNS name, of course you can have it like WB AudioCodes 01 dot eastus dot cloudapp.azure. I mean, it's optional. You can have it, you can open it, or you can open with your own domain name as well. By the way, we need to open with our own domain name. So does this make sense in this screen? What is the networking I need? I selected my VNet. Then for the first subnet, I put my internet subnet. Then second subnet, I put my server LAN subnet. And I also requested one public IP. Clear? I hope it is. Now we'll go and yeah, of course, public IP address will be in the Azure. So I'm going to create it. Then once I click submit button, we'll see what are the components getting created. And this process, what I have followed is called Azure Deployment Wizard. In the Azure Deployment Wizard, we will be answering some questions. And finally, when we click create, all the necessary components required for that SBC will be getting deployed. So we'll see that deployment right now. You can see that progress here. And soon we will see a NIC is getting created, virtual machine getting created, hard disk is getting created, public IP is getting created, all those resources. Now you can ask doubts because anyway we are waiting. Any questions?
So basically, you're going to use the same IP for manage. Are you going to assign different IP for management and
Yeah, we'll come
external
to that.
facing
We'll come
stuff?
to that. So question.
So that's in future. Right?
Yeah, that. So many of the questions are actually coming in future, so it'll be answered automatically.
Got it.
Yeah, anything related to what I have done so far, you can ask. Okay, so here you see here.
We can use. Sorry.
Yeah.
We can use single NIC as well, right, for deployment.
Yeah, single NIC we can do, but our end goal is what? We have something called local media optimization. So for local media optimization to work, we need 2 NIC. And I'll exactly show you why we need 2 NIC when we reach that local media optimization sections.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you look at the wizard, it deployed one public IP address, then some network watcher, storage account, virtual machine, and it is building. You can also see some hard disk. Yeah, there's a question in the chat. H0 is OAMP. Yes, that is H0. H1 for LAN. Yeah, I have a diagram. So
AJ, regarding the public IP, do we have to choose in the Azure itself, or like it will come automatically?
You simply select that Azure public IP address is needed. It will come automatically. During the deployment wizard, right, I selected whether public IP needed or not. There is an option. I mean, I just put that name. That's it. Let me show you in the diagram because we already passed that screen. So here in the document, if you look at this, okay, here. There is a section called public IP address. If you drop down this, there is an option called none. If you select none, nothing going to happen. If you leave it like this, a public IP is getting created and the name of the public IP address will be WB audio code 01 IP. Clear?
Yes. But suppose if we will select none, then like what will happen? Because we will require the public IP mustard for the communication outside.
You can request public IP separately. I mean, you can go to Azure and search for public IP. Then add a public IP and attach that public IP into the NIC. That is possible. You can create a public IP address here. I will show you that because we have a networking discussion coming in.
Okay.
So when I go back,
one unrelated question to this while it's building.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Because see, I don't have any problem of extending. There are a lot of guys also. They might be getting late or something. Okay. So if it is related, go ahead.
Deploying. So usually in enterprise situations, you have primary and secondary SBCs, right? Like HAP in HAP, right? So in your experience, how have you done it in the cloud? Like this is one instance of SBC, right?
Yes.
Do you deploy a second instance?
We can deploy. So again, few networking segments required, and then there should be a heartbeat network also required for that. There is an AudioCodes guide that talks about how you deploy 2 HA pair one HA pair in Azure. I can get to that.
Got it.
It is there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Maybe we can have another discussion in another webinar for AudioCodes HA. Yeah. Anyway, so if I go back to my home and see this deployment is completed, and when I go to my resource group, and this resource group is newly created, right? AudioCodes 01. If I open that, see all the resources for the AudioCodes grouped under here. This is one of the requirements for resource group, right? There was a question, what is resource group? It groups similar things together. So if you look at here, this particular one is the virtual machine itself. This is one of the NIC card. This is second NIC card. This is the public IP address. This is called network security group. Again, we'll be discussing now. And this is called its hard disk. And this is a storage account, diagnostic account. So all those things are associated with one of the virtual machines, which is AudioCodes 01. It's all tagged under this particular AudioCodes 01 resource group. Okay. Now, we deployed our virtual machine. So if I open this, I can see that WB AudioCodes happily sitting in the cloud. It's running. It's in East US data center, and it has a public IP address which is 172.212.52.180. Don't just think all 172s are private. This is a public IP address 172.212.52.180. And it has a private IP address which is 172.168.1.4. Now if I go back to my screen, now this picture makes sense. See, Eth1, you got an IP address in this range 172.21, not 16, did I say 16? Yeah, 21.1.4. That is in the internet subnet. And it also has one more NIC, right? That is not visible here. To see all the NIC cards, you have to go to the virtual machine and then select the networking. So in the network settings, you can see all the available NIC cards, and we can also see which NIC card belongs to which side. So here, this is the first NIC card, which is Ethernet 0, that belongs to SN Internet East US subnet. That is this guy, right? The second one, this one, H0 belongs to Internet East US. And you can also see a drop down list here. That is a Ethernet 1 that belongs to server LAN East US. So that's how it is deployed in the backend. And if I go back to the first one, which is Ethernet 0, I also can see a public IP address is getting attached to it. In this pattern, if you go back and deploy the SBC, this is what happens right now. So you got an SBC, an Ethernet 0 and an Ethernet 1, two NIC cards, and both will be having, of course, private IP address. This will be from the 22 subnet and this will be from the 1 dot subnet. And this guy right here on the right hand side, Ethernet 0, will also have a public IP address attached. That is what we are seeing in the screen. See, whatever you have 1.4, there is a public IP address also attached. Now if I browse this public IP address, I will be able
Can you click on the drop down and show the each one?
Yeah.
Click on it.
You want to click on that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Clear? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is what we have done right now. Now there is a concept called network security group. We just deploy the networks, but what are the traffic allowed to this IP? I mean, now your next goal is that you have to get the web interface of the Azure hosted SBC. Azure hosted SBC is still sitting in the cloud, and the SBC is having this IP address. Here we have it is 172.1.1.4. That's the IP address we got for the SBC NIC card, which is in the internet subnet. And I also have a public IP address. Yeah.
So like while creating the audio codec SBC, so we just mentioned that both NIC cards, and then we just clicked on the public IP address.
Yes.
So but we have mentioned like both the private while configuring the audio codec SBC, right? So how we choose only for the each 0 as only for the public IP for each 0?
That's how the wizard deploys, right? It's not our control. That's how the image is created in Azure. So if you look at this screen, this is the deployment screen what we have selected. So if you follow this step, whatever public IP address you are mentioning here, this will be attached to the first one that you are creating. That's how Azure deploys the image. That's how AudioCodes has created that image. It's not in our under control. I mean, we can change it later. You can remove one public IP address, add that IP address. You can do all sort of things. But using the wizard, this is what exactly we get. Clear?
Okay, got it.
Yeah. While one more request, guys, while I explaining topics, just post your question for some time. At least when I finish the topic, if I ask, okay, if you have question, just we can open up. I don't have any problem of answering, but there are a lot of guys sitting different region, different countries here. They might be early morning or too late. So let us respect their time as well. Okay. Now, my goal is to access the SBC which is sitting in the cloud. Right now, I cannot access with this IP because it's a private IP. And while deployment wizard created, they created one public IP address also. Now, any traffic that I sent, I will be accessing my SBC with its public IP address in the form of https://x.x.x.x. x.x.x.x is nothing but my public IP address. Let me go back to the AudioCodes H0 and you can see this, right? 172.212.52.80. So if I want to access that, I need to pass two blocks. I mean, any request from my laptop. This is my laptop. I'm sitting here through the internet. I wanted to access. The only way I can access that through the internet is using its public IP address. That is that 172.212 whatever IP. So if I browse that IP, my traffic will go all the way till here into the public IP address. It will accept, then it will forward to the SBC sitting within the subnet. So during that path, there is a guy called a traffic police. It will look, okay, hey, I'm getting an HTTP request. Should I allow or not? That is the rule you have to add in a concept called network security group. So for every subnet, we will have to create a network security group and allow what traffics are allowed inside and outside. Okay, that's the concept of network security group. So in this picture, I'll be creating one network security group here. Then you might be asking, what is this? I'll come back to that. So one network security group attached to the internet subnet, another network security group attached to the server LAN subnet, another one for the access LAN subnet. If that is clear, let's go and create it. We didn't create anything for the network security. I'll go back to home and search for NSG, network security group, and there is one automatically created. Ignore this. This has created during the wizard. When you go through that AudioCodes deployment wizard, right? They will default create one network security group, and I'll show you where it is attached. So time being, just skip this. I mean, don't delete it. We need that. So click on create. So the name I have selected for the network security group is in this way. So where is our network security group? Again, this document I will share. So H0, we know that H0 is in the internet subnet, and the subnet name I will be creating is NSG, sorry, not subnet, network security group, NSG, then SN East US. So by looking at the name itself, I can tell that, okay, this is the network security group attached to the internet subnet. Okay, so I take this name. Network security group is basically like a firewall, a built-in kind of firewall. And of course, while creating a network security group, they are asking me to select a resource group, and I will select generic because it is a common entity. So NSG subnet internet East US, that's the name of that. And then I'll also add a tag name. This is optional, by the way. Review and create. Create. Come on. Yeah. So first NSG created. Now we have to add these rules. Okay, I'm not adding right now. Let us finish creation of the NSG and then later we can add. So the second one, this is actually for the second subnet, which is server LAN subnet, and we have Ethernet 1 interface attached there. So NSG server LAN East US. I'm going to be adding that. Network security group, create. Again, generic. Name, review and create. Okay, is there any delay while the screen sharing is going on? Oh, somebody is reporting that there is a delay.
No, it's good for us.
No
Okay,
delay.
all right.
Good.
Okay. All right, so two network security group created. And in the table, you see two more. So when you use that AudioCodes deployment wizard, they will default create one network security group called the AudioCodes, I mean the virtual machine name -NSG. That is what you see. One is automatically created there. Let's see that. We'll go back to all the network security groups. Two of them we created. One is the one that is created by AudioCodes default. Now, the thumb rule for network security group. Network security group can be assigned to the subnet or to the NIC directly. So in our case, we will be attaching all our network security group that we created in these two subnets, right? In this subnet, I will attach one. In this subnet, I will attach one. And whatever they created, the AudioCodes deployment wizard created, it is already attached to the NIC card. To see that, you can go to the one that they created, AudioCode WB AudioCode 01 NSG, and expand the settings. You have two options here, network interface card and subnets. I mean, you can assign every NSG either into a subnet or into a NIC card. So right now, if you go to the NIC card, you can see both interface, our Ethernet 0 and Ethernet 1 are a part of that network security group, and it is not assigned any subnets. So that is exactly this picture mean to say. So I mean, here also you have that NSG. Okay, same NSG attached to this NIC card, which is outside NIC card, the same NSG attached to this NIC card. Our goal is to build an NSG on the subnet level. So our focus is this guy. So we created that. Now let us attach. If you look at this NSG is attached to this subnet. So go back to this NSG.
So while we creating those policy groups, so like sorry for interrupt. So like while we creating that policy group, so we just there is a resource group which is like generic, right? So
yeah.
What we didn't choose for the like why we didn't choose the like
why did we choose generic? Is that the question?
Yeah. Like
yeah. So yeah. So I mean, anything. This subnet is not only for my audio codes, right? I'll be building some web server here. I'll be building some Windows server here, some Linux server here. For all those things, this is common. The NSG for the subnet is common. So I categorize it as a generic one. I mean, there is no rule that you cannot select audio codes or anything. In my way, whatever I feel like a common concept, I will deploy in that generic. That's all.
Okay.
You can even select audio codes. It will work. Okay, no problem in that. Okay, so this is that NSG network security group internet I created for internet. Here is what you see, the inbound and outbound port rules. We haven't added anything. We will be adding it. But before adding it, let us do that attachment towards a subnet. So two ways you can do it. You can either go to the network security group and then go to subnet and attach. Associate. Which subnet I need to associate for the internet NSG? Same internet East US. This is a subnet I am attaching towards the network security group. This is one way of assigning an NSG towards a subnet. And there is a reverse way as well. I can go to the subnet and attach it from there. So for the second one, I'll show you that way. So if I come back here, this is the one I have already assigned. Now there is one more called NSG SN server LAN. So this is the LAN subnet where we see here this guy right here. So I need to attach this one into that subnet. So two options, either I can go inside and then attach there, or I can go to that subnet in the VNet. So go to VNet, then virtual network, select the subnet. If you see here, one attachment is already there, right? Internet one is already attached. So now we have server LAN. Click on this, and then you can attach a network security group here. Both are same result basically. You can attach from NSG to subnet or subnet to NSG. And this one we need to select. This is server LAN, right? So I will select the server LAN subnet here and save. So what I effectively built right now, I created two network security groups. Let me scribble this out. Two network security group, and one is assigned here, this guy, and one is assigned in the server LAN, which is this guy. Now if you look at the image closely, here I am saying, let's focus on this one, second one, HTTPS 80443. So I am allowing HTTP protocol, which is 80 and 443 from all. I mean, I am allowing that protocol from everywhere, so that anyone who tries to access that IP address in a browser, it first goes to the public IP address, then it goes to, I mean, public IP address is already connected here, right? So these two guys are already connected. Then while that traffic goes through that path, it will check, okay, what are the ports allowed here? So it will see, okay, HTTPS is allowed, So let me pass. So that's the table I have shown here for the first NSG SN Internet East US. I need to allow these traffic 5061, that is for Teams communication, will go there. First let us add this one, which is 443 HTTPS. Okay, so how to add that? Go back to our virtual machine. Different ways you can add. You can go to subnet, NIC card, and then add, but I'll usually go to the SBC, then go to the networking, and I need to select H0. So you always keep this in your mind. H0 is the one which is external, and that's where I need to assign rules. So you can see two NSGs here. So first NSG, okay, where is that? Why is it not showing? Yeah, now it came. So this is another problem in cloud product. I mean, it will not be instantaneous. You may have to refresh or wait some time. So if I select the H0 interface of the SBC, I can see two things here. First network security group, that's the one we created, called NSG SN Internet East US, and that is attached to our internet subnet. And what are the rules? There are some default rules. I need to allow HTTPS here. So to do that, you can create an inbound rule, inbound port rule, and then select HTTPS from here. I can put a name also here called HTTPS and save. So what I have done effectively here is any traffic comes to that public IP address. Public IP address will accept anyway everything. Then when it goes to the AudioCodes SBC, there is a first police, which is our network security group on the subnet level, that will allow HTTPS traffic. Now I pass that first gate, which is this one. So my HTTP traffic is passing the first gate, and then it goes to the second gate. That is what it is attached to the NIC card itself. I haven't done this association. It just came by default while deploying the wizard, right? So let's see that. If you scroll down on the same interface, okay, this is H0. If you scroll down, you can see another network security group called WB AudioCode 01 NSG. That is not something I created. It is attached to the Ethernet 0 interface, and they have pre-added rules. I mean, they already added HTTPS. They also added HTTP, SSH, SIP, TCP, UDP, and media. So whatever ports are actually needed for an SBC, within that wizard itself, I mean, in the image itself, they hard-coded and they deployed it. So at this point, HTTPS is allowed here and HTTPS is allowed here. The traffic goes through that first subnet and then goes to the NIC card. And right now, we would be able to access the SBC with its public IP address. To test that, I can simply copy this public IP address, open a new tab, https:// and then paste that public IP address. I would be able to see my SBC live advanced, and then this is certificate warning. We will fix that because we need to install one certificate. Now my SBC is alive. Are we good on this part?
Yes.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah, go ahead.
If there is no NSG for the subnet, and we have the NSG only for the VM, that is still possible, right? We can do.
Yes, possible. Yeah.
So in
NSG. In that case, yeah.
In that case, so HTTPS is still if I configure allow only on.
Yeah, it will still work. His question was, what if we don't assign an NSG here? I mean, we manually created this. Forget about this. There was an NSG already created on the NIC side. Will that work? The answer is yes. The condition for Azure is that you will have to at least one NSG in the subnet level or in the NIC level. One place you have to assign. If you don't have in the subnet level, NIC side, it has to be there. Then whatever rules are there, it will work. If you don't have on the NIC level, it has to be on the subnet level. There should be rules. If you don't have anything, everything will be rejected. So the answer was correct. Even before I configure the NSG on the subnet level, the HTTPS would have been working because those rules are already there. But this is a best practice. Subnet level NSG has to be configured. We will see that requirement again when we go a little further.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
All right, so our SBC is live. Yeah, go ahead.
Can we access this audio codes from our laptop?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, right? Go ahead now. Yes.
Same IP.
Yeah, HTTPS 172.21. Sorry, 172.212.52.180. Come on guys, you can access. This is global. Confirm, fingers crossed. You have to type HTTPS because I have allowed only HTTPS.
User ID password, please.
Sorry. Yeah, that is something I need to configure further, but you guys can access it.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Just joking, man.
So when I log in, this is the user ID that I have used in the wizard, right? Initially in the wizard, I have given a user ID and password. With that, I am able to log in. So my SBC is live. Not yet ready for direct routing, but at least the SBC is live. Now we'll see what is the next thing we need to configure. So if you look at the port rules, we only added this, right? When I integrate with Microsoft Teams, they will be sending the signaling towards 5061 port number. So I need to allow 5061. Then these are the media port ranges, which is again available in the official AudioCodes documentation. They will be using UDP media port ranges 6000 to 65535. And you can see some of them are hidden. Grayed out. Those are optional. I added only necessary ports. Some deployment they allow 80, which is not protected, so it's not recommended to add 80 or SSH. We don't need that. So the bold ones are actually needed. The rest of the things are optional. So I'll only add whatever is required. So we need to allow 5061 on the same port, which is Ethernet 0 on the NIC level, on the subnet level NSG. So going back to the Azure, again we are on the Ethernet 0. We only allowed HTTPS right now. I'm going to be adding another inbound rule, which says, where is my copy? 5061. That's the destination port, 5061. And TCP, it works in sometime in TCP. TLS is always TCP, but I usually say any, and then I'll say SIP TCP UDP. Actually, the SIP TLS would be fine. You just type SIP TLS. So you allowed 5061 traffic from anywhere. So can we make it a little more secure? Because right now HTTPS allowed is from everywhere. That's okay. SIP is also allowed from everywhere. So if you wanted to have more fine-tuned control, you can control this source. So you can select source, then IP ranges, and you can provide Microsoft IP ranges here. I have that in the document. I'm not going that level deep controlled fashion, but there are some IP address starting with 52 something. That's the Teams IP ranges. You can add that. But in my case, I'll just add from everywhere, and then I'm okay with that. Okay, so 2 rules added. Again, one more rule. So this is for media RTP port ranges. So when Microsoft Teams wants to establish an RTP towards the SBC, these ports needs to be opened. So I'll add another inbound rule, and I can give hyphen to add a range. So 6000 to 65535. Then you might be asking, okay, how do you get this port range, which is there in the AudioCodes official documentation. These are the ports they are listening for the RTP media. Of course, the RTP media is always UDP. So select the UDP and then type in media here. I'm allowing media from everywhere towards the SBC. So these are the 3 necessary rules you need. Those are the one which is highlighted as black color here, right? 5061 media and 443. Okay, that's on the Ethernet 1. Okay, now, Ethernet 0. We haven't used Ethernet 1 yet, but we will be using it in a specific situation. So time being, let us add that because we are already in that screen, right? So for that, we need only 5061. That's our SIP port number and the media port number. And I'll exactly show you when we need this Ethernet 1. Time being, just hold on. We just add it, then leave it. And we're going to be using that in another section. So to add rules for the Ethernet 1, go to this place again, filter down for the Ethernet 1. If you look at that, Ethernet 1 is just a private interface sitting in the server VLAN without any public IP address, and I don't need public IP address there. Okay, so here add a rule. This is the server VLAN network security group, and I'm adding 5061. I'll say SIP TLS. You could have selected TCP also here, that's fine, because TLS is basically a TCP protocol. And there also I need the media port ranges. inbound rule. Media is always UDP, so select UDP and type in media. So there are questions that when are we going to finish? We are almost done at the 60% of the entire webinar, another 40 more percentage. That's where all the interesting fun comes in. So hold on. Okay, so these are the rules I have added in the, so this table is there. You can refer that and then build that. And if you look at the default one, all these ports are pre-configured. I don't need to add those. Those are already there. See this thing. In both NIC card, they have added the same network security group. That's where you see this one here also. Here also they allowed everything. So first traffic comes through this and then goes through this. Whatever is allowed here is also allowed in this case. So it eventually reaches the SBC. Okay, so now our SBC is good. What is next? Again, few more fine tuning. Every VM that you deploy in an Azure subnet is having a built-in DHCP server, and it accepts one IP address from that range. So if you look at that, our Ethernet 0 is sitting in the internet subnet, and it got a private IP address of 172.21.1.4. That is okay. But since it is a server, right, sometimes we reboot and then if we shut down, there some other VMs may take that private IP address. I don't want that to happen. So I will hard code that private IP address to this particular NIC card. So 172.21.1.4 should be hard coded for this Ethernet 0. To do that, you have to open that Ethernet 0 network interface. Once you're inside, you can see something called IP config of that interface. And you see here, the 172.21.1.4 is dynamic. So Azure assigned it because we don't need any DHCP server for that. That's how the Azure overlay network works. Sorry, underlay network works. Any VM that you create from the subnet range, it will allocate one free IP address starting from 4. One, of course, we know 1 and last IP will be broadcast and network IP addresses. 2 and 3, Azure will be resourcing for their internal networking. So the first starting range of IP from Azure will be 4. So that's why we got the 4. I have only first VM. If I deploy another VM, that will be 5. So here, all thing I need to do is in this allocation, set it to static and the same IP. You can modify that, but it is okay. I just need the 172.21.1.4 assigned to that NIC card permanently, no change. So that is one extra tuning you can do. This is optional. Even without that, it will still work. But I wanted to make it more secure and a best practice way, best possible way. So we will do it. So one IP address we assigned. We also have one more NIC card, right? So I can go back to the same SBC networking. Now select the second interface, Ethernet 1. Select it and click on the IP config. Here also it is dynamic. Select and set it to static. This is from the server VLAN, that is 172.21.22.4. Save it. So that's one thing. Okay, now let me ask this question. In Microsoft Teams, I added the SBC as a fully qualified domain name. So I added it as wbsbc01 ajcollab.com. How can I map this SBC into this FQDN? Guys, if you're not talking, please mute. Because effectively the Microsoft Teams wants to reach out to my SBC, and the SBC is having only a public IP address right now. So the way we map, yeah, go ahead.
Record?
Yeah, a record, yes. So the way we map that, I mean, when I access this after some time, https://wbsbc ajcollab.com. Right now I'm not able to reach anywhere, but I should be able to reach this particular SBC. To do that, you need to go to your domain name provider, which is again my Namecheap. And within Namecheap, you have to inform if anybody, this is my ajcollab.com, yeah. So if anybody trying to access wbsbc01.ajcollab.com, please redirect those requests into this particular IP address, which is our public IP address. So I can add an error code here coming to the ajcollab.com domain, add an error code. Then host will be wb-sbc01. Okay. that's till here it is fine. You don't need to add the complete thing because you're already in the Azure Collab domain, so this is fine. Then what IP you need to add? The public IP address of the SPC that you're currently in. So this is your public IP address. Add that in the IP address. So what it does is, anyone in the world who goes to wb-sbc.ajcollab.com, they will be redirected to this IP address. Okay, that's how you are making the connection between an FQDN, a domain name, and a public IP address. That's where all the purpose of DNS. Now, what I can do is I can open a tab, then browse https wbspc01@ajcollab.com. The global DNS replication would take a couple of minutes. The DNS rule says that it will be 24 hours, but we don't need to wait for 24 hours. Within few minutes, you should be able to see the same web interface here. So I'm going to try a few minutes. You guys can also try. It is https wb-sbc01.aj-collab.com. I will try to open in a private window. Within few seconds, this will be live. It's all saved, right? Yeah, it's all saved. 172, 212, 52, 180. Yeah, all fine.
Yes, I have one question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Why we need a double inspection when we have a NSG at subnet level? We can delete that default NSG at NIC
we
level,
can.
right?
We can delete. Deleting will work, but I don't want to disturb their existing configuration because they added. Your answer is correct. You can delete that NIC level NSG. It will still work. The reason I added that, I kept it there because it's a much more control, right? So you have two layers of policing. First you filter something, and then you one more filter, then you get into the actual internal VM. So answer is right. You can delete this. It will still work because you're allowing that on the NIC level.
Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, it's working now.
Working. Okay. So where are you accessing from? Your country? From India?
Yeah.
Location?
Chennai.
Okay. So Chennai, the DNS replication is faster, but it's not yet there in Kerala. Okay. Now that's okay. It will come in a minute. We can move on. So that is what we have done right now.
Yeah, it's able to log in.
Okay, you can able to see him. So if I recap sometime, we enable the private IP address, then we try to access the web interface. We map the public DNS name to the IP address in the form of an error code, and it says wbsbc01.ajcollab.com will be resolving to your public IP address. That is what we have done. Now we go on to the next interesting topic, which is SSL certificate. But even before going there, let's see. I wanted to show you in the video, right? Come on. Why my DNS is too slow? Okay, so let me flush my DNS cache. What is that? ipconfig/flush DNS. Okay. Still no? Okay, anyway. Yeah, tell me. I know this will come. This will come. It's okay. We'll move on.
I think Kerala will be less.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bangalore is okay.
We are in the southern part of India, so it takes some time to reach. Anyway, yeah, I'll be working. Let's move on. Anyway, I'm able to access the SPC on the public IP address. So we'll continue configuring things here. So right now, the Microsoft Teams would be contacting SBC right now on this one, and it should be able to resolve because Teams now understand who is wb-sbc01.ajcollab.com. It eventually reaches there. And as we know that, this is our, what is our topology? Yeah, this is our topology, right? The Teams and SBC will be always talking on SRTP and Secure SIP. Secure SIP or anything with the TLS, we basically needs to have an SSL certificate. So what is basically SSL certificate? Let's see that. Okay, there is a concept called SSL handshake. I'm not going to explain that. That'll be too much again. Basically, this is, let me take it the simple way. If you're accessing a website with HTTPS, what effectively happens there? The website is going to send you a certificate which is having a key called public key. So you get the public key. And next message, I mean, you access the website first and then you are sending some message like a user ID and password. All those messages will be encrypted with the public IP address, sorry, public, did I say public IP? Sorry, public key. So let me explain again. So you're trying to access an HTTPS website. The website gonna send you a certificate called public certificate. The public certificate will have a public key. Okay. And next time you are entering a user ID and password on the same website, whatever data you are entering there will be encrypted with the public key. Okay. So how did you get the public key? First you are accessing the website, so they will deliver you the public key in the form of a certificate. Now you are entering something. Whatever data that you enter will be encrypted using that public key and send that to the server. So let's do that here. So this is the server. Forget about XBC or other concept. I'm just accessing an HTTPS website, and this is your laptop. So first you send, there is something called client hello. We can see those in the packet captures. So when you send client hello, server will send you a server hello. Server hello will have certificate. This certificate will have public key. Okay. And now the public key is here. So you know the public key of the server. And now you are sending a data. So you wanted to send some user ID and password there. So you are sending user01 and a password to that direction. And you will be encrypting that with this public key. So it be an encrypted message. Anyone who logs in, I mean, tap your packet, they wouldn't be able to decrypt it. So it goes there. Now it reaches to the server. Now server is having an encrypted message. How to decrypt it? So the rule of public key infrastructure is that when you have any public key, there will be a hidden guy called private key. Okay, that is kept secretly within the server. Any message is encrypted with the public key can only decrypt with its private key. So in the world at this point, the server is having private key. Server send me the public key, and I encrypted my messages using the public key, sent to the server back. Whoever is having this private key can only decrypt it. So in this world, who can decrypt it? Basically only server can decrypt it. That's the whole lot of SSL handshake process. This is a basic thing. I don't want to go deep into that. I have another video, I can send you that talks about all these SSL handshake process. We can even see that in the packet captures. Is this concept clear? How that PKI infrastructure works?
Yes.
Okay. Now go.
Can you tell me once, like, so?
Okay. Let us take this way. Sorry guys, we might extend some time. I hope it is okay for you guys.
Yeah, sorry, Ajay, like I just disconnected here. The power is off, so I just disconnected and rejoined. I just missed it. Sorry.
Oh, okay, that's okay. So here, I'm trying to access an HTTPS website. So every server will have, let's say this way, a certificate, and certificate contains public key, and also the server will have another key called private key that kept secretly on the server. And this public key and private key are mathematically linked. That's where you see Diffie-Hellman algorithm. Go back to old day in engineering school and you can see Diffie-Hellman algorithm and a lot of algorithms for SSL. So using that called relationship, these two keys are associated, but we cannot get the private key from a public key. If I give you the public key, you can't decrypt the private key. With existing infrastructure, maybe supercomputers or something may come in future, they can do it, but right now it is impossible. So two keys are there, and public key is always incorporated in the certificate. I mean, if you see a certificate, you can see its public IP address as well. The moment you try to access that server, this guy will send you this. Okay, and now you know the public key, and you have a message to send back. I mean, you are sending a user ID and password and a password. You will encrypt this with this public key. You means the client. So this is the packet you are going to send. This is an encrypted packet. That means nobody knows what is the user ID, because you scramble that user ID with the public key and you're sending it. So you send that, server got it. Anyone within the internet, if they try to tap that packet and try to decode it, they wouldn't be able to decode it because encrypted. It is encrypted. And who can decrypt it? To decrypt it, once you receive this packet here, you relay that packet to this private key and say, hey, I have an encrypted message using the public key. Can you decrypt it? Then he can only decrypt that user ID.
AJ,
Yes.
a small addition. You said the packet will having a user ID and password is public key, right? But like that, no?
When I say user ID and password and public key, it is not like a user ID and password. It will be some scrambled text. Okay, it will be like XYZ123 blah 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 blah, some scrambled text.
Not like that. I want to say it will be the mechanism packetization with the this algorithm methods, right?
Yes.
It includes the public key and user ID, but the statement that you use, it will be packetized with this public key and the data.
The data will be scrambled. We cannot see, even if you open that packet, of course it is packetized, but if you open that packet, you cannot see user ID from that. It is impossible. It is encrypted. If you're able to see user ID from that, anybody can tap in that packet and see the user, what is the user ID, right?
With this algorithm that client hello and server hello get negotiated, right?
Yes.
Correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So that packet is having that information about user ID and password, but nobody can decrypt it. Only the private key within the server can decrypt it. So when you send it there, the server can understand, okay, I got a packet, let me decrypt that. While decrypting, the key component is a private key. So it uses its private key and decrypt it, and everything is fine. So this is, again, there is a concept called symmetric algorithm. I mean, symmetric encryption, asymmetric encryption. I don't want to go there. I will send you a video that explains all those processes basically. Even there is a concept called session key encryption. Yeah, somebody is asking whether I am recording. Yeah, I'm recording. Okay. Yes, you guys can watch the recording if you're not getting it. Anyway, so
okay, AJ,
yeah,
I have one question that is related to the previous section we just covered. Since we will be talking about media bypass and local media optimization and things like that, so the NSG that you created in the previous section, as per my understanding, the media let's talk about media bypass. In media bypass, the media between the client and the SPC, they are direct, right?
Yeah.
So don't you need to create any kind of allowance for the traffic from the client? Like, for example, if the client is globally distributed, like if they are in multiple locations, so do I have to create some kind of NSG?
Yeah, good question.
Rules
so
to allow?
Yeah, so what I'll do, I'll park this question till we reach that LMO, local media optimization section. Yeah, we'll answer this. Yeah, there are some connection, but we don't need. Answer is we don't need. I will explain why we don't need. Okay, we'll come to that point. All right, so coming back to the SSL, so you know that, so there is a private key and a public key. So right now, the certificate, we know the certificate contains public key and private key, right? Now we need to generate install one certificate on the server. Here the server is SBC. This is our SBC, and we need to have that certificate, public key and private key, all those items. The way we generate all those things called certificate signing request. So when you click on the certificate signing request, we call it as CSR. Two things will get generated. One, public key will be generated, and private key will be generated. Okay, and these two things, the CSR is basically a process of creating two entities inside the server. Private key kept private. The CSR, certificate signing request, will be downloaded, and we can feed that into a CA, certificate authority, and the certificate authority will give you the public SSL certificates, and you install that certificate on your server. That's the process explained here. If you look at the SBC, there is a private key kept privately, and when I click generate CSR, I will show you where is the generate CSR. It generates one private key and keep it there. That is what this. Now the CSR will have a public key, and that CSR we're gonna give this into a certificate authority. 1 second, sorry. We give that to the certificate authority. Of course, the certificate authorities are paid. We can't get certificate just like that, but there is a free alternative option. So the certificate authority will evaluate, okay, I am getting a certificate signing request and they are claiming that they are wbsbz01.aj-collab.com, and they will evaluate, okay, the certificate signing request is claiming that they belongs to this SBC, and let's do some evaluation method, whether verify. Once a verification is done, if it is successful, they will give you two files. One is called your actual certificate, that is what this yellow color. Then they will give their own certificate. So it's all about trust relationship. This certificate authority is a globally trusted entity. I mean, you, me, and everybody else in the world trusting that guy. So this is me here sitting here in internet. I trust this guy. Okay. So when somebody signs a certificate with them, they're gonna give a certificate and a private key. Sorry, and a root certificate. I mean, the CA certificate. Root certificate is nothing but their own certificate. And I will come back to my SBC. Then I will install the actual certificate. Then I will tell the SBC, please trust the root certificate as well. Now, next time when I am trying to access this SBC, the SBC will be sending me the certificate that we just installed. And I'll say, okay, I'm getting a certificate which is blah, 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 blah. And it is signed by the certificate authority. Do I trust the certificate authority? And this is a globally trusted entity. So of course I trust this guy. So of course I will trust the SBC certificate as well. That's the whole process of certificate signing request. But you don't want to go that much complicated. All we need to do technically is that find out a CA vendor, certificate authority vendor, like GoDaddy, Namecheap, they're all certificate authority vendors. For this example, we'll be using something called Zero SSL. They provide 90 days of free SSL certificate. So that is okay for us to demonstrate. So I'll go there. Then all they need is a CSR. So let's see how to generate that CSR. Are we okay on this part? Yes, no, maybe.
Ajay,
Yes.
that AudioCodes SBCs support wildcard SSL certificate?
Yes, it supports, yes. Okay, so on the SBC side, you can go to IP and networking and then security, TLS context. This is the place you install all the certificate. So within the TLS context, you can see a default TLS context. Click on, not edit, click on change certificates. Okay, this is the default certificate that you see. If you open here, you can see that certificate details. Like there is no common name. These are all OS. When you install the OS, they create some self-signed certificate and install it there. So I'm going to replace this. So to do that, all I need to do is come to TLS context and then click that change certificate and then enter a common name here. So the common name will be the same FQDN, which is wbsbc01.aj-collab.com. That's your FQDN, right? So add it there. All other fields are optional. So you can use organizational unit as UC, then company name, AJ, collab, then locality, Dallas, Texas, and US. Optionally, you can add a DNS name here and paste that. These are all optional, by the way. Okay, you can skip all these and just add the common name. Okay, then click generate CSR. And what you see here is the CSR. If you correlate that with the image from the SBC, you generated a CSR that contains a form of public key. And now you send this CSR into a certificate authority. And I will be using a certificate authority called Zero SSL. Let me open that. Zero SSL. It's a free account. You can create a free account and then get license, certificate signed. So if you create an, I don't want to cover how to create an account. It's free. You just go and create it. Click on the new certificate. Then they're asking, what is the domain you need certificate? So I will say wb-sbc.ajcollab.com. This is the site I need certificate. Okay, click next. Then of course the yearly certificate is paid. So I'll go with the 90-day certificates. Nothing on this. CSR. Okay, so it is saying auto generate CSR. We don't need that, right? We already have a CSR. So I'll uncheck this. Then I'll say paste the CSR here. So to do that, I will put this one in the left hand side and this in the right. So here I need to supply the CSR. If you look at the diagram, this is what I'm doing, right, in the architectural diagram. So the SBC is having a CSR. I copy that CSR, giving to the CA. So I'll paste it here and click next. This is fine, encryption RSA. Now they're saying free option is selected. Click next. Now they are asking me, okay, every CSR vendor, right, when you supply this CSR to anyone, I just send this into the certificate authority. They are saying, okay, are you the real owner of aj-collab.com? That's what they are saying. You need to verify that. Please verify if you are the member of the aj-collab.com. There are multiple methods to verify. One, they will say, we will send you an email to any of these email address, admin@aj-collab.com or administrator@aj-collab.com. If you have those emails, just go ahead and accept that. Since I don't have any emails in this case, I can go with the second option, which is DNS. So when you select DNS, what they are saying is go to your DNS provider, which is Namecheap here, then add a CNAME record there. The record should contain this name and this pointer too. Okay, so how do we add that? Again, I'll go back to, oh sorry, where is our okay, I will go back to this and go to Namecheap. So I'll go back to Namecheap, then go to domain list, select your aj-collab.com. By the way, the process is same for all other domain providers. You will find an option to add records here. So now they are saying you need to add a CNAME record. So I'll go and add a new record. This has to be a CNAME record. Okay, CNAME came here. And what is the host? So this will be the host name. And you need to add till that SBC01. You don't need to add aj-collab.com. Some providers will ask you to add completely. Some providers will say, okay, we only need the host portion of it. So Namecheap works on the host portion. So I add till here. Okay. I can skip that aj-collab.com. Then points to will be the target. So copy this and paste it here. Then hit this check mark. So that will be saved. Again, it will take some time to get reflected. So once you have that saved, now I am proving that I am the owner of aj-collab.com. Only the owner can do this DNS changes, right? So the 0xs will understand, okay, they are the actual owners. Let us do next stage. So in this, I'm going to click verify. If the domain name has replicated well, I mean the DNS has replicated well, I can get this verification completed, or else I'll get this warning. Of course, I can try multiple times and within few minutes, this will be working. So I'll go back to my default view. Then keep verifying. Yeah, so this is verified. Congratulations, your domain have been verified. So I am the actual owner of aj-collab.com. Here we are issuing the certificate and we can download it. Yeah, so click on this download option. This will download the certificate. Go to downloads. Open folder. Okay, so here I need to expand this. This is a zip file. What is extract? And let's open that. You can see two things here. One is called the certificate, another one is called the bundle. If I go back to the diagram, they are giving two things, right? One is the signed certificate, that's called the identity certificate or server certificate. Another one is called the bundle or the root certificate. So if you open these two, let me open the certificate first and also the bundle. Okay, so this is the first one is the certificate, second one is the bundle. So the first one is issued to wbsbc.ajclub.com that you can see on the issued to, and issued by, who issued the certificate? It is issued by 0SSL RSA domain secure CA. That's what this guy in this diagram. Okay, this is the certificate authority who issued that, basically 0SSL. Now if I look at the CA bundle, this is the bundle, right? If I open that, that is showing issued to 0SSL RSA domain secure CA and issued by user trust RSA certification authority. That means they have some other level. This CA authority, right? They are going and talking to another CA and getting the certificate and giving to us. So that is their internal architecture. We don't need to worry about that. All we need to see is whether these certificates are matching. You can also go to the certification path. So in the certification path of the identity certificate, you can see this is issued to WBSPC. First issuing level will be this, and second issuing level will be Sectigo. And if you see the certification path, you can see those two layers there, first layer and second layer. So this is like you give the CSR to one CA, they give that to another CA and get that certified. So when they give that, they will give the entire chain. So that is what they call it as bundle. Clear? Okay. Again, that's on the architectural side of certificate. What is the credential to log in?
The 0SSL is kind of an intermediate certificate.
Yeah, it's an intermediary CA provider. Yes. So, okay, that's on the logic, the theoretical concept of SSL, but installing certificate on the SBC will be very easy. I can go back to, okay, before installing, let me see my DNS started working. Why this is still not working? Come on. Okay, let me try in a different browser. I believe it's a browser related issue. I'll try in my Chrome. Hey, come on.
Putting the correct name, just verify the name.
I copy pasted wbspc.ajcollab.com. It's all about DNS. Sometimes it happens for me. CMD.
Incognito window.
Yeah, we'll try that. I'll just flash the DNS again. ipconfig/. I'm putting it correctly. This is the thing. Username and password, I would not be giving username and password because I want to demonstrate that, right? It's not for you to log in. I will demonstrate. Once it is over, you can deploy your own. For some reason,
maybe if you have a virtual machine, try.
Okay, we have a virtual machine here. Okay, I'll try from that. Okay, so what is Edge? Then what happened to my system?
AJ, it's not only your system. In multiple areas, the DNS has not been yet propagated.
Yeah, maybe it takes some time. Anyway, we will move on. But I wanted to show you the difference. Okay, how do I do it?
Change the VPN.
No, if I change the network will change.
To IP address is fine as of now.
Yeah, but what I wanted to show you is that once you install the certificate, now if okay, I got it. See, it takes some time.
Yeah.
So here, I wanted to show you something. See, if I access the FQDN wbspc01.ajclub.com with HTTPS, I'm getting a warning saying that the site is not secure. Yeah, of course it is not secure because I don't have a proper certificate. It says certificate details and these are the certificate details. When any browser tries to see an FQDN there, what they actually do is they will see what you have typed on the address bar, then compare that with the common name. So here what you have typed is wbsbc01.ajcollab.com and common name is something like ACL922 blah blah blah. So these two things are not matching. As long as those are not matching, you will always see this not secure warning. How to make it match? You have to install proper certificate. Now I do have the certificates already. I downloaded it. I can go back to my SBC and inform the SBC that these are your certificate. So how to do it? I'll go back to TLS context again. And the way we install a certificate, first stage will be you need to instruct the SBC that, okay, there is a guy called bundle certificate. This is the bundle. You upload that first. Okay. For uploading that, again, go to TLS context and there is something called trusted root certificate. That's the storage where you see all the bundle certificates. So go there and click import. And it is in the downloads in this folder and select this as all files. Then you can see the bundle. So first you are uploading the bundle into the SBC. That's the reason I just named that uploading. It's not installing. I'm just uploading it. So the SBC is aware about this root certificate. That is one thing we need. So it's uploaded. I can save it. Yes. Oh, sorry, I didn't upload, right? What is? Did I upload? Yeah, uploaded. It's not seeing there. So let's go to trusted root certificate. Yeah, just refresh the page. You will see that. So 0SSL, that root certificate or the bundle certificate, it's now available in the SBC. So SBC is aware about it. Once you're done with that, again go back to the TLS context. Now let us change the certificate. So there's an option called change certificates. This is the place we generated the CSR. Now the CSR is got signed and we have the actual certificate. And this option is to install the real certificate, load device certificate. So I added it. Then again, same folder. Make sure you have all files selected. And now you select the certificate. This is actually for the server. We call it a server certificate or identity certificate. That is also added. You save it. Click yes. Again, go back to the TLS context. And now you have an option called certificate information and verify that this is issued to wbsbcajcollab.com. I'm getting an error warning. That's okay. That's on the other window. Where is my window? Okay. Since certificate got changed, this will refresh. That's okay. I can still proceed. And view the certificate once. I still have this HTTPS warning. I'm coming to that. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, we upload the root certificate first. IP network. Somebody was asking something. TLS context and then now view the certificate information and you can see that the subject common name is wbsbc01.ajcollab.com. That means you have successfully installed the certificate. Now if you go back to your FQDN browsing, this is what you have been doing, right? Just refresh it and the warning has been gone. So you don't see it, though it is HTTP, you don't see that warning. And even if you click here, you can see connection is secure and certificate is valid. When you open the certificate, you can see common name is wb-sbc01.ajcollab.com, which is exactly what you see on the browser itself. This is the reason it is not triggering that certificate error warning. Does that make sense? Yes, no, maybe? Okay.
Yeah.
Now, if I go back to the public IP address based access, right? Even if I refresh, it will still report me that this is not secure. But we know that it is secure, right? What could be the reason? Can somebody say?
Because of the common name. This IP
Yeah,
address
yeah.
in the common name.
So that is common. I mean, if you browse the IP address, browse a server with an IP address, it will always check what you have typed on the address bar. Here it is an IP address, but on the certificate, what you have is a public FQDN. Since these two things are not matching, the site will still report it is unsecure. So the thumb rule is here, when you have a certificate properly installed, thereon always access the device using its FQDN alone. Okay, so here on I'll be accessing the SBC with FQDN only. Okay. Okay. Even you guys can also now access the WBSBC. I don't give the credential right now, but you can host your own and then access it. Now the interesting part is that we completed the SBC option. So we completed.
But for me, still with FQDN
Yeah,
still showing
that
error.
is because the cache, you need to try from a private window, clear all your history and try, it will reload. Because you already have the previous certificate, that self-signed certificate cache, so it reports that. Try to open a new browser, a private window and do it, or clear the history and do it, it will come. Okay, so our certificate generation is completed. We also install the certificate. Now we're going to go back to one step ahead. So let's go to the topology diagram. So what we have done so far is we have all our licensing things done on the 365 side. We hosted our SBC properly with an FQDN and a proper certificate. No other configuration, no routing, nothing, but certificate installed, properly hosted. Ports are allowed. Now, while agreeing with a PSTN carrier, right, we will have to talk to them. So we will go and talk to my PSTN provider, which is Twilio, and tell them, okay, we need a zip trunk from your side. Here is our IP addresses, and tell me your IP address so that we can also send the call. That's a common agreement that we always build when you sign up for a new connection. It can be a different way. I mean, of course, you have to talk to your service provider and tell them, okay, we need a zip connection. Sometimes they will install some MUX or something for on-premise cases. This is purely on the cloud, so only public zip works. So I go and talk to my carrier, which is Twilio, and tell them, okay, what is your public IP address? Give me that. What is your termination URI, and few other things which needs to be configured on my side. In fact, I will also share my public IP address. This is what my SBC public IP address. When you have some calls, you send that. So this is one of the section that only done by ITSP guys, I mean the ISP guys. Since we are covering the entire portfolio, we will cover the ITSP configuration as well. This is not a direct routing configuration. Now hold on all your thoughts on the direct routing. We are now talking to a service provider and purchasing a SIP connection from a provider called Twilio. Okay, that is what I'm going to do. I'll come back to the SBC later, but we need a connection, right? We need a service provider. We need to show, see what is their public IP address where we can send the call. This bridge I'm talking about. So this, I wanted to instruct my SBC that, okay, send the call here or receive the call here. So I should inform the service provider that, okay, this is our public IP address, this is our public FQDN. And also I need to know what is their public IP address so that I can send the calls to. I mean, here I have written that something like wbaj-tw01.pstntwilio.com. How did I get that? Okay, so that is our next task. So we'll make sure the PSTN guys have completed their task, and we are acting as PSTN engineers right now, and then going to the service provider web page called twilio.com. So it's console.twilio.com. When you go there, I mean, you can create a free account. There is a slight limitation, and I will tell you what is that limitation. Mine is fully functional account, so I don't have any limitation on that case. So within the Twilio dashboard, you can go to explore all products. Sometimes you don't see the option or you're looking for in the left hand side. Then here select elastic zip trunking. Oh, sorry, it's asking me to log in. So when you are in the Twilio, go to the dashboard, explore services. You can see all the services offered by Twilio. Twilio, in our case, it's a PSTN carrier. They offer DID numbers and SIP trunking. So basically they give you a SIP trunk, and also they will give you some DID number. Anyone who calls the DID number through SIP, they will deliver that to your destination. So here you can see something called elastic zip trunking. Okay, so if you don't see that on the left hand side, go to explore products and find this. Then you can pin this one to the left hand side. I have done that already. That's the reason I can see it here. So just expand the elastic zip trunking, then manage an IP access control list. So what it does is, in the IP access control list, I mean, the configuration what right now I'm doing, it's purely on the service provider side. It's not the scope of an enterprise engineer. Okay, it should be from the service provider side. You need to talk to them. So they will ask you, okay, we have a firewall here, and what is your public IP address? Because I need to allow you. That is what in Twilio case, IP access control list. Okay. So first let us build an IP access control list. So that is available under Elastic SIP trunking, IP access control list, create new list. So I can call it as WB World Webinar Azure Audio Codes SBC IP. Then I need to put a friendly name. I will give as WB SBC01. And what is the public IP address of your SBC? So what is that? You can go back to your Azure and get that public IP address, which is on the Ethernet 01. Then paste that in here. So this way I am informing my service provider, which is this guy right here. Okay, you need to allow all the communication from my SBC because it's kind of whitelisting. So once that is added, you go ahead and create new ACL. So you allowed the SBC IP address towards the service provider. Now any invite that you send or any SIP signal that you send to the service provider, they kind of accept it. Okay, that is for incoming. Now how about outbound? When service provider wants to send you a call, so we need to create a SIP trunk. That is here in the trunking section. Add a SIP trunk. I have a couple of other SIP trunk. You can ignore that. Create a new SIP trunk, and I'm going to name it WB Azure Audio Codes trunk. Okay, that's the name. Within the trunk, let's see a few configuration items. So we are actually here. Okay, so first we need an access control list that contains the SBC public IP address. We are done with that. Now we created another trunk called WB Audio Codes. What is the trunk name? WB Audio Codes trunk. That's it. Okay, I did not add that. That's fine. So that's the name I have chosen. Then three things there. I mean four things basically. So first one will be enable secure trunking. That's on the general settings, and also enable symmetric RTP. I'll explain what is symmetric RTP a bit later. It's again optional. So if you go to the general settings of the trunk, you can see secure trunking. That is one thing you need to enable. Then symmetric RTP, which is optional. I will explain what is that later on. Save it. So that is first settings you have to do on the Twilio side. Then in the Twilio, there is something called termination. Termination is the place you will add a small tag to identify the Twilio's carrier. I mean, if you look at this, let's go there. This word, right? WB AJ Twilio01.pstn.twilio.com. That's the FQDN you need to send your calls to. So how do I get that? That's on the termination side. So go to termination. Here you can add that name. WB AJ Twilio01. And on the termination, you also need to point the access control list. That is what you created before. Azure WB Azure Audio Codes. Oh, there are two things, right? Which one we created? WB Azure
IP.
This one, right? Yeah. So I added this WB Azure Audio Codes SBC IP. That's the access control list. And when any request comes in, you have to send all the requests to wb-aj-twilio01.pstn.com. When you are building your lab, this is optional. You can, I mean, this can be anything on your own. You can put your name there. You can put Abdul there. So it's fine as long as it is globally unique. It will generate the FQDNs like this. wb-aj-twilio01.pstn.asnburn.twilio.com. All those URIs are actually used to identify the service provider. Okay. So for me, it is good because in my image, if you look at this, WBAJ TW01. wbaj.pstn.tilio.com. This is what it is. wbaj.tilio01.pstn.com. So I can save that. That's on the second one. Now, third settings I have on the Tilio side is called origination. So there is a settings called origination where you need to mention SIP colon wbspc.b, means where do you want to send the call. So any call comes to the PSTN side for the DID, we need to inform the PSTN that, okay, please send that call to our SBC. Okay, so we'll get that on the origination side. So go to the origination. I mean, all this configuration you can skip because it's the responsibility of a service provider engineer. Add a new URI here. This would be the format. It has to be SIP colon and then your complete FQDN. Hit add. So you're done with the origination. After that, the last one, you need to attach the DID number or buy DID numbers from them. So go to the numbers. You can buy number from here. If you already have number purchase, it will be, there is an option to add existing number. So if you are new to this, you can buy a number. It is free. Take a number. Since I already have a number, I will use add an existing number. Then I will be using my favorite number, which is 214-888-3759. Select it. So what I have effectively done here is I created a trunk from my ISP towards my SBC and I attached a DID number there. So anyone who calls that DID, the call will be extended towards my SBC here. Okay, so I have it DID plus 214 plus 1 214 888 3759. So anyone who calls this DID, Tilio will extend that call to my SBC. That is done. In Microsoft side also I said, okay, anyone who calls ** extend your call to SBC. So it is like team side I'm done, Tilio side I'm done. The only pending point will be the fine tuning of SBC to route these two calls. Are we good?
Like AJ, like can you just open that Tulio once, on the access list?
Yeah. Where should I go?
The access list.
Okay.
Thank you for the
yeah, access control list. And the one that we created for this example is WB Azure AudioCodes SBC public IP address. I can double confirm. So I have an IP address here 172.212.52.180. That is exactly your AudioCodes public IP address.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, that's exactly your public AudioCodes public IP address. We are done on this part. Okay. Now moving on to do the final part, which is AudioCodes configuration. So what I'm going to do right now is all these things are configured. I mean, my Teams client is ready. I can log in. The Teams cloud is also sitting there properly. Then my Tilio is also sitting here. Now within the AudioCodes, what I'll do is I have already informed the PSTN carrier, I mean Tilio, Teams. Any call comes in, send it to the public IP address, I mean sbc.wbsbc.azureclub.com. Microsoft Teams will take care of that. And Tilio also I have informed, okay, any call comes to that DID, please send it to that SBC FQDN. So they are done. So all those calls will be effectively landing on my Ethernet 0. Okay. So within the AudioCodes, I need to configure, okay, any call comes through this way, please send that to the PSTN. Any call comes through this way, please send that to the Teams. I mean, I am bridging those two things together. That is what my next goal. Then after that, if a Teams client initiate a call will first land on Microsoft Teams. Then Teams will relay that information to the SBC. Then SBC will relay that information to the PSTN and the PSTN phone will be ringing. That is for outbound. When an inbound call comes, people will call that DID number. Tilio will extend that call to the public IP address of the SBC. SBC will route that to Teams and Teams will extend that to Teams clients. That's how an inbound works.
But AJ, this should be going to Ethernet one, right? Because I believe that is why you have created for for one interface.
That is not for now. That is our media bypass thing. We haven't reached there. Of course, we will use that. This guy is happily living there. Let it be there. I'm not touching it. Time being, I'm only focused on this part. Because
so the same Ethernet port will the virtual port will be using it for both the
Yes.
interfaces?
Yeah, because the SBC is sitting in the cloud, Microsoft is in the cloud, Twilio is in the cloud. So all they need to communicate public IP, they need public IP address to communicate. I cannot send that traffic to anywhere else. So only option I can say that, okay, any communication towards Teams, please use Ethernet 0. Any communication towards Twilio, still use Ethernet 0. Reason being, I have a public IP address there. Okay.
But in the real term scenario, right, like real world scenario, right, we use different Ethernet port, right, because a file from the Teams we want a public IP for.
Let me tell you this way. Let me tell you. That is only used when you have a of course, you can go that way, but the reason, imagine this is an SBC and you have a PBX. Both of them are in your corporate network. In this case, it makes sense. You send your traffic to this one NIC card and one will be public talking to your PSTN. But here, this is not a PBX on-premise, right? This is Microsoft Teams. Teams is sitting in the cloud. So, of course, you can have one more interface and again with public IP address, but that is an extra use, I mean extra cost for Azure. Why do you want to do that? Since Teams can also communicate to this existing IP address. That is my way of selecting design, but it is fine. You can have a different interface to want it to have a separate control. In that case, you still need to attach one interface, or the one that I have here, right? I have a special purpose for this. I don't want to touch this guy right now. But you add another one, then inform Teams, so Twilio this one, team. That is also possible. But it is effectively the same.
Yeah, in a case of a physical SBC, right?
Yeah.
We have to, we do it like that. We map it, that Ethernet port to that IP group, or you can say that IP interface.
Understood.
Right?
But on-premise SBC, is it for Teams direct routing or some PBX routing or CUCM or which scenario you're talking? Teams. Okay, let me tell that again. So in on-premise SBC, imagine this is your on-premise SBC. Okay. Team is in the cloud. PSTN also in the cloud. If we have any one of these in the premise, okay, usually if you have, for example, AT&T carrier, they will be having a MUX here. Then that is connected here. That is okay. In that case, it is fine. You can have one NIC card talking to the AT&T. That is private IP address, because this is MUX and MUX is having a private IP address again here. So that is possible. Then you can use the other one. But my case, my provider is an internet-based SIP carrier. They cannot provide any MUX and connect here. That is not possible. They will say, we can only have public routing. So give me your IP address, we will send it. So I just use one NIC. Oh, sorry. What happened? Okay. So I just use one NIC card. One NIC card. Inform PSTN to send here. Teams to send here. I totally understand that topology. That works. At least one thing has to be in premise. Then it makes sense. Otherwise, still you can do it. I mean, one dedicated one for this and another one dedicated, but it is basically the same. Okay.
Yeah, and you will be covering the message manipulation part, right? Because I believe for every carrier, some sort of, different message manipulations.
Yeah, but not on this webinar right now. Today focus would be local media optimization and local media bypass. I won't be covering that, but we can have that later. Okay. So the end goal is now to configure this guy, AudioCodes, in a way that anything comes from the Teams, please route it to the PSTN. Anything comes from the PSTN, please route it to the Twilio side. And I will be fully using this interface alone. I'm not even touching this guy. Okay. Then why you guys will be asking, why do we need that? Of course, we have a purpose for that. So I'll go back to my SBC. What is it? So in SBC, we have something called Configuration Wizard. Configuration Wizard helps you to deploy the configuration quickly. So I'll go to the Configuration Wizard. And Configuration Wizard is like, it has some predefined configuration for every topology. Most of the topologies, by the way. And they have some configuration updates. I mean, it says the configuration template pack is 2.56, which is currently on the SBC, but the live one will be 2.60. It is always best to have the latest one so that it will have all the new configuration added. So click on the update from remote server. So it goes and downloads the new template pack. Now click next. So here you need to mention the topology. So you are integrating SIP trunk PBX with ITSP. There was a question in if I had Twilio, Genesis, or Teams and a PBX. Everything is possible. Now, today's focus will be on Teams. So IP PBX will be Microsoft Teams. So just type Teams here, and then zip trunk will be Twilio. Basically, you're interconnecting these two things. And there is a network setup configuration called 2-port LAN and WAN, 1-port LAN, 1-port WAN. So I will select 1-port WAN. Reason being, this one, right? The Ethernet 0 is having a public IP address. The reason they are calling WAN is because it is in a public facing presence. So I select 1-port WAN configuration. Though I have 2 ports there, I'm not selecting 2 ports since my Teams and Twilio are sitting in the cloud. They are still external to the SBC. I select 1-port WAN. Okay, so I selected 1-port WAN, then click next. Now you have to configure a few things. Those are available here. I mean, we are basically building this, and this table will help you to configure the SBC. 3 sections are there. One is on the SBC on its own. So it'll ask a primary NTP server and a secondary NTP server. This is public free Google NTP server. You can use this. So I'll copy this, add that in the NTP. And now they're saying, what is a secondary NTP server? I can use time.google.com. So that is this. Click next. Now they are saying, what is your secondary DNS? I can use the Google DNS, which is 8.8.8.8. That's a secondary DNS. Then what is the NAT public IP address? Now they are saying, what is your public IP address that you got from Azure? So I can go back to Azure, then copy this public IP address 172.212.52.180. Come back here and paste it. This is needed. Okay. So here you are mapping your internal IP address, which is 172.1.1.4, to the public IP address that you got from Azure. Azure side mapping is already done, but on the SBC side, you need to inform, okay, when you're sending any traffic outside, don't initiate the traffic from 1.4. Instead, 1.4 should be translated to that public IP address. Okay, this is very much important, otherwise the call will fail. Need to add that. Click next. Now this is our PBX configuration. Here PBX means Microsoft Teams, and few things here. It is already on the table. Microsoft SIP destination. This is always the same for everyone else. This is the same. SIP.PSTN.hub.microsoft.com. That is the SIP server's FQDN for Microsoft Teams. And we need a backup FQDN. They also have SIP2.PSTNhub.microsoft.com and SIP3. In AudioCodes, we have only one option to enter one backup. So this is enough, SIP and SIP2. Then SIP domain will be your SBC FQDN. So Microsoft side SIP domain will be your complete SBC FQDN. Add that. Now regarding the port and protocol, you can keep it default 6000 and 100. 6000 means the media ports start from 6000 and it goes all the way up to 100 means it goes to around 399 something. I mean 100 sessions. One session will have 4 ports, 2 for RTP and 2 for RTC. One session will have 4 ports, 2 for RTP and 2 for RTCP and TCP. So keep it default. This will be giving you certain range. I will show you what exactly that range. Okay, there is a calculator we can do after we deploy this. So this is the media port. SBC will be exchanging its media, RTP media, through this port.
Okay, up to one small question. So for number of session, it depends on the
license
of
the license. Yeah.
Okay.
But I will leave it as like yeah, that is depends on the configuration, but I will leave it like a standard configuration. These are the ranges where RTP can be established. If you don't have that much of session, of course those will not be using, but you have a luxury of using that. And there is a range. Okay, I'll show you that range. When you enter 100 here, there is a calculation. I will show you that calculation, how much port numbers will be coming in. This will be
okay, fine. So
yeah.
So for this particular range, like taken 100, so we are going to assume according to the service provider or according to the queue? Which
according to the team side. Okay, So between Teams and SBC, I am giving 100 session. That means 50 concurrent call. I will show you that calculation. And start from 6,000. It goes all the way 6,000 plus 100. Not 100. There is a value here. I'll come back to that value soon. There is an option to identify that. And for Twilio side, I will say start from 7,000 and go another 50 sessions. So there will be a value here also. That is exactly our next stage. So on the Microsoft side and SBC side, I'm giving your media port number should start from 6,000, which we can see on the debugs as well, and go till 100 sessions. This will be like 6,399 or something. I'll come to that point. Okay. Now transport will be always TLS 5061. That's correct. Make sure you have SRTP here. So this is on the team side of it. Now click next. This will be on the Twilio side. I mean, this section on the Twilio side. If you look at that, they have already configured 7,000 and 100 ranges, right? That is for the Twilio side. Within Twilio, you always refer this table back. We need to add a Twilio termination. So this is my Twilio termination. Your Twilio might be different. So how do you get this Twilio termination? Go back to your Twilio and look for the termination URI. So this one under the zip trunk. Come on. So some people usually copy paste from the document, so they take my URL. It should not be correct. So you have to go to your trunk and identify what is your trunk termination. Then pick that. So mine is WB-AJ-GW01. So this one. Then total FQDN will be .pstn.com. That is what that's what you see on the document, and I'm going to enter that on my SBC side. So on the Twilio side, I will add this, and the Twilio SIP domain is also the same. Whatever FQDN that Twilio gives you, that is the same. And you need to add a backup, which is optional. To get the backup, you can again go back to Twilio and expand this localized URLs, and you can get one backup FQDN for their termination. Get that, add it here. So that is on the Twilio side. Make sure this is enabled, and this is again TLS 5061, and starting port range from Twilio side will be 7,000. I mean towards Twilio will be 7,000. So we are good on that part. Then you can click next, next, and next. So now you are pushing a whole lot of configuration into the SBC with the input that you have given. It will create IP group, a lot of routing rules and everything. So click apply and reset. That will configure the entire SBC, and within 3 to 5 minutes, you can refresh the page and get the SBC with all the configuration. So any doubts that we have done right now? So we have done the SBC routing. Okay. All right, this is done. Yeah.
Number of sessions also depends on the licenses you have, right? Like you'll have to keep it within the number of licenses you have on the audio code.
Yeah, AudioCodes default one, when you host in Azure, they will give you 10 sessions. So I would have selected 6,000 and 10. That should still work, but it's okay. I'll configure with the 6,100, 7,100.
Right. So if you go beyond 10, it won't anyways allow that.
Yeah, so the lab session, yes, if you have 10 concurrent call, it won't work. It will fail.
Got it,
yeah. But in production, you evaluate. Okay, that's when you provide 100 there, that means 50 concurrent call. There is a calculation. Let me get that calculation since we are waiting. Just a sec.
So AJ, in the meantime, just can you show we just added in the SBC, right? The IPv6 and the substring. Can you just show me once,
yeah. Yeah, let me just read this one. Okay, we have configured the total number of media session legs as 100 per direction. I mean every direction there is 100. AudioCodes reserve 4 UDP ports per media session leg, 2 pairs for RTP even and RTCP odd, for 2 for video. I mean up to 2 stream. I mean 1 for RTP audio and 1 for RTP video, and RTCP and RTCP for both. That's how we have 4 sessions. Hence, NAT translation will have this many ports. Okay, when you provide 100, the total number of ports will be used as 6,000 to 6,399. and there will be 50 audio call and 50 video call. That is what the calculation is all about. Okay, now other question was, can I show the zip trunk? This one?
Not this one, like in the SBC, that like we just created, right?
Yeah,
The
HPC is
SBC.
rebooting. It is rebooting. So
Oh, okay.
it will come after some time. I need to keep refresh. It'll take around 5 to, yeah, it rebooted. Now if I log in back, it will have all the configuration applied. Yes.
Yeah, so this will be like a Teams will be in the up approach, right? And that is the Twilio trunk will be in the down approach, right? Like
Yes, so we can change that again. It's just a topology selection. It doesn't have to do anything on the routing part. I'll come to that point. So when you deploy it, it's gonna push
So
all the
previously we just clicked on the administration and then we just added the everything, right? The
Yes.
the IPPBX and the SIP tracking, those information
Yeah.
just added in that.
Yeah, I'll explain. So once you add that, what it actually does behind the scene, it'll go and push the SIP interfaces, media realm, proxy sets, IP group, everything has created. If you are creating all these manually, we will have to learn what is AudioCodes, how to do routing in AudioCodes. Since our focus is on the direct routing side, I just use the wizard to configure. Okay, so it has deployed all the necessary configuration for direct routing to work. And then you can go back to the topology view, and there is a small problem over here. It shows Teams is not up. Okay, ideal scenario will be this green color. So there is a fine tuning section you need to follow. So these are the fine tuning option.
Ajay,
Yes.
in case if we are going to connect the SPC with the Azure communication services, so the concept is the same?
Yes, it is the same.
Right.
You might have that Azure communication services in that wizard option, right? If you select, I think there would be that option. Then first you deploy it. Of course, you have to do some fine tuning. This will not work right now. There are few tunings you need to do, so which I'm gonna cover now. So first thing is NAT translation for Ethernet 0. So when you go to the AudioCodes SBC IP network and NAT translation here, the wizard has configured such an extent, but it is not full. So there is two translation they got added. So let us open the first one. This translation is for Ethernet 0, which is exactly our external facing interface. And they says, okay, the port range, which is 700, and the end range will be 7,399. Those are our, when you say 100, right, that's the range they're going to select. And I will also add this one here. Now I'll tell you, what does this means. So this is a NAT translation. What it does is the Ethernet 0 IP address, which is 172.1.1.4, that's the private IP address of the Ethernet 0 here. This guy, okay, 172.1.1.4 must be translated to its public IP address for every SIP message that originates from this box. Otherwise, what happens if you send an invite, it will have that originator as private IP address, which cannot be, I mean, nobody can return traffic to that. So you are masking that private IP address towards this public IP address for these ranges, 7,000, 7,399. That's the one you are doing. So that is one thing. So these two things you have to fill in. That's on the Teams Twilio side. Now hold on your question. Let me just finish this. For Team side, you need to add one new separately. So that will be again Ethernet 0. IP range will be 6,000 and the end range will be 6,399. Because when you mention 100 ports, which is basically 100 into 2, I mean 100 for video calls, 100 for audio calls, and every call will have 2 sessions. So 100 session, I mean 100 ports for audio calls mean 50 concurrent audio call, 50 concurrent video call. So here also you need to map to the public IP address of the SPC. So go back to here and 6,399. So here what I'm doing is I'm translating my private IP address to public IP address when we are communicating towards Teams as well as towards Twilio side. That's where the 6,000 and 7,000 added. Now there is also an NAT translation for SIP communication, they haven't added this 5061 here. I mean, these are the misses on the configuration wizard. So you cannot expect that configuration wizard will clean everything and configure. There'll be minute changes on that which you have to address manually. So that's the reason I'm adding this here manually here.
So AJ, when you say private IPs, right? These are the private IPs which you have, hosted on those interfaces, the virtual interfaces which
Correct.
you have created.
Correct. Yes.
Trying to NAT it.
Yeah. So the SBC is only aware about its IP address, which is a private 172.16.21.4. That is what Azure assigned to its NIC card. So it aware about that. But that public IP address, right? That's a different entity in Azure. That is there. In Azure side, we mapped it. But in the SBC doesn't know, okay, what is its public IP address. So we have to map it in the NAT translation. So this is.
See that in the SIP interface, right? Like the SIP interface option, right? Or the IP.
Public IP?
No, the private IP.
Private IP you can see in the IP network and IP interfaces. So if you go to the IP interface, Ethernet 0, see 172.21.1.4. It does not know what is its public IP address. So we need to have a mechanism to tell the SBC that, okay, though your IP is 1.4, your actual presence in the world is that public IP address. That is what our NAT translation. That's one of the, that's one of the fine tuning we have to do. So that is one. We are not done yet. Now you have delete.
Abdul, I see like you are using 5061 on Twilio side as well. So
yes.
That is also being used over TLS?
Yes, right.
Okay.
Yeah. So for Twilio to work, I mean, Twilio trust all the certificate vendors. So Twilio trust our certificate. I mean, Teams trusting us, right? When SBC presents that signed certificate towards Twilio and Team side, Teams trust it, Twilio trust it. And any request coming from Twilio will also have their own certificate. SBC default trusted, because if you go to the SBC security TLS, there is something called default CA bundle, and you can see some certificates are already there. So the communication coming from team side would be matching any of this. I don't know what exactly that matches. So we don't need to add those certificates here. It will still work.
And earlier we used to use Baltimore certificate. I think that has expired, right? So
Baltimore, and there is one more, Sectigo, or not Sectigo, Baltimore and
DigiCert.
DigiCert. Yeah, some SBCs, especially Cisco Cube, you have to upload that. But for SBC, we don't need, those are already there in the OS. So we don't need to do that step. Okay. All right, good one. So on the second translation, I mean, second fine tuning, what we need is delete.
Sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt here. The port range you're mentioning, right? 6000 to 6399 and 7000. Can we add it as a single range, single entry?
Yeah, of course you can. You can mention that starting from 6000 to 7399. Yeah, one NAT translation would be fine.
So here we added just for the reference of differentiating. Right?
Yeah, just again, best practice, best practice configuration. Yeah, but it's fine. You can. Yeah, let me go on. So on the Twilio, on the SBC side, when you deploy using a configuration wizard, when you deploy the configuration with a configuration wizard, it will add an extra TLS context. The certificate that we installed is on the default TLS context, right? That's where we have our certificate configured and everything configured. But the wizard has pushed one more TLS context, which is Teams, and we don't need that. So we just go ahead and delete it. Okay, that's it. Just delete it and save it. That's on the second tuning you need. And the third one, classification rule to accept calls from Twilio PSTN. When Twilio sends the call towards SBC, SBC will be always opening its eyes. Okay, what is the originator of the call? If the originator is some IP which is not available in my trust list, I'm going to reject. Let me show you that. So in the signaling and media section, we have something called classification. The wizard has pushed all the classification for Teams to work. If you open one of these, let me show you what exactly classification is all about. This says that any SIP invite coming from 52112 star. So any request that is coming from the team side, that will be always have a 52112 in the beginning. Please accept that. Now they are saying If the IP is 52.113, accept that. If the IP is 52.114, accept that. So they have covered all the team side of it, but they haven't covered Twilio side of it. So the Twilio IPs are available here. You can go to this document, open this docs zip trunk IP addresses. You can see all those IP addresses. And I have seen all those Twilio IP addresses are starting with 54. So I'm going to add a new segment here. Then say source IP address interface. We have only one interface. Source IP 54.star.star.star. That means anything coming from 54, starting with 54, accept those and categorize at Twilio side. I mean, it doesn't make sense for you right now if I explain what is IP group, because we have to understand a whole lot of architecture of audio codes. What is IP group, what is proxy set and other things. So time being, just add this. This is enough on the time, on the fine tuning. So one thing, we added NAT translation, and secondly, we added the classification, and of course the classification need a name. I will call it as Twilio classification. Twilio classification, this is the interface, this is the source IP address, classifying into Twilio, then apply. Now what happens, any request coming from 54 will be also accepted. I mean, you can do R&D, you can delete this and make a call from Twilio side. The call will fail. If you look at the logs, it will say we don't see a classification for 54 IP address. So once you add this, that will get resolved. Anyway, we already added that, so our call will not fail.
AJ, do we need to associate the TLS context which was already there? With
No, we don't need to associate, since it is a default one. We don't need to associate, because if there are no TLS contexts, it will be defaulting to default one, where we have already the certificate configured.
So that is already associated with.
That's
the,
already associated. Yes, yes, right.
In the team IP.
Yeah. Now, three things we have done for fine tuning. I mean, we push the configuration using configuration wizard. Then we perform these three activities. At this point, if I go back to signaling and media, both sides should be, the topology view, both sides should be green. That means SBC is listening towards Microsoft Teams and SBC is listening towards Twilio side. Now the entire configuration for the direct routing, not media bypass and optimization, the direct routing has been completed. Let's do some test call and verify whether the inbound and outbound is working. Before going there, let me take up the topology. So we have done everything here, and from the Teams user, I can dial. I'll be dialing my own cell phone number and see where the call is hitting. All right. Any questions, guys, by this time?
So we delete that like TLS of Teams. So what would happen?
I didn't get the question.
So like we just deleted the TLS of Teams, right? In the SBC.
The call will fail because Teams will be always looking for a certificate on that TLS context. And do we have a certificate installed on the TLS context? We don't, so it will fail. Okay, yeah. Now there is a question, interesting question. What will be the status of the SBC in Teams Admin Center? So if I go to the Teams Admin Center, so far we have seen inactive, right? Even if you add the SBC properly, configure SBC and everything, your TLS becomes active. Let us refresh it. The initial status of the SIP status of the SBC will be always inactive. That is one of the confusing status. That's the reason I have added a new title here, the confusing status of Microsoft Teams SBC. So you go to Teams, go to direct routing, identify your SBC, you can still see that it is inactive, and it'll become active when you make a couple of calls. Sorry, Teams Admin Center, my SBC, it shows inactive, but I can make calls, right? Let's see. That's the fingers crossed moment. I'll open my Teams application. I'm going to be dialing my cell phone number +9194. Let me dial this +919495860708. That's the number I'm dialing. Call. If all goes well, the call will be hitting here. That's my microphone permission. Yeah, I can hear. Calls are coming in. I named it as Tilio DID, that 214 number. I can hear the ring back here, answering it. Hello, hello, hello. I have two-side echo. That means both media established. I disconnected. So the direct routing is successfully working. Let me also dial this number, that DID number, and see whether the call is hitting on the Teams client. So I'm dialing from my phone. Hopefully the call will come. I'll put on loudspeaker. You can see that call is coming in. I also installed the Teams app on my phone, so this is also ringing. Okay, call is coming from my mobile number. I can answer it. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. I can hear that. So we have successfully implemented the Teams direct routing using AudioCodes SBC. Is that clear?
In the classification we added, right? When you added the Twilio one, in the destination you just put as star as default. Is that still okay?
Yeah, that's still fine.
So the classification is only for checking the inbound.
Yeah, it will accept that incoming call. Yes. Now, since we have done, we will be doing multiple calls. This will become active after some time. So ignore this status initially. Once we do a couple of calls, this become active. So this is what the concept of direct routing. We are integrating Microsoft Teams application through an SBC towards a PSTN carrier, then making inbound and outbound calls through that SBC. Is it clear?
Yep, Pedro.
Yeah. We have few more time. We'll be doing media bypass. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, there's one more doubt. Like, so everything is good now. Like, can you show me that wizard that you imported in the SBC, right? Like, I just missed that part. Like in the administration.
Sorry, I will send. Right now, I cannot go back because we still have to finish few things. I'll send you the recordings and also the document. Okay. Now, so let's see. Without any media bypass or without any configuration, just a default direct routing configuration, how the SIP messages looks like. That's where our troubleshooting section going on. So that's our new section. We will go into the troubleshooting section and enable the SIP logs. So that is available on the SBC troubleshoot, logging settings, VoIP debug level, make it detailed so that we can see the SIP messages. And then there is a tool called AudioCodes syslog viewer. Save it. It is available to download. So let's go back to.
Do we need to give the syslog server IP or?
Yeah, I'll show you that. So go to AudioCodes syslog viewer. It's publicly available. You can download from here, tools.audiocodes.com. And this guy, syslog viewer, based on your OS, you can download. I have installed already on my system, so I don't need to download again. Just open it. Come on, syslog. So in this syslog, click on this icon, okay, and this will ask you to enter your SBC name, which is wbsbc01.ajcollab.com. Enter the username and password, and then click connect. Okay, so it is connected. So what you see here is the live logs from the AudioCodes SBC. Since we have enabled the SIP log at VoIP debug level as well, for any call that I make, I will be able to see the logs here. So let's make one more call. These are basically the options ping messages. I'll go back and make one call from Teams to the same number. Yeah, call is coming in. Somebody else is calling me also. Don't do that, please.
ನೀವು ಡಯಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತ ಕಾರ್ಯನಿರತವಾಗಿದೆ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು
I just disconnected. Don't call me, guys. Let me just make it okay. I got a missed call. Whose number is this? It's from UK? Who is that?
It's me. It's me.
Okay. Yeah. Hold on. Let me just collect my logs and then see. So to clean the AudioCodes logs, you can press this one. That will clean up all the log side. Okay, call is coming in. I answered. and I have two-way audio, and I disconnect it from my phone side. Now on the AudioCodes syslog viewer, you can click on this zip flow diagram. Also, you can freeze the window. I mean, it will be keep on coming in. The logs will be keep on coming in. Just freeze it and click on this eye diagram. So this will list out all the available calls. So calls, you will see there'll be a lot of options ping messages as well. You can ignore that. You just identify the number actually there, and that will be the actual call. Okay. So this is a call initiated from 214-888-3759 towards my mobile number. So if I expand this, this is the zip flow diagram for normal direct routing. The IP that you see on the first side, imagine this is the call, I mean, think about this is a call from Teams to PSTN side, right? So the originator will be Teams. 52114 is nothing but your Teams. Teams is sending an invite towards your SBC. What is your SBC public IP address? 172.212.52.180. So it will send an invite. I can see that invite, and that invite will be forwarded to the Tilio side, and 54.172 will be your Tilio side. Few things we need to note on this side. Every invite coming from Teams will be always an early offer. That means you will have an SDP. And let us focus on one parameter here called CIN. CIN basically means Microsoft Teams. Think about this way. Okay, this is Microsoft Teams. Microsoft Teams informing SBC that you should send the media into this IP address 52.115.190.118. What is that? That is basically the media servers within Microsoft Cloud. So Microsoft saying, okay, you have an invite. Here we go. When you return me a media, please send to the media servers within our cloud. That is what this invite is all about. Is that clear? Now, okay, moving on.
Yes.
SBC got that invite. Yeah. So in the invite, if you look at the direction, the invite is coming from Teams towards the SBC. The middle guy is SBC. And this invite contains a particular IP called CIN. That means if you look at the IP, it is not the same, right? The 52.114.148.0 is here. Here it is 190.118. It is, though it is with 52, but it's a different IP. So what Microsoft is saying here is your invites. When you are sending a media back, okay, of course, once the invite and everything is completed, you will be establishing an RTP packet. You need to send that RTP into this IP, which is 52.115.190.118. That is nothing but the media servers in Microsoft Cloud. We call it as transport relays. This is one of the transport relays where Microsoft team is saying, okay, this is your invite, send your media back to my cloud infrastructure. Okay. So SBC will understand, okay, I got it. Whenever I get a media back, I will send that. Now, SBC took that invite and then going towards the second leg, right? So it is extending towards the Twilio side. So when SBC send the invite to Twilio, now SBC says to Twilio, okay, yeah, here is your invite. When the guy answers, please send your media into my own IP address. This is SBC's own IP address, 172.212.52.180. Clear? So let me show you a diagram. Yeah, this is that call. So of course, from the Teams and Teams client, we always have HTTP, so that will not be captured here because we are capturing the logs from the AudioCode side. So what team is saying, team is sending an invite, okay, and SBC get that invite, and SBC will extend that invite towards the Twilio side, okay. While team is sending that invite, they will say, okay, this is what my IP address, you need to send media back to that IP. SBC will say, okay, I'm sending you an invite. When you have a return media traffic, send to my public IP address, okay. That is what we see on these two invite. Microsoft is saying their IP address, SBC is exchanging SBC's IP address. That's on the one part of it.
Okay, Abdul, one thing is here, if you go to the Teams invite, the audio ports we see like they are in different range that we have defined on the SBCs, but in the Twilio invite, they are specifically in the 7000 port. But on the team side, they are totally random out of the port range that we have defined on there.
Yeah, you can yourself answer that because this invite is coming from where?
from Teams.
Teams, yeah. So where is this?
Right below the invite, where you see that IP address, if you see there are audio ports, RTP and S secure AV.
This
Yeah,
one?
there. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
This is the media port, and they are saying 50. Okay. This is not on the SBC side. Tell me this is coming from Microsoft Teams, right?
Yes.
And team is saying you need to send the media back to me on which port number? That is on the Teams relay side. I mean, let me show you this. Yeah. So let's take this, and I have a server sitting here. This is what my media server. Okay. And that IP, that port number is that 500 whatever. So Microsoft say, okay, this is your invite. When you have a media, send back to me on this IP address and this port number. That belongs to Teams. We don't have any control on that. It is not generated by AudioCodes, right? We configured that on the AudioCodes. Yeah, it is not.
Okay, right.
Yeah. So it's coming from the.
Means that Teams will send the random ports, but AudioCodes will listen to that 6000 series.
Yeah, correct. Now,
right.
Now if I take the second one, you can see that. See, it's taking from 7000 range, because I have instructed SBC that when you're sending anything to, I mean, if you are in control, I mean, you are generating an invite, your listening port is 7000 to 100 ports from that range. So it is here.
Right.
And the response also, I mean, this is one way. We haven't finished. There is a return traffic also, right? In the return traffic, we will see the 6000 as well. So one side is done.
One question is there.
Yeah.
So you usually might have seen that in the we try to map from IP group to IP group, right? The numbers which you want to send from one IP group to, for example, from Teams to the carrier trunk.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I saw that you didn't completed that step. Still, it is working.
Yeah. So that's the beauty of the configuration wizard. Configuration wizard will also add routing and IP to IP routing. It is already there. I mean, start to start. I mean, anything comes from the Teams, send it to Twilio. Anything comes from Twilio, send it to Teams. That is what they have done it. So since we have this configuration, I'm not an AudioCodes expert, so I rely on the configuration wizard always. Yeah. Okay. All right. So our first invite has traveled, and it came from Teams, and it went through the SBC and reaches Twilio. So by this time, what we know is in Teams, there is a guy who is listening for the media. This is that guy. Okay. Sorry. See, and this is the IP address, and this is the media port number. Sorry, this one. Yeah. So this is the IP address, and this is the media port. Now SBC has taken and extended that to Twilio. Now let's see the response. Imagine I'm answering that call, right? When I answered that call, Twilio will send a return thing, which is even before answering. This is early media, so we will have
one thing. What is this IP 127.0.0.1?
This one? That's a loopback IP, right? That I always say in the, it's a loopback IP 127.0.0.1. I mean, this is the version number, does not have to do anything on the routing. We can ignore that.
Ignore that. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So when the call is established on the other side, I haven't answered, but during the establishment process, some vendors will send session progress. If you have an SDP in the invite, this is called early offer. So in the early offer, when you see SDP, the carrier is sending a 183 session progress with an SDP. So if you look at that, the carrier is saying, hey, okay, I have a media server sitting in my cloud, which is Twilio cloud. That media server IP is 168.86.139 and 333. And I'm listening on this port, which is 1540. So Twilio said, okay, I'm fine. You have this is the response. When you get the RTP, send back here. And SBC will take that, and it will generate another session in progress towards Teams. At that moment, it's going to select the same port range, which is 6000, starting from 6000, right? This has selected 6016. And SBC say, okay, this is my IP address. If you have the media completed, please send that. So in this transaction, I mean, invite towards this, and then 183 session progress here, what we have done is Microsoft has shared their media port number and their media server IP. SBC is like one-man army. I have signaling, media, and everything me. So SBC shared its IP towards Twilio, and Twilio shared their media server IP, and that is exchanged back towards the Microsoft Teams side. That's exactly why I have this diagram along with some green colors here. So usually we say invite 100 trying, 180 ringing, 200 okay and all. But here if you look at this, keep an eye on this. So I am sending an invite. That invite is having a media IP as this. So when SBC sends the media, SBC always send the media to this, not on the Teams signaling IP address, because within Microsoft Teams there are many servers. These are called media server or transport relays. Those transport relays are actually designed for bridging the media. So SBC will be always talking to the media servers within the Microsoft Teams. That's where you see that a different IP address than from a signaling IP. So SBC has established. Same way, when I see SBC talking to Twilio, though Twilio's IP address is this, but Twilio media server is this. Twilio will also have a lot of media servers here. Those IPs are this. Those are used for bridging the media. So Twilio will say, okay, you don't need to send your media into this IP. Instead, we have a media servers, you send there. That's where the media establish happens from SBC towards media servers of Twilio, from SBC towards media servers of Teams. And then from Teams to Teams client, of course, through the HTTP, they exchange. I don't know these messages. Of course, they also send SDP and all those messages through HTTP. We can capture that. And once that is done, between these, they will establish. So here, if you look at, there are three.
So in case of hold and transfers, the media and signaling within Teams and Twilio talk to each other and handle that?
No, it will not. It will not. We also have addressed those scenario. If you, I will send you that link. There is a deep dive session in the, one second. So in YouTube, if you go, there is a SIP deep dive. Let me search SIP deep dive. Yeah, this one, SIP deep dives AJ Labs. If you search, there is a 2-hour session about all these whole transfer, those scenarios. So review that. So right now we don't have much time to address those scenarios because two things are pending: media bypass and local media optimization. So review this. This will give you that scenario, whole transfer and what happens in that. So all I wanted to share here is for the media. So now we are going towards the media optimizations and media bypass. So look at the media path here. So it is from the Teams client to the transport relays of Microsoft, from transport relays to the SBC public IP address, from SBC public IP address towards the Twilio cloud. So we have a transport relay here, right? So team is always talking to the transport relay. Teams client, when I say Teams client, is always talking to transport relay, and transport relays is extending that towards the rest of the section. The term media bypass means we are excluding this transport relay and instructing the Teams client, please send your media directly into the SBC. That is possible, right? Because SBC is having a public IP address. So why do we need to send the traffic always to the transport relay in Microsoft Teams and then Teams transport relay extend that to SBC, go in that direction? Instead, what if we can directly send the media from the Teams client to the SBC as long as the SBC is available and reachable? Does that make sense? I hope it is.
Yes.
And that concept is called, yeah. Sorry, go ahead. No question?
Not now. No,
Yeah.
not now.
So that concept is called media bypass. Again, there are two concepts in Microsoft Teams called media bypass and local media optimization. What we are going to implement right now is media bypass. So if you look at these two diagrams, when I say media bypass, local media, it's all about media. Forget about signaling. Okay, we are done with signaling, all fine. We can establish the call, all fine. So right now we have seen the call is media is always going through the transport relay. So from Teams client, it reaches to transport relay. You can imagine it's a small server sitting in the cloud. That's a transport relay. And then Teams send that to public IP address of SBC, and then public IP address of SBC sends that to the Twilio. This is the media path at this point. Now when I say media bypass, I am effectively removing this hop. So I don't want to send my media to Microsoft Teams. Rather, I can send my media directly into the SBC. That would be possible because SBC is publicly available, right? Why should I send to Microsoft Teams? Instead, I can directly send to the public IP address of SBC. Is that clear? Does this picture make sense?
Yeah, one small question
AJ,
here.
Yeah, one by one. First guy, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so as we are doing the bypass right now, so let's take an example. Our client is sitting, somewhere around, and the audio code is in an on-prem, not to the cloud, right? Using the public IP, right?
Yeah.
So in this scenario, if I would say so, will I advertise my
Yeah, I got your question. Can I answer that in a minute? Because we have the same scenario coming in. What if the client goes external and internal? But time being, ignore the location of the client. Client can be near to the SBC or client can be far end of the SBC. Doesn't matter. As long as your SBC is having a public IP address, anyone from the world can reach. That's the common thing, right? So right now, even if I'm sitting in my office, even if I'm outside of the office, I still can reach the SBC public IP address. So it doesn't matter about the location, but location is coming into picture when we have going to the next topology. It is there. So the meaning of media bypass, it's always important because even in the Microsoft documentation, it's too hard to understand media bypass and local media optimization. They give some kind of weird explanation. And basically, I did not understand. I spent a lot of time to identify this is how it works. So media bypass means you are not sending your media into the transport relays of Microsoft Teams. Instead, since you already have an SBC public IP address available, you send the media directly into the SBC public IP address and send that to the PSTN. Effectively, you are reducing this round trip time. I mean, you send a media to Teams and Teams send that to SBC and then SBC send that to the PSTN side. So this concept is called media bypass. Not local media optimization, media bypass. Local is not yet. Does that term got clear?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Now with that concept, we say we kept the media local between session border controller public IP address and the Teams client. So it is between the Teams client and the session border controller. Okay, that's how the local media, the media bypass works. Now let's see how to implement that. So when you enable media bypass, it uses a technology or protocol called ICE, Interactive Connectivity Establishment, on the Teams side. So basically Microsoft Teams Cloud will use ICE, Interactive Connectivity Establishment, and the SBC will use a protocol called ICE Lite. And I'll tell you in the logs what is ICE and ICE Lite. So ICE and ICE Lites are basically WebRTC standard. Basically it says when a Teams client initiate the traffic, okay, let's go back to this. So Teams client is having how many presence? So Teams client is having a public IP address, a private IP address, right? So, I mean, let me ask that question. Is a Teams client got a public IP address or not?
Yes, it has got a WAN IP address when it goes out of the router.
Yeah. So anyone who is accessing internet, they will have a public. I mean, it shouldn't be reachable directly on their side, but when they go to the internet, there'll be a public IP address. To see that, you can go to the any web browser, then go for. You can even type what is my IP. It will tell you, or else my favorite one will be ipconfig.me. ipconfig.me will give you the IP address of your machine. I mean, not the local IP. So my IP address 103.94.138.238, which is my home router's IP address. I mean, when I have an internet connection, this is what my IP. When I send any traffic, even if I'm watching YouTube or Facebook or Netflix, whatever, those servers, YouTube or Netflix servers will see this IP address. They don't see my private IP address. What is my private IP address here? Let me open that. Come on. Yeah. ipconfig 172.16.1.192. That's my local LAN IP address. I have that. Plus I also have a WAN IP. Let's call it as a WAN IP. That's a public IP address when you go to the internet. So in this topology, in this diagram, team is having two presence, right? One is on its public IP address when it goes to the internet, then private IP address when it is local, and teams will communicate all those IPs back to the SBC. So let's take this direction. So first invite will be going from teams to teams client to the teams cloud, and teams client will communicate, okay, I have a private IP address, I have a public IP address. Then teams will be sending this invite to SBC. At that moment they will say, okay, there is a private IP address of the teams, there is a public IP address of the teams, and you also have a media transport relay. Transport relay we have seen, right now the invite is only having transport relay. If I go back to the existing invite, what we see, without any media bypass or optimization, the invite that is coming from the team side is just having, I will also explain this in a bit later, but what you see only here is the transport relay's IP address. So it just says this is a transport relay. But when we enable the media bypass, you will see whole lot of candidates here. Candidates means these are the possible IP address where you can establish media. Right now they are very simple. You just send to my media server, I'll take care of it. But the moment I enable the media bypass, Teams client will advertise everything. It's local IP, it's public IP, and all media server IP and everything. So then SBC has to pick the best possible one. Okay, so that's on this side. That is it. Yeah. So that way the media will be always kept between the Teams client public IP address towards the SBC's public IP address. I am totally ignoring the media servers within the cloud. That's what media bypass. How to do it? This is how you do it. And then I'll come back to the host candidates later on. We will collect the logs and see. So what I can do is in the AudioCodes logs, I can export this, export diagram as txt, and then keep it in my downloads so I can share it with later. So this will be just direct routing. Direct routing .txt. That's the normal direct routing logs. So we are done with that. Now I'm going to enable media bypass. What I'm effectively doing there, I will inform Teams, okay, do not use the media transport, directly send to the SBC because SBC is available in public. So how to do that? It's very simple configuration on the Teams admin center. Go to Teams direct routing and select the SBC. So our SBC is, now the SBC status also got changed. You see it got changed because we made a couple of calls, it came active. Go to settings and then edit SBC. This is the guy, media bypass. So I'm going to enable that. And what are the situation I need to enable media bypass? I'll say always. There's also a concept called only for local users, which we can cover later. So I'll say always. No other settings, only two changes here. Media bypass on and media bypass mode always, and save it. So usually when you enable the media bypass, it takes some time to get it reflected on the Teams client and globally. So in order to do that, I'll just go ahead and reset my Teams client. Teams app settings and then do a reset. So now sometimes in the first call, I don't see that is getting picked up, but we'll see.
So this ICE, this can be only will come to into picture if both sides are SIP trunk, right?
Huh.
If it is towards PSTN, if it is some PRI line, then
No,
this
it
is not
won't. It
picture.
won't, because the whole point of media bypass and local media optimization happens only in this side. Okay, we don't care about this.
Yeah, I mean, even if it is one side also, the ICE is coming to picture or not?
No,
In
this
the
side it won't. This side it won't. So ICE is like, it's a capability of the media signaling server which can exchange multiple IPs. If your PSTN provider also support ICE, of course it comes. In this case, in our case, we don't use it. Okay, so where is our Teams? Let us log in and make some calls. And I'm going to reset the logs, so I can click this and then also unfreeze, so new logs will come in. First logs anyway I have saved. Now come on, let's make a new call. Let's see how far we have configured. So to do that, configure media bypass. Yeah, just set media bypass always, that's it. Go to calls.
AJ, have you changed IC light on HBC side?
No, I haven't done anything. I'll show you that configuration. ICE light is already enabled on the SBC side. I'll go to that config. Yeah, since you asked, let's see. On the IP group side, I think it's nice. IP group. Not an IP group. Is it in proxy set? Mute, guys, please mute. Please. There is a settings in ICE lights. Yeah. This is an IP profile. Okay. So go to IP profile. Yeah, here. You can see ICE mode light. Okay. That is came as part of the configuration wizard push, but just keeping the ICE light on the SBC will never make any changes, because ICE light means a client mode. It's a passive mode. When I get it, I will reply it. Since our Teams is not sending ICE candidates, SBC just work as normally. So having this light is already there. It's not a problem. You can keep it. Okay. So here we go. We are going to make a call and see the changes. Okay. What happened? I need to accept that. Since I reset the application, I need to give that mic permission. Call is coming in. Let me answer it. Hello.
Hello.
I can see. Now we'll go back to the logs, freeze it, and generate the diagram. And this is our call. So previously, in the initial invite, we have seen the okay. ICE has not, the local media has not picked up yet, media bypass. I would be able to see a few more things here. Let me make one more call. Sorry. Sometime for the initial call, it won't happen. It's just because of the time. When you reset couple of times and call again, it will work. So let's see. See if it is there. Still no. I need to make a couple of calls, because this is the cloud thing, right? When you do some changes, it will not reflect immediately. So again, I'll clear this. I'll double confirm whether we have all configuration in place. On the Teams Admin Center, all you need is media bypass always enabled. Settings. Yeah, media bypass mode always. Yeah, this is fine. Configurations are fine. Now let's keep calling a couple of times. And
AJ, this media bypass is supported in multi-tenant environment as well?
Multi-tenant in the sense, I didn't get that.
Like in Microsoft Teams, if there are multiple tenants, so in multi-tenant.
Yeah, yes.
Right.
Yeah, it is. Okay, sorry, still not yet. So I'm going to reset that app once again. This is what I have seen. Sometimes it won't pick up instantly, but soon it will. We're almost done, guys. Okay, local media optimization is a small tick. We will change everything into much more optimized fashion. So I want to tell you what difference that media bypass will bring in. Then we move to LMO, local media optimization. I'm sorry we have extended a lot, but this is how it works. How many guys we have? 100. Good. Sorry guys, what's the time up there? Is it too late or early?
1:40 a.m.
Okay, it's 1:40. Yeah, for us it's 1:40. Okay, we will finish around 2 o'clock or 2:15. Anyway, tomorrow is holiday, right? So you can sleep.
AJ, I have certificate related doubt. Can I go ahead now?
Now let us focus on this one.
Okay.
I will address that. Okay. Anyway, I'm not going anywhere. You can catch me on WhatsApp.
Just I was waiting for us. So since we are just checking this, so I was.
Yeah, if I go there, no, the entire. I mean, the only problem is like our discussion will go in a different direction. So,
I do understand. Let's focus.
Let's focus on the IP changes. This is what I wanted to show you in the log. Okay, when the media bypass enabled, what changes will happen there? We have to see that in action, right? It's not just that, okay, I enable media bypass and expecting that call should be media bypass. Let's see, it has to work. See, the Teams client is not having, came in. Fine, call. Call is coming in. Answer. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Yes, this is fine. So when I make the second call after some resets, you look at the invites, the previous invite and this invite got a whole lot of difference, right? Now you see a lot of ICE candidates here. Okay. And let us dissect this ICE candidates. Okay. So here Microsoft says, I'm sending you an invite. When you have a media, of course, in the C in IP address, they are saying, okay, this is my transport relay media server IP address. I'm always available here. I can bridge your media. But look at the ICE candidates here. So let me copy all these candidates till here. What it does, or is my notepad? Okay. So in the invite, Microsoft is saying 3 things. Okay. So one is called host, which is the direct IP address of the Teams client. What is the direct IP address of the Team client? 172.16.1.192. That is what you see on that virtual machine. See, 172.16.1.192. So ICE candidates will have 3 things. One is host IPs, which is the direct reachability here. So wherever you see host, that will be the local IP address of that particular client. This is clear. So here, let me categorize this. Okay. So this is what the host portion, and host portion is having TCP as well as UDP. We can ignore the TCP for this because it's media, by the way. So our focus will be on the UDP. On the UDP, one is for RTP, another one is for RTCP. That's where you see two options here. And this is the priority value. Higher the priority, better is preferred. So here the local IP address is preferred higher because that's the highest number. And there is another candidate called server reflexive IP. This is that server reflexive IP. So let's see what is this. You can see two server reflexive IP. Again, here I will come back to this later. So in the server reflexive IP, it says 103.94.138.238. This is basically means my Teams client public IP or the WAN IP address. This is what we see, right? 103.94.138.238. That's my home router's public IP address. So Teams client is saying, okay, I am available on the public IP address, which is, I am available on the private IP address, which is this. I can be also reachable on this IP address, and my host portion is this. I mean, host is always the same on the client IP address, but my home router or the WAN IP is this. How does it get that? Why it is called a server reflexive? The way it identifies, it's interesting, by the way. So in the Teams cloud, and when the Teams client communicates, this is the Teams client. Of course, this I am sitting in my home and I have a Wi-Fi router. This is connected, and this is connected to some ISP, and they're going to give me that IP address 103. What is that IP? Let me see. 103.94. 103.94.138.238. And this is how I reach internet, right? And when Teams client sends an invite, it says, okay, even before that invite getting established, in the Teams cloud, there is a server called stun. Stun means, what is that full form? NAT translation utility, or I don't know the full form of it. Stun means there is something related to NAT. I don't recall. You can Google it. What is stun?
Session traversal utility.
For NAT, yeah. Session traversal utilities for NATs. So what it does is, my Teams client will ask the guy, okay, I am sending you a request. Can you see my source IP? Yeah, of course, anybody in the internet can see the source IP, right? What will be the source IP? This will be the source IP. And tell me my source IP. So stun will say, okay, your source IP is 103.94.138.238. There is no other way that Teams client can understand this, right? Because Teams client is installed on a laptop, and laptop is having only a private IP. So Teams client will never understand what is my IP. It has to go and talk to somebody in the internet and ask, okay, what is my public IP? Is that clear? Yes or no?
Got it.
Yeah. Since I'm sending that request and coming back through this, and we call it as reflexive. So any server which is sitting in the internet who is having a stun capability, stun protocol capability, they can give you this response. I mean, you can ask, what is my IP? And the stun client or stun server will send, okay, I can see your presence with this IP. So the Teams client will store that, okay, I know my private IP address is 172.16 blah blah blah, and also through a stun discovery I have identified I am also available on this public IP address. Okay, clear? That's what we see here. So I reached out to the stun server in Microsoft and asked me, okay, what is my IP address? And they gave me this, and that's the reason it's called as server reflexive. And you also have another two server reflexive here. That is because that is TCP. We can ignore TCP for media. So this is TCP. Just ignore that. It is the same way, basically the same IP address. So you got your host portion, and then you got a server reflexive presence. That is another way where others can reach you. And third thing is called relay IP. Relay IP in the sense, there is another concept called turn server. So turn server is another server sitting in Teams cloud. Again, this is also, there is a full form for that. You can say that, I don't recall it.
Traversal using relays around NAT.
Yeah, correct. Traversal using relays around NAT. Good. So what turn server is doing that? Okay, if anyone from the outside, if they want to reach you, they can try this, they can try this. If both of them fails, okay, I'm here, you do one thing, you just send your media to me, I will connect that third guy to me. So it's bridging the media. That is what they call it as relay. Okay, it's a relay server. Basically our transport relay server in Microsoft Teams is nothing but turn servers. So turn server says, okay, yeah, you got your presence. If somebody is trying to reach you over the private IP or the public direct IPs, if they are not able to reach you, I'm here to help you. So you send to me, I will bridge that. So they call it as relay. So in our case, the relay will be always Microsoft Teams relay servers. So see this is the relay IP address, and they are sharing the transport relays or the turn server IP address and discovered over the public IP address of the client. That's the reason the full form is traversal utility. What is that full form? Traversal
using relays around
NAT. Traversal using relays around NAT. So this is my client NAT IP. I mean, from my laptop, this is the IP I see when I go internet. So traversal, they are giving me a relay server. Okay, I'm available here. If any of these path is not working, I'm still here to listen. You can reach me. So it basically tells three things. One is a direct IP address, which is host. The second one is reflexive IP address. And the third thing is the relay IP address. I'm sending a whole lot of the information to the SBC saying that, okay, here you go, you take it. And what is these things? So this is TCP anyway, we ignored, and there is, what else? There's also the TCP for that. And I have seen sometime IPv6 also exchange there. Anyway, these are important. UDPs are important. We have this. This is our reflexive. This is direct host, and this is our media turn relay servers. So in that invite, we see all this information after we enable the media bypass. So Microsoft is coming and saying, okay, I am available, or the Teams client is available in all these possible ways. That is called ICE. I am exchanging all the possible ways to reach me back. And when SBC gets that, SBC will see, okay, out of this offered candidates, which is feasible for me to connect based on the priority, is it possible to connect? If yes, I will connect. So what is the priority here? Always the priority preferred will be host, reflexive, and then relay. So if you look at the host, 21 blah 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 blah, this is a large number. So that is highly preferred. Then host will be 16 something, secondly preferred, and this one thirdly preferred. I mean, the last option would be this, because that's how their priority values are. So Teams client will send this, I mean not Teams Cloud will send this to the SBC. Now it is SBC's task. Okay, they are saying I can send media to all these IP address. I need to figure out which is okay for me. So we'll see that figuring out stage. But once the SBC get this, SBC will send another invite to Tilio side. So there was one question, right? Media bypass works on the PSTN side or not? Here nothing, because it just sent its own IP address and they exchange. Then of course similarly from Tilio 180 session progress comes back, and then here is the response for the Microsoft, right? So Microsoft invite sent, and I'm going to send a response back to Microsoft, and I say, okay, yeah, I will give you my public IP address, which is 172.212.52.180. Okay, so let's see offer and answer. This is the offer. Offer is having whole range, and then answer is having just only one. Okay, let's see this in the notepad. So this is what the above one is what Microsoft offered, and below one is what Teams client, SBC replied. Now, like I said, the SBC is always ICE Lite. It is acting as a client. The decision has to come from the Microsoft side itself. So since we have a confusion, right, which one we will select? Okay, there are a lot of IP address here and one IP address here. We need to make a bridge between any of this and this. In SBC side, no doubt, okay, it's public IP address, but what we're going to pick out of this? So Microsoft does one more invite to confirm that. That's what you see, the second re-invite. In the re-invite, Microsoft saying, okay, we will select the client IP address, I mean the stern IP address, which is 103.94.138.238. previously we have seen they are sending the media transport relays, but now teams identified, okay, the best possible ways to connect this guy and the team's client will be using their reflexive IP address, because this is public IP address, this is also public IP address, they are reachable and they have comparatively less priority, higher priority value. Of course, they cannot reach 172, right? Because this is the public IP address. How the public IP address can reach a private IP address? It is impossible. So I ignore the first priority. Then I'll move on to the second priority. I identify, okay, this is available. So let me bridge that. That's the reason team is sending one more invite. In that second invite, they hard coded the CIN IP address as the public IP address or the WAN IP address of the client. And if you compare the first invite and the second re-invite, in the first invite, they are saying, okay, transport relay, that is the first priority, but I also have a lot of candidates. Let's do one exchange. Once we finish the exchange, they said, okay, ignore the transport relay. You can directly send media to my IP address. This is what exactly happens here, right? So I am saying, don't send initial invite. Okay, we will consider Teams transport relay, but final re-invite, I said, okay, let's bypass this guy and directly go to the public IP address of the SBC. Okay, so the IPs being exchanged or selected here will be the public IP address or the WAN IP address of the client, which is 103.93, that IP, this IP, and SBC public IP address, which is exactly we see on this figure. Is that clear? Okay. Interestingly, now the flow progress, I mean the SBC send that invite again. Here it's again one invite comes in, they will exchange that same. Then finally 200 OK and 200 OK, it is saying SBC IP. So the second re-invite and the 200 OK confirms it is a media bypass. I am bypassing the Microsoft media servers and asking the SBC to directly send the media to my WAN router's IP address. So I don't want to go through the relay server. That's called media bypass. Clear?
Right. Abdul, can you do one thing? Can you check the DNS server on your SPC?
It is public DNS 8.8.8.8.
Right, because actually your call is being connected on West US side of the data center of Microsoft.
Yeah,
right. Okay.
That's true. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, now coming back. So this is what those explanation, I mean, host candidates, server reflexive candidate, turn relay candidates. It will offer everything and the priority of selection will be host, reflexive and relay. And since host is a private IP address, we can't establish there. Reflexive is reachable with a good priority, so I selected reflexive. And now we have successfully implemented media bypass. There is one more concept called local media optimization. So this is the current scenario, right? The media is between the client public IP address to the SBC's public IP address. What if I bypass this one again, instead of sending through the public IP address directly into this? Okay. From this figure, you don't understand the hairpinning effect, but let me draw one more figure. Just think about this way. This is my laptop with Teams clients. And this is the SBC. Imagine these guys are sitting in a premise. I mean, let's think about, this is a place where you keep your SBC internal and, keep your Teams client internal and external. Now this is my corporate network. And think about this way, that SBC we hosted in Azure, right? Forget about Azure, it is currently inside your premise. And I left one interface free. I don't have anything. And one interface will be talking to Teams. The same interface will be talking to Twilio. And of course, it has to go through internet, right? So this is our internet. When this client who sits internally sends a media, I mean, I will be exchanging all those media, right? But if I want to establish an RTP packet to public IP address of the SBC, how do? I have to go all the way through my internet and then reach back, right? Even if it is in my premise, to reach the public IP address of any device, I still have to hit the internet. Internet only routes me back, right? Is it clear?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
So if the client is internal, it creates a hairpin effect, right? Though SBC and client is internal, I still have to exit through my firewall or whatever internet router I have, reach the internet and comes back to the public IP address of the SBC. What if I can directly establish this? That is what called local media optimization. So we are bringing the media local if the client is local. Now, next question. What if the client is external? This is the client. There is no hairpin effect, right? Of course, I cannot reach this, so there is no point of sending there. I can reach the public IP address of the SBC and then talks to Teams and whatever side. So if the client is external, SBC should offer its public IP address. If the client is internal, SBC has to offer its private IP address. That intelligent decision from the SBC side, we call it as local media optimization. Normally, the media bypass itself will work for all the cases, but to make it even more better, what we do is, okay, I know the client is internal. Let's keep the internal media internal and external, of course, external. So that concept is called local media optimization. So if you compare all those figures, I have just one figure, one comparison. This is normal routing media. Media goes from transport relays and from Teams to the transport relays to the SBC and then to Leo. If you do one step of optimization, which is media bypass, we are bypassing the transport relays and directly establishing the media from the client towards the public IP address. That is okay, but if the client is internal, it will still work, no problem with that. But if the client is internal, why we still need to send that request towards internet and comes back? To avoid that, we have a happily sitting interface here, a private IP address. This guy is also private. These two guys are, if they are internal, they can establish the media directly with this pattern and then completely avoid. Of course, the media bypass is always enabled, that is needed for local media optimization. In the local media optimization, the SBC will be acting as an intelligent device. It detects, okay, the Teams client internal, let me establish through internal. If the Teams client is external, let me give the public IP address. So that logic or that concept is called local media optimization. Is it clear?
Yeah.
Okay. So
Maybe
let's
in this case,
tell me.
In this case, we need to enable LBR also. In that case, that would be very helpful for LMO.
Yeah. So LBR mean, can you expand? I didn't understand that.
Location-based routing.
No, location-based routing is actually for countries like India, where you have TRI regulations. Only users internal can make the call. If I optimize it, internal user, external user, everybody can make the call. If it is internal, they establish locally. If it is external, they establish publicly. If I implement location-based routing, I'm restricting that, okay, if the client is internal, let him make the call or let her make the call. If the client is external, deny the call. That is what basically called location-based routing. And our focus is not location-based routing now, but that's the concept. So let me save this one so that I can share it with you later. So this is media bypass.txt. Now we are heading towards our last section, which is local media optimization. Let's see how to enable that. So to optimize, to inform to inform Microsoft Teams that we have to have a mechanism that Teams should identify, okay, this guy is sitting in internal or this guy is sitting external. And the way they identify that using two items, which is trusted IP address and the subnet IP address. Okay. Trusted IP address means the public IP address of the Teams client. So for replicating this, we have to do a small adjustment, because so far I was making call from my Teams client, which is in my home, right? Because I'm always external and my SBC is sitting in the cloud. right? So that's the reason we added one more subnet while deploying the SBC. Yeah. So if I look at the topology diagram in Azure, this is what we have in Azure, right? So we have SBC sitting in server VLAN with one NIC card here, one free NIC card here. We haven't touched that. Now, to test the local media bypass and local media optimization, LMO, I have to have a client which can reach this local IP. My home PC cannot reach it, right? I hope you are getting the point. I cannot make my calls to work the LMO from my system because I am external for the Azure network. So to test the Azure local media optimization, the optimization, I'm going to be building one Windows here. One Windows 11 system in my Azure cloud so that they become local, right? This Teams client and this SBC becomes local. They comes in the same network range. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Yeah. So let us go ahead and build that VM. So I'm going to be deploying a Windows 11 fast. Then let us configure because the Windows 11 deployment will take some time. So let's quickly go to my Azure cloud and then deploy one Windows 11. The only reason for that Windows 11 to be deployed there, I need a client which can directly talk to this SBC on its private IP address. That's the only point. So let's go back to Azure and go to Marketplace and search for Windows 11. Windows 11. Okay. And a lot of Windows 11. I was trying the Enterprise N version. Create. Yeah, so subscription, fine. Resource group, I'm going to be placing this one into my resource group VMs. That's the reason I created resource group VM in the first place. Then virtual machine name, I'll say Win01. That's my first Windows client. Region will be, of course, let's place that in East US. Availability zone, I don't need. That's another Azure concept to have redundancy. Trusted, no, I don't need any trusted security. Just keep it standard. Image will be Windows 11. And these are all fine. The size will be D2SV2, which is having 8 GB memory. Let's keep that. Then username, user01. Okay. And public inbound ports, you don't need to allow anything. We will separately allow on the NIC card. So none. Confirm. Select. Now this is the disk. We will select SSD, standard SSD, not the premium HDD. Sorry, premium SSD. This is fine. On the networking, so I'm going to be placing this guy, this Windows client, into my access LAN VNet. So that's where I keep it like a real enterprise setup. So I will say virtual network will be our VNet East US, and the subnet I'm going to be placing will be our access LAN subnet. So of course the Windows 11 system will get an IP address 172.20.123.4. Then how do I access that? Okay, so of course even if I put that guy in this side, I cannot reach it, right? I don't have any reachability if I don't have any public IP address. So what I do is I will also request one public IP address. So this will be my public IP address. Anyone who tries to establish an RDP connection here, it comes this side. Then the connection goes to the Windows client sitting there. Of course, it should pass one NSG. That is what this NSG, and we will allow the RDP protocol there so that we can reach there. Okay, so let us do that way, and we always need a public IP address, then only we can reach there. In a normal scenario, if you are sitting in an organization, you just open your laptop and connect in the same network, you can access it. But here is the weird structure, so we will have to go this way. So I'll say public IP address needed. NIC security group, don't add in anything. Delete the NIC when I delete the VM. Yeah, let's go with that. These are the settings we need. Rest everything you can ignore right now. Let's management, nothing. Then monitoring, nothing. Advanced, nothing. review and create. This will deploy one VM. So because we need to initiate a call from here to see the IP address changes. Create. While that VM is getting created, let's go back to the local media optimization. So for optimization to work, first we will see, okay, what is the WAN IP address of the client? I mean, that will be your corporate network internet IP address. When you open internet and search what is your IP from your office network, what do you see on that? That is your trusted IP address. So in this case, my Windows, the new Windows which is coming, right, this guy will anyway get a public IP address. That IP address will be my trusted IP. So in the Teams admin center, I have to go back to locations, and then this is the thing. There are again confusing things here. Network topology and network and locations. Network and locations are actually used for emergency calling. So we don't have any relation right now for that. We will completely go into the network topology. This is used for detecting whether the client is internal or external. And first, it has to go to the trusted IP address. So first you go to trusted IP address and add all your office public IP address. Every offices will have different public IP address ranges. Take all and then add it here. So I have a couple of them here, but we'll see what will be the VM IP address when I deploy. So I am deploying a Windows VM here. This will have a public IP address. That's the IP address I need to add there. So let's wait for that. Then we'll move on. Otherwise, it'll get a little more confusing.
When we have this corporate office setup, right, we may have VPN, and then if we have Zscaler setup, right?
Yeah.
So in that case, Zscaler may have different IP addresses,
So there is,
public IP addresses versus the other.
So there is a concept called split tunneling. Microsoft itself recommends when you have Teams deployed, all the Teams traffic, you need to bypass your Zscaler, VPN, and proxies. That's the recommended way, but of course some companies won't do that. Then it goes through Zscaler or some of the VPN, right? In that case, that VPN server or the Zscaler will have a public IP address that should be added here. So the public IP address that you add here is the visibility of Microsoft. When Microsoft looks at you, you are reaching Microsoft some way, right? Maybe proxy or VPN or some Zscaler. Anyway, you're reaching Microsoft. When you look at you, what is your source? If you're going through a Zscaler, Microsoft will see your Zscaler IP. So your trusted IP is nothing but that Zscaler IP. If you're going through a VPN and then finally reaching Microsoft Teams, then the VPN public server IP, VPN router public IP will be the trusted IP. And Microsoft says, don't do all these proxying and anything for the media traffic. You do split tunneling. All your normal traffic goes through the Zscaler or proxy or VPN. The media traffic and the Teams traffic bypass everything, send directly to the internet. So in that case, whatever IP you see on the internet IP, that will be your trusted IP. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Okay. And looks like we are not able to move because this VM is not created yet. Okay. Come on. Usually Windows 11 takes a lot of time. This is what I have seen. So when you have that Windows 11, it'll give you a public IP address. You have to go and add that public IP address in the trusted IP range. Teams trusted
I had a
IP.
question
Yeah.
while we are waiting. I had a question for the media bypass. So remember, there were like multiple candidates that were sent to make a decision to SBC. The team sent multiple candidates as options, right?
Yeah.
Why did so there was a re-invite sent with the decision that was made. Teams took that decision, right?
Yes.
Because you selected light, is that why SBC did not?
Yeah,
did not
SBC
take
will
that
never
decision?
take the decision. Yes, SBC is light, acting as a Teams, ICE light. It won't participate in that decision making. It has to come from Teams. And the way Teams identified that, okay, we have to bridge this IP and any of these IP. So of course, this IP cannot talk to this private IP, so Teams ignored this one. Then two possible option is, one is the reflexive, another one is the transport relay. Since transport relay having lesser the priority value, it preferred the higher one.
Right. So if we don't choose light, and if we choose, is there any other way that we don't
No,
have re-invites,
Microsoft.
like SBC can take that decision on its own?
No, it is not a supported configuration. So for Microsoft implementation says Microsoft is the team's ICE decision maker. Your SBC has to be acting as a light only. You cannot make it as an ICE server. So in that case, I haven't seen that, but the documentation or the deployment guide says this is how it works. The teams has to be a decision maker. SBC just shares what it has.
Because if there is some configuration on SBC itself, it would save some invites and some more steps.
Yeah, I got. Yeah,
that would be a smarter way of doing it, but yeah, I know.
Yeah, so you don't want that second re-invite to be coming from that side.
Yeah, because sometimes when you send a re-invite, there are some other configs on SBCs that you have to take to accept re-invites and acknowledge them, right? So there are some more additional configurations you have to do.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, currently there is no ICE concept in the SBC for the direct routing perspective. Of course, SBC will be supporting ICE in the different scenarios. You can enable ICE and do that happen.
Yeah.
Okay, what is my... Okay, yeah, so the Windows... Yeah, go ahead.
One more option. So it is also for the inbound as well, right? When inbound call is
we
to
can.
the team.
Yes, it is also for the inbound. We'll make one inbound call also after this. Okay, so this is your Windows 11 client, which is sitting, logically near to the SBC, and they can talk locally. So its local IP address is this, and the public IP address is this. And if I go to the Teams client, let's add the public IP address. This is the public IP address. I copy this. This is the IP address that you see when you log into the Windows, remote Windows, and go to internet. Search what is my IP. This is what the IP address you see. So that's on the public presence of that Windows client. And I need to add that it's a trusted IP here. So I will add. In a production setup, this will be your office public IP address wherever your client is located. Now this is just a one public IP address. I'll use subnet mask as 32. Then I can call it as Texas office IP. Imagine that cloud subnet is my Texas region. Okay, so you added the trusted IP. So right now what we are doing is we need to implement a mechanism where the Microsoft Teams can understand this client is internal or external. So first it will see when any request comes from the Teams client, it will say, okay, what is the public IP address? And it matches. Oh, okay, I can see a request coming from the Teams client, and I do have that I do have that public IP address added here. So first check is over, and the second check is called network site. So in the network site, we need to give a name like ABC or Texas network site. Let's say Texas network site, and add a subnet here. This subnet will be the local IP address range. So if you look at our topology, we have our Windows client I have deployed in this subnet, right? This is what the Windows client, and their IP will be always 172.21.23.x. So this IP range I need to add. So any request comes to the Microsoft Teams, it will first check, okay, what is the public IP address it is coming from? Do I have that? Yes. One checkbox is over. What is the private IP address they are originated from? They are coming from 172.21.23, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Do I have that? If that is yes, then that check is also over, so that it can understand, oh, this Teams client is sitting in the internal network. Okay. So let's add that subnet here. 172.21, what is that, 23.0. I have already added, that's the reason it is not accepting. Then put the subnet mask here, it is 24.
Not enough to add only the local IP. It's necessary to add both the
we need both because I'll tell you why we need both. We need both basically. Okay. So private IP address range, I have already added, that's the reason it is not accepting. The reason I have added previously, because when you add trusted IP address and the subnet, it takes almost 24 hours to get reflected. That means we'll have to pause our session and then come back tomorrow. So even before the class, I added the subnet range here, This is what the range, same range, 172.21.23.0, that is added. No other configuration, don't touch on any of that. That is not related to the location detection. Then trusted IP address also I have added. Okay, 172, this one. Now if a Teams client fire ups, the Teams cloud or Microsoft can understand, okay, this guy belongs to internal network if that is originated from that side. If it is external, of course, the private the trusted IP will not match, and this will not identify. I mean, it will treat it as an external. I'll show you in the log where we see internal and external. Apart from that, we also need to enable one more thing. Okay, what is that one thing? That's interesting. So Teams client is sending an HTTP traffic initially, and this guy will detect, okay, trusted IP, local IP, all fine, and they categorized as internal. Okay, when they categorize that as an internal, then we will exchange that towards the SBC, and we need to tell SBC, okay, they are internal to the same site of yours. Imagine your SBC in a different site. Though it is categorized as internal, but SBC in a different site, the local IP wouldn't be reachable, right? Are you getting my point? So think about this way. There is also one more SBC here, SBC2. It is also having a private IP address and public IP address and everything. And you wanted to route the call to this one. Okay. But you belongs to Texas subnet, and this guy might be in some of the other location. So we also need to inform the SBC that, okay, you are also belongs to the same sites. Then only that local communication happens, right? I mean, the Teams client is sitting in this organization, or I have reachability, and SBC is also here, they can reach. If the SBC in a different place where I don't have the private reachability, in that case, I don't need to exchange private IP address. So I need to inform or instruct SBC that, okay, you are also belongs to one particular subnet location. So that's where in the network site you can also add additional network site, but I will say this SBC what I have is serving my Texas region. So all Texas region, this is the SBC. So I'll go back to my voice routing, direct routing, and this is the key concept of local media optimization. This is the only way you can inform the SBC that, okay, if the Teams client is internal to a same internal location of yours, you pick the private IP address while communicating. If Teams client is not matching with your location configured on your SBC, then do not send it. Let me show you that. So media bypass on, media bypass always. Now gateway site ID, this has to be the same thing. Now I am telling the SBC that you are also belongs to the Texas LAN site. So anyone who is from that LAN site comes to you, then you guys are local. Any other request come from another subnet which is not there, then you guys are not local. So we should inform SBC as well. Okay, so
what we need to add more subnets here, like, if we have more sites and
yeah, we can add all your organization subnets there, but one SBC will be always serving one specific subnet location, right? I mean, region wise, if you have one SBC, only few guys can locally reach that. So that site you have to add in the gateway site ID. So think about this way. I have an office in Texas and I have clients sitting in Texas. So I added their trusted IP and subnets in the network topology and trusted IPs. Then I need to deploy one SBC in Texas. And while deploying the SBC, I'll say, okay, you belongs to Texas site. That's it. This is needed. Then only the SBC can intelligently take a decision that, okay, request comes from internal, let me send the internal IP address. Request comes from the external, let me send the public IP address, because that SBC has to be switched between internal and external depending on the client location. So you should inform the SBC that, okay, this you belongs to this site. Okay.
So in that SBC, like, what location network topology, like we added that one. Can we add one more there, like, if we
No,
require on that?
only one, because
Only one.
yeah,
So if
but
we have centralized SBC, then
not
this
the
won't
subnet.
work.
Okay, I got your question. So if you go back to the network topology, I'm adding a site. I'm not adding a subnet. So this is one site. I have only one subnet here. If I have one more subnet, I can keep adding those subnet here. Think about this way. Another subnet is coming. Yeah, you can add it here. So in the SBC, SBC, I'm not saying you belongs to this IP. I'm saying you belongs to the whole class, which is the site. Okay. Is that clear?
So the redundancy
I confused
within
with
the
names. Sorry.
Yeah, one guy. Go ahead.
sorry. So the redundancy between within the region, right? Let's have two data centers in one region, and one data center has one SBC, the other data center has another SBC.
Okay.
And I want to load balance between those two SBCs, right? That concept stays the same. Like we select the same site for both SBCs.
Yeah, we are not actually selecting a specific IP address. We select a subnet range here, right? The different subnet ranges can be added.
Yeah, but in the SBC, like you only have one SBC in this topology.
Yeah,
right? If I have two SBCs, do I need to go to both the SBCs and select this site, this network topology under both SBCs to make that redundancy?
Actually, if the SBC works as a HA redundant, I mean, there are two type of
Not
HAs.
HA,
Right?
like two different
ones. Then you have to select. Yes, you have to select.
Okay, because I think you have that concept of priority, right? Priority one
in the voice
SBC
route.
itself.
In the voice route.
Yeah, the voice route. So if you select say like load balancing, so two same priorities, then you have to select on both, right?
Yes, right. Yeah. Yes. Okay. So that's the only thing you need on the SBC side. You have to make sure the SBC is also location aware. Clients are location aware, and the SBC is also now location aware. Once we are there, rest portion is on the SBC side.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm not sure whether I understand that, but this settings is applicable only to on-prem SBC or because the usual...
Yeah, this is ideally for on-premise SBC because only an on-premise SBC local IP is reachable for me, right? If I'm sitting in office, I can reach my local SBC IP address. So it's applicable only in local SBC. What I'm doing is I'm kind of replicating an on-premise setup in the cloud. That's it.
Yeah, I understand, but that's what I'm just having.
Yeah.
Since this is local between
two, and name itself represent that, right? It's local media optimization. There is a local there. So it only applicable when the SBC is local and you guys are also sitting locally within that network. Okay.
And also this subnet we are adding, right? So speaking about the subnets within the VNet. So is it possible between the VNets?
Yeah, between the VNets possible. Yeah, it's all because within my Windows client, if you look at the topology, I can reach. That's the concept of Azure. What is the, yeah. It doesn't matter. Even if I put this Windows here, it will still work because this Windows can reach this IP. This Windows can reach this IP. Anybody else sitting in another subnet, they can. So within the Azure VNet concept, all of them can talk each other by default.
No, one VNet to, if I'm creating another VNet, that is not.
Then you need to do VNet peering. So once the VNet, there also this exchange happens. So the public, private, all those exchange happens. Only if those two guys are possible to connect, then it get connected. So if you have a VPN, VNet peering to another subnet, and then if those guys are able to connect, then it will.
Okay, that is Azure configuration.
Yeah, that's an Azure configuration.
Okay, thanks.
All right, so let's move on to the last piece, which is on the SBC side. So we should, so this is the logic, right? So if the client is internal, SBC should send, we need to have a mechanism where SBC is taking a decision, not on the selection, but what IP address should be exchanged. SBC got 2 IP address now. So let's go back and say, what is my SBC? Oh, it's timed out. So SBC is having 2 IP address, but we were only considering one IP address. So let's go to IP network interfaces. We were always talking about Ethernet 0, which is the IP which is talking to Teams and Twilio and everywhere. It is also having one more IP address called Ethernet 1, which is having a private IP address range 172.21 to 22.4. Now, we should have a mechanism that if the client is detected as internal, SBC should send internal IP, a private IP address, which is Ethernet 1 IP address. If the client is detected as external, it is actually sending Ethernet 0 IP address, but it is not private because you have a NAT translation. In the NAT translation, you are always translating anything on the Ethernet 0, which is your Ethernet 0 IP, always translated to a public IP address. So you need to have an interface on your SBC without any NAT translation. So in my case, I have one interface which is Ethernet 1, and I don't have any NAT translation there. In Azure also there is no public IP attached to it. That is one of the conditions we need to do the local media optimization. So have a network interface with a private IP address. Okay, that I have anyway have. Now second thing, I need to go and create a media realm. Media realm basically means, let's see what is media realm. In the signaling and media, you can go to, where is media realm? Media realm, and you can see two media realm there. Media realm is nothing but it's used for sending the SDP in the SIP message. So if you look at the invite is going from the SBC towards Twilio, to construct this part, right, we use something called media realm. So in the media realm, there will be a reference of an interface. Let's see that. In the Teams media realm, if you look at that, they say IPv4 interface, which is Ethernet 0. Okay, so whatever Ethernet 0 IP address is there, that will be exchanged through that media realm. But then you will ask, okay, our Ethernet 0 is having a public IP address, but why do you see a public IP address here? Because this is SBC public IP address. That is because within the SBC we are doing whole translation, right? Anything that comes for that Ethernet 0 IP address, we are translating that to its public IP address. You can keep it as like, okay, Ethernet 0 is a public IP address in this case. So that is one of the media realm. Now we have one more media realm, which is Twilio. There also I am using Ethernet 0. Teams also communicating to Ethernet 0, Twilio also communicating to Ethernet 0. But in my local media optimization topology, what I need is, I need a communication to be established with this local IP. So I'm going to be creating a new media realm and point the Ethernet 1 interface there. Okay, so add new, and I will say internal media realm. Interface will be Ethernet 1. This is the only place I select Ethernet 1. Okay, and media port range, I need to review that. So this is for team side, right? Yeah, so that is 6000 and then 100 session. Okay, what else we need to configure? Let me just quickly review this. Local media optimization. Yeah, so internal media realm, Ethernet 1, 6100. Yeah, that's it. So you enable that, save it. So you got a media realm, and when do you want to use it? That's a key factor there. So in the IP group is the place where you're pointing the media realm. In the Teams IP group, you can see two things, media realm and internal media realm. So let us edit this. What it means that if the client is detected as external, it used normal media realm, which is the public IP address. This media realm, which is called Teams, you see Ethernet 0 there, that's basically means public IP address. When the Teams client is detected as internal, this is the magic. I will say, okay, you use that internal media realm, which is having the private IP address of Ethernet 1 interface. This is the key fact. Is this clear? Yes or no? Yeah. So that's the switching between detection. So Teams will say internal or external. So SBC can understand, okay, if it is external, ignore that internal realm. I will work with the Teams realm, what is already configured. If I see that the client is internal, let me also use this IP address to establish the media or to construct that SDP message. Basically, we will see that change on the SDP. So the SDP construction is purely based on the media realm, and I pointed that media realm in the IP group. And I also need to enable the local media optimization here. If you scroll down, you can see two things: local media optimization handling. Right now you need to mention that Teams decides. So team is the one deciding whether we need to do a local media optimization or not. And Teams local media optimization initial behavior, select that internal client, and you can switch between these two. You can see IP address is getting changed here or there. So this is the configuration that I have identified to, yeah, oh sorry, internal, yeah. This is the configuration that I have identified to work it better. But based on your network, I mean the local media optimization is purely depending on your network. So different network scenarios you may have to toggle different settings, but this is for the current scenario. This works well. So Teams decide and internal, save it. What else we have? So this is what.
Any idea that why the Teams direct routing mode is disabled, the option?
I don't know. I don't know that.
Okay.
Then what else in the Teams IP group? Okay.
Because we are doing direct routing, so I am just thinking it all works, but
no, that is some different. I mean, AudioCodes got a lot of thousands of settings here. That one doesn't have anything to do here. Okay, so our configurations are fine. Now the only challenge is that I need to make a call from that Windows that we just deployed, right? Where is that Windows? This is the Windows guy. Now I added this trusted IP also, right? This trusted IP is there in my client. Though it is there, usually Teams client will take around 24 hours to get that trusted IP detected properly. So with this settings, even if I simulate the call, that will be still treated as external. We cannot see the client is internal. To make that happen, I have a different workaround. We'll do that. But anyway, let us first log into this system. So to log into this Windows, of course, I am going to connect through RDP, and the RDP protocol will be going through the public IP address and hitting the virtual machine, and then it has no network security group added. Okay, so let us quickly add one network security group for that subnet. Okay, where is my create subnet? Where is NSG? Yeah, I will create one network security group to allow my RDP protocol, remote desktop protocol. Add it, and let us place that in the generic. Name will be this. Review and create. Yeah, we are done, guys. Another 10 minutes. It's all over. Let's see that local media optimization on the logs. Then we'll say good night. Network security group added. Now I need to attach the network security group into that access VLAN subnet. So go back to security group, refresh. Come on. Yeah. Yeah. This is the network security group. I will be connecting this network security group to the access VLAN subnet. So associate and select our access VLAN here. Now if I go back to the Windows VM, I will see how the traffic flows. We should allow the RDP protocol there. So this is my Windows VM. Go ahead and open it and go to networking. And here, it is still not reflected. Just refresh. Yeah. So I can see the NSG got added here, and I'm going to add the RDP protocol from everywhere. So in the service list, I can select RDP, and I'll mention RDP here. Then I would be able to remote desktop into this system. Of course, we have to install Teams client there. That is another headache. We'll do that. So on this public IP address, we're going to connect remote Also here, when you are using RDP to test audio, make sure on the local resources, audio settings, make sure record from this computer and play on this computer. That means my headset and microphone will be also shared through the RDP connection. So whatever I need to play or listen on that remote desktop will be still played on my headset. Okay. Then allow me to save credential. It's okay. User 01 connect. So what I have right now is I have a client which is logically sitting within the same network of the SBC. These two guys are in the same network right now. So in this client, I have to install Teams and then make a call so that we will see the local IP address being exchanged. And if I make the same call from the same user outside, the same thing what we have seen previously, right? The public IP address being exchanged. So let's see that. But installing the Teams client on the system is a challenge. It takes some time.
What is this proxy SBC AJ under Teams?
Yeah,
SBC setting?
that's another concept. If you don't want to peer all your SBC into Microsoft, they gave it as a centralized SBC. They call it as proxy SBC. That will be talking to Microsoft Teams. Behind that, you can keep a lot of intermediate subordinate SBCs. They call it
Like
as
the gatekeeper.
yeah, downstream
Like
SBCs.
media and RTP purpose.
I'm sorry.
Can we say like media and
Yes.
RTP kind of a setup?
Yeah, it's again for optimizing, and yeah, we can have a different discussion on that. By the way, I talk about my training, right? In that we cover that what is local media optimization and those things.
Okay.
I mean, this course I was taking, which is going to happen on October 13th, in that we will cover those things. What is that? Yeah, it's actually a part of LMO, by the way, the proxy SBCs and branch SBCs. Anyway, so let's move on to, this is our Windows client. So first let us install the Teams app here. We don't have Teams in this.
What is the cost of the course, AJ?
It's 18,018 Indian rupees.
Okay.
I will send you the details and summary, syllabus and everything after the session.
You will share it in WhatsApp or will share in the
Yeah, I will share in WhatsApp. And if anybody wants to connect me, this is my number, +91 859 0101 859. Just send me a WhatsApp message. Anyway, you are already in the group, right? So
yeah,
I can connect you from there. Okay, download Teams. Download Teams for Windows. I also need to download Notepad here because we're going to be looking into Teams logs as well. Just one portion of Teams log. Notepad++.
This session is again a bit slow.
Yeah, totally it is slow because it's a remote system. Myself also it is slow. So I just installed Microsoft Teams that is getting installed, then installing Notepad++, also parallelly. Teams app came in. So Notepad++ is just to review one log when we before we finish. So in the Teams client, I'm going to log in with the credential. Now, if I make a call from this system, ideally I should be able to see the private IP address of the Windows and the SBC exchange on the debug logs. But let's try that first. But usually when I add a trusted IP and a subnet, it takes 24 hours. Trusted IP we just added, right? So with that trusted IP, we cannot replicate the call. But what I have done in the past is I have already taken one IP, public IP address from Azure, kept it reserved for me for the demonstration. So that IP I added in my Teams admin center already, even before the webinar session. So we can switch the client IP address in that and do it. Anyway, let's make a call and see how the debug looks like. So where is our...
So AJ, your screen is very slow, honestly. So we are not able to track as you just
Yeah.
right now.
Okay.
We only will be able to see you, not bad. So just a
No.
little slow, please.
How is it right now? This screen?
So we are only able to see your
Oh.
notepad right now. You're dropping down.
We are able to see.
Are you able to see my syslog?
Yeah, we are able to see.
Okay, then
Yes, yes.
that could be your network issue, by the way. Okay, so I'm going to clear the logs. We'll make a call. Sometime it works because of the location delay. Sometime it might not. If it is not, I have a workaround. We'll do that. So let's make a call and see what happens on the logs. Calls are coming in. I answered. Hello, hello. I have both side audio. Oh, my AudioCodes logs are frozen. Sorry, you have to unfreeze this. Call again. Oh, hello, hello.
Oh, hello, hello.
Now let's see the logs. So invite is coming in. Okay, see, when you enable the local media optimization, there is a new header is getting added called XMS user location. So here the XMS user location is treated as external. Though we added our public IP address as a trusted IP and subnet, all we added, but still this is treated as external. So it just worked like media bypass mode. I mean, the public IP address of the SBC and the public IP address of the client will be connected together, just like our previous scenario. But what we need is it has to be internal. To make it internal, the only way we can do that, if you go back to the Azure and Teams Admin Center, and let's go our trusted IP. So what I have done is yesterday itself I have requested one IP address, one public IP address in Azure called, oh, it's all WinIP, 1 second. I have a temp resource group here. Come on. Resource group, temp. in the temp resource group, I have an IP address, win IP. This I have requested yesterday, and then this is that IP. Okay, 172.173. And I also added the same IP yesterday itself. Okay, so that IP is here. The one that we just added is 172.190. That is on the new Teams client. But I had already have a public IP address in Azure. I just added it before the webinar so that I was expecting that the same scenario will come. So what we need is, instead of the public IP address which is already in the Azure audio here in the Azure VM, we have an existing public IP address, this one, right? This does not get reflected properly, the 172.190 IP. I can change this into the predefined public IP address, which is already aware about the Microsoft Teams, so it works well. So to change that, go to networking settings. This will work if we test tomorrow, okay, but I wanted to demonstrate now itself. Go to the NIC card. Then on the public IP address, so see, this is the IP we just added. Once we add it, it takes some time to get reflected. So I also have one more IP address, public IP address that was already added yesterday. So I'll switch that public IP address, which is 173.173. Okay. So save it. And that 173.173 IP is already there in the Teams admin center. So the Windows, I will lose the Windows connectivity right now because I switched this public IP address into a new one. See, that is saved.
So you're saying even if you change public IP, it didn't reflect and it's taking some other public IP for time being?
No, it is still taking the same IP address, but the Teams client, to identify that is internal, the Teams client take 24 hours. 24 hours. That delay time. Yeah. Configuration wise, it's all fine. No problem in that.
Yeah.
If we just leave the setup like this and tomorrow if we test it, it will work.
Got it.
Okay, so I just switched the public IP address of my Windows VM. So I lost the access to the Windows. Now I need to access the Windows in this IP. It is the same device, but just the public IP address changed. Now this public IP address attached to the Windows VM, and that was already added in my Teams admin center yesterday. Now Teams can detect this is internal. So let's make a call after clearing the existing logs. What is it? Yeah. I got the call. Hello. I have the media both side. Let's go back and look into the logs. This is the call. And invite here. Okay. It is still treated as external. Okay. Let's do one thing. Let us collect the Teams client logs and see what is getting detected there. So if you press Alt Control Shift 1 on your keyboard, the Teams client will download the local logs. You can see that downloading the logs. There is a process. We can see whether it is detected as internal or external. Sometimes again, I need to reset the Teams client, but right now we'll see what is going on. The old detected trusted IP and all will be there in the cache. So that could be one reason. Once we do a reset, things will work out. But even before that, let's see where will be that. If you go to downloads, there will be two folders. And what we need is the prod web logs. Extract that. And when you open it, there will be an option called user primary, and within that you can see call debugging. Open this with Notepad++ and search for trusted IP or just trusted. You can see that detection of the line. So here I'll say trust. Okay. So it is saying, let me expand this. It is saying trusted IP 172.173. This is the previous one, right? 172.170, which is the newest one. One moment. Yeah, this is new one itself. 172.173.221. This is the new public IP. I mean, yesterday's public IP address. It is detected, but it says match client public IP address or tenant trusted IP, no match. We know it is match, but it is saying no match. That's only because of the cache. So I can clear the cache and do once again. This time we will detect correctly.
So that the client itself is matching it?
Yes. Yeah, client itself will match, yes. So client will understand its IP and its public IP address. It will ask, okay, if it is there in the Teams tenant, do you see the similar IP as your trusted IP and local IP range? Then keep it as internal. I also need to make sure we have in Teams Admin Center the same IP. 170. Yeah, this IP is there. It's all fine. It's a matter of reset.
So when you configure this on portal and down set or install the app, it downloads all the config for takes the decision.
Your voice was dropping. Say that again.
Sorry. So the configurations that you did pertaining to this optimization, right? That config, when you download or install the app, it downloads all that from the web from the portal and keeps it local.
Keep it local. Yes, right.
I see.
And that reflection is I was talking, right? It takes some time. When you do a new configuration, it will not get immediately reflected. It takes some time. Okay. I will.
This is kind of a device mobility in Cisco.
Yes, similar to that. Yes, right. Let me download or delete the existing logs because we will be downloading again. So I reset the client and again here to make a new call and see if it exchanged the local IPs. From the invite itself, you can understand that whether it is taking or not. Also coming in. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Okay, one more thing. It is still detected as external. Yeah, it's all about the replication, guys. One more time, let me try a couple of calls. Come on. We will see that here. If it is detected as internal in the initial invite itself, you can see that. Yes, still external. Let's do one thing. Let's double confirm the config once again. So on the local media optimization side, first we need to add the trusted IP address. Okay. What is our trusted IP here? Let me also confirm that. Sometimes even if I switch the public IP address here, sometimes it won't happen. I just want to see in the Teams client what is the WAN IP. Should be 173. Yeah, 172, 173. That is correct. So that configuration is okay. Then we move on to the trusted IP. We added that. Then we have subnet. We added that. Okay, we'll confirm that. What is local IP. IP config 172.21.23. So this should be in our subnet range of the Teams admin sender. So I can go back to network site. Come on. Hey, don't do this at this time.
Settings tested.
Yeah, where I was rechecking whether all the configurations are right. Okay. So we have local media bypass always and this LAN site. Yeah. Then on the SBC side, we have to add internal realm, then internal realm in the IP group, and Teams and internal. Yeah, we are good. So configuration wise, nothing to worry on that. It's all about the time, and then if you do a couple of reset, it will work. The subnet is there. I just wanted to make sure the site is pointed in the SBC. Sometimes what happens, even if we save that configuration, the site settings on the SBC will not reflect. Here it is reflected. Okay. Yeah. So I'll take one more. I'll do one more reset and then make a call. That's all about that time delay. This would work.
Yeah, maybe you
So
restart the
reset
wheel.
logs you out and logs you back in.
Yes. Yeah. It cleans everything. This reset cleans everything.
Got it.
Yeah, maybe you need to restart the Windows.
That's one idea. I was thinking about that. Let's see one more attempt. If it is not, of course I will restart.
I mean, there are some appreciation on the chat, Ajay. I want to concur that too. This is really helpful. I mean, amazing. You've
Thank
taken
you.
so much time out of your personal time, right?
Thank you.
Doing
Thanks a
this
lot.
for everyone. It means
Thanks a lot. Happy for that.
No, I mean, the Microsoft documents really didn't talk about a real difference between media bypass and LMO. I mean, the way you explained, and with logs and everything, right? Was superb. I mean,
Yeah. It
I
also
wasn't
covers
really sure.
troubleshooting. Yeah, I
Yes.
agree. Troubleshooting, and there are a lot of steps that you covered, which only
Yeah.
comes with experience, right?
Thank you.
That's good.
Again, the
I
call
mean,
is success. Hello.
we are
Yeah.
worth staying up to 3 o'clock.
Yeah, I know we are hitting 3 o'clock. Oh, what happened? So once
AJ, recording is available, right?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, cool.
Session limit reached on the SBC. So this happens when you have multiple sessions on the SBC side, but you can increase that. See, if I log into, where is my SBC? Yeah. Administration and user, there is a limit of user login. This is set as 2. Web session limit, let's set it to 10. So if you have some cached information there, you wouldn't be able to log in. That's the error we see here. Connect again. Yeah, we are in. Now, here is the truth moment. Make the call. Yeah, it worked.
Yeah, I could say
Hello.
internal there.
Hello. I have the two media, and then let's generate that. So if you look at here, the initial invite comes in. It has three key elements, two key elements by the way. One is MS user location. It is internal. And what is the site? Texas LAN subnet. So it identified the location and added two zip headers, which is MXS user XMS user location and XMS user site. So the Teams cloud is able to detect, oh, okay, this client is actually coming from internal. So it shared all its IP addresses, right? I mean, what is it public IP address? What is the media, reflexive IP, and then local IP towards the SBC side. And SBC generates another invite, goes towards the Telio side. We are not bothered about this one. When SBC comes back, see this difference. When SBC comes back to the Teams, it says, okay, this is what my media IP, which is 172.21.22.4. That is exactly our local IP address here, 22.4. So I am saying, please send the media into this IP address. So the first invite and the 183 session progress. In session progress, I am saying, okay, send to this one. And again, there should be, of course, another one more invite because we need to agree on certain things, right? So Teams will send another invite. In that invite, they will also hard code it to its private IP address. So 172.21.23.4, it's nothing but the client IP address here. We can see that. The Windows IP address, IP config. So 172.21.23.4, that's the Windows client IP. So in the initial invite, I am sharing everything, including the reflexive IP, relay IP, and the private IP. And then I wait for SBC. Since I am sending this invite with these two headers, it is internal and the location. My SBC is also sitting on the same location. So SBC intelligently understand, oh, okay, I need to exchange my private IP address in this case. So that's the reason in the 180 session progress, they're going to send Ethernet 1 IP address, basically this IP address. Then Teams do one more iteration. I mean, they need to filter out. Okay, so I'm fine. I will send you to that. So Teams client, please establish into this one. So Teams client say, okay, 172.21.23.4. So those are the two IP addresses. You can see always in the initial invites. Sorry, first 200 okay and the second invite. And again, SBC is confirming the same IP address, which is their private. So the communication here happens between two private IP address, which is 172.21.22.4 and then 23.4. Those are the two IP addresses. So this
22.4 is the
Ethernet 1 IP. 22.4 is our SBC's Ethernet 1. Let me show you that. If you go to SBC IP network, the Ethernet 1, we haven't touched that guy, right? This is one. This is the one. Ethernet 1. This is the 22.4. So SBC says, okay, yeah, I understand your invite is coming from an internal source. You take it this media realm. So how that happens? Because in the media realm, I have a new media realm configured for Ethernet 1, and that is added in the IP group. Yeah. So I'm saying when the Teams establishes, if it is detected as internal, send the internal realm. If it is detected as external, always use the public IP address. So what I want to do right now is I'll move this user into the external. I mean, I'll call from my side and see what happens. So let me save this. This is the log for.
And AJ, on the the second invite which you have received, right?
Yeah.
So that is basically showing the private IP of the client, right?
Yes, right. Let me save this. I'll go back. LMO. This is LMO logs, local media optimization.
So basically, both setting LMO and media bypass will work together.
Yes,
when
right.
It detects internal,
Exactly.
it is LMO. When it detects external, it is media bypass.
Yeah. So media bypass has to be enabled first. That's the first configuration. Then this adjustment to make that local bridging. So that's a new, I mean, that's a logical configuration we apply on
More on a
that.
optimization
Correct.
perspective.
Yeah. Instead of going through the internet and coming back to the same SBC, what if we can directly bridge that? So this is on the internal side when a client is calling. So you can see these things, right? This header and this header. Now let me make one last call. That will be the client who is outside. I can dial that from my system itself. So I'll clear the logs. So LMO logs when the user is outside. So I'm making the call from the first test client, which is this. So in this case, we will see only that media bypass, what is the public IP address of the client and the SBC. We'll see that.
It should say external and
yeah, it will say external.
Yeah,
We'll see. Of course, it will say external. It has to say external. Initial invite, it shows external. So when it is external, the SBC will never send its private IP address. See, that is on the session progress. SBC is saying public IP address 172.192.50.180. That's the same public IP of the SBC. And then client is saying, okay, let's agree on that. Home, this is my home IP address at 103.94, right? That's my home IP address. So Teams client sitting in my home says SBC, okay, I will directly establish to you. You give me your public IP if I am external. If I am internal, altogether different story, right? They will exchange their private IP address. So without any configuration changes, that dynamically that works. Okay, the user is internal or external. Is that clear?
Sorry, one last question.
Yeah.
I mean, did we really feel like, will this LMO and, media bypass, is it really making any difference from a network performance perspective or call delay or any others?
I can clearly tell that from my voice itself. So the optimized call, right? I can see clear voice there. So of course it will feel, and this is used for the organization where you have a complicated network, and optimization is always good, right? See, think about this. Media is transmitting from your end, going through all the way to the nearest transport relay, which is Microsoft transport relay.
Anyway, right?
Yeah.
Test part always welcome.
Yeah, and coming back will always add a delay. Plus, it will also consume your bandwidth, right? It has to go and come back. So, what if you can directly establish? So that's the local media optimization. So I always think about when you are deploying this. Again, this is highly network complicated. If you have a complicated network, you have to plan that way. Always keep these three figures in your mind. A normal routing, then only media by, oh, sorry. My screen sharing is, just a second. It has frozen last time. Yeah. So always keep this in your mind. This is the normal routing where everything goes through the media relays. And this is the media bypass. I mean, we are bypassing the transport relays. And this is the local media optimization. We are even not bypassing anything, but sending the traffic directly into the SBC's private IP address. So we have completely done direct routing, local media bypass, media bypass and local media optimization. Any questions?
So I know AJ, I asked you this question before. You said there's a deep dive on YouTube, but
yeah.
In this scenario, right? Like the media is already connected directly. The Teams is out of picture, right? The media is directly from local PC to AudioCodes and to Twilio, right? Now, if during the call, if there is a event, right, like hold or transfer or
yeah.
So
sometimes
how does it reach back to Teams? Like it has to somehow reach back to
Let's see
Teams
that now. Yeah. So I read somewhere that even hold scenario, I mean hold and resume happens, it will switch back to the transport relays. We'll see that in action. Before that, let me just explain this diagram. Okay.
Sure.
Yeah. So this is the log for local media bypass LMO, and here the traffic from internal IP address of the client directly talking to the internal IP address of the SBC. This is internal, right? So this is internal. This guy is talking directly. So it is media bypass plus local media optimization, and then the public IP address of SBC talking to the ISP side. That's the difference you see. All right. Now, one last thing. I mean, I'll come to that question. So let's discuss that. In the document that I'm going to be sharing, it has all the session. SIP deep dive. This is the link where you can see that. And there was one more question about CUCM and Microsoft Teams integration with simultaneous ringing. We conducted that last year. You can see that. That's also available. Then WebEx calling local gateway and some of the Genesis BYOC concepts and stuff. These are available here in the document. Now I'll be offering, these are my courses. I am a part-time trainer. So the current one, which is going to happen on October 13th, will be Advanced Microsoft Teams with Copilot and Graph API. We're going to cover a lot of things there. You can see the syllabus. And last year we conducted Advanced Genesis Cloud Contact Center training. If you guys are interested in, this course is available as a recorded session along with the lab. You can enroll that. Then this is cloud collaboration training, similar to the one that I'm going to conduct this year, but this happened few years ago, so I thought of updating that. Then if you wanted to know Microsoft Teams direct routing with other SBCs like Ribbon, Cube, any node, there is a course in Udemy. You can select this link and subscribe that. It's 100 rupees or 1000 rupees, I guess. Then anybody interested in Cisco advanced collaboration like Call Manager, Unity, IMP, Expresspace, I have another course for that. And these are the Microsoft links, media bypass and media optimization. I will be sharing this document. You can get all the links. Whatever I have done today in this session, it's all captured in this document. I was just following the document, that's it. Now, his question is like, when the media establishes and do a hold resume scenario, what happens? So let's do that. I will clear the client logs. Okay.
AJ, can you also just show me once again, like
one second.
Yeah.
I did a hold. Then, so when I do the hold, I'm getting the music on hold, which is actually coming from the transport relays. Okay. Now, if I resume, I don't think so. They will be establishing. Towards local. Let's see. So anyway, it was both directional audio. I can hear the echo. Now on the logs, if I go, the last call is this. So invite, so they share the invite, the session progress, they are exchanging the local IP. Then second re-invite, client local IP and 200. Okay, this is the place where we initially connected. So when I do a resume, I hold resume, there will be another invite that says, see this one. Now the client needs to establish media on the transport relays because I was able to hear the music on hold. Okay, till that point it is clear.
Right.
Now SBC says, okay, yeah, SBC shared its public IP address, so that's why I was able to hear that. Then when I resume, let's see, while resuming, I am sending my transport relay IP and SBC is sharing its public IP address. Yeah, this is expected, and I read that somewhere. 1 second.
Your initial invite was internal, is it?
Yeah, initial invite and first media was internal. After the hold resume, it went to the transport relays. That is expected. Let me show you that. I have that document here itself. MS Teams local media bypass. I read somewhere. Just a second.
But wouldn't it cause any problem with transfer and other scenarios?
No, nothing gonna happen. It all works. Oh, sorry.
Because it's completely like different IPs and medias altogether, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we are straight away changing the communication IPs, right?
Yes.
Where
True.
it was initially connected.
One moment. I have this link here. Plan media bypass configure. Could be this link or the other link. Copy this.
I mean, and practically we haven't seen any problem. It
works, but they addressed one. Yeah, product behavior. Teams client uses, yeah, see this one. Teams client puts the call on hold. Music plays on the PSTN and the local media optimization is working. The Teams client user resume the call. The call to PSTN resumes, but local media optimization isn't working. The call continue via central proxies. I mean, this is a proxy SBC scenario, but it goes through the media media node. I mean the Microsoft Teams relay servers.
Got it. So in your notes that you mentioned three scenarios, right? First is regular, second is media
Yeah.
bypass, third is
Yeah.
media. So when in hold scenario, it goes back to the first regular scenario. It doesn't take
Media
any media
bypass.
bypass.
It is taking still media by. Sorry.
So it goes back
Yeah, it
to
goes back to
media
the first
bypass?
one without
First
media
one,
bypass.
right? It
Transport
doesn't
relay.
even do media
Yeah,
bypass.
it goes through transport relay because the reason being the IVR, I mean not IVR, the music on hold, right? That is coming from the transport relay server. So they still
Exactly.
relay and establish there. Microsoft may
And
improve
there
that
has
behavior.
to be some media resource to hold the like a actual media resource to hold the call, right?
Yeah.
That has to happen at team side only, right? It
Yes, right.
cannot happen at
Yeah, that's true. So at that point, the transport relays picks the call and hold it, and then plays that music on hold. And then even when you resume, I mean, it's a three-party conference in that case. I mean, the music on hold, and then your media
yeah,
and
at
this
some
media, it all
point.
comes. Yeah.
Got it.
All right. So that is also addressed. Let me also save this. I will send you all the like, logs as well, so you can compare in a production setup if you face some problem. LMO.
How you will be sending it, AJ?
This document, right? What I'm referring. I will attach all the download link of all this. Then I'll send that in the WhatsApp group.
Okay.
LMO internal user.
And by what time we can see this in YouTube? I believe that will be uploaded, YouTube channel, right?
Yes, uploaded. But one second. Yeah, I'll just need to upload it. I mean, whatever time YouTube takes to get uploaded and processed. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
We can drop.
Yeah. Any other questions, guys? Okay. Again, as a summary, we started. Go ahead.
Yep. Your effort is really much appreciated, honestly.
Thank you.
That's honestly.
Yeah. So yeah, I spent a lot of time to figure this out because, like I said, the Microsoft Teams Microsoft documentation on the media bypass and local media optimization does not give the complete picture because they are not covering the SBC side of it. They only talk about in the Teams admin center you do this. So that's why I thought, okay. And even I got a lot of requests from many guys that it's not working. We have a lot of media issues. Would you plan something like this? So that's where it's all started. And make sure when you're doing this on the lab, after deploying things on the Azure, go ahead and delete everything. Otherwise, it's gonna still consume some amount from your debit card. So make sure you do that.
So Abdul, since in this webinar you use 365 admin center or Teams admin center, Azure, and you deployed SBC, you had some public IPs as well and Twilio. So what is the approximate cost for this kind of a lab?
0. It's all free.
Okay.
So Azure, you get a free trial account. They will give you $200 credit on that. So to do entire lab, I might be paying maybe $50. That's it. So after that, I'll dismantle everything. I will delete my SBC and everything. So they won't consume anything. And the Twilio account is also free, provided you have to test the call from your own phone number. Right now, my Teams client, right? Anybody can call that number, and I can call any other number outside. When you have a Twilio free account, the incoming and outgoing has to happen from your registered mobile number. While signing up for the Twilio, you will register a number, and every testing has to happen from that number only. You cannot call any external number. So you register your number as a registered number, then Teams to your mobile number, from your mobile number to Teams. That's the only limitation on the Twilio side. And what else I have? The Teams admin center and 365 admin center, it's again running on trial accounts. I have business basic trial and that phone system trial. So literally 0.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Yeah, you created that new training and Copilot and and Graph API.
Yes.
Is that what topics will you or what kind of project you will deploy or will train on that?
So in the Copilot, we will be deploying some business use case Copilot. I mean, in an enterprise, if you can automate some chatbot, we'll be deploying that. It can be like an HR chatbot. You can ask question and reply back. That is on the Copilot side. On the Graph API side, we're doing a lot of automation. Like if somebody joins the team, send a notification message to that particular person, like welcome to the team or something like that. So similar to that, different business use cases will be covered on the Graph API side, and also like adding users through APIs using Graph API, creating channel, including adding SBC we can do over API. So those common administrative tasks will be covered. Then adding multiple users, changing the policies for a set of users. All those things has to happen via some of the programming side, right? You cannot go and change every user's policy. If your organization decided, let's do a policy change for all users in one go. If you have a policy for every user, that is fine. But if it is like multiple policy for different users, how you can automate it to assign policy for all users in one go. So those type of business use cases will be covered on the Graph API side. And of course, here we also cover all the 3 SBCs, AudioCodes, Ribbon, Cisco. Hope that answers.
Thank you.
No problem. So with that being said, if no questions, thanks a lot and I appreciate your time. We have spent around 7 hours in a go. Well, see you soon.
AJ, I have a question. I was waiting for a long time.
We
Sorry if I...
appreciate your time in return, AJ. You were the one giving your time to everyone.
And that's fine, that's fine. So video and documents I'll be sharing in the group. Thanks a lot, guys. Okay then, all
AJ,
right.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I have one query. Sorry, I missed it. Like where we are configuring that option, like the SBC is receiving the call in the internal IP, right? So if this internal IP route via this external IP, where we are configuring that, can you just show me once?
Yeah, that's on the NAT translation. So within the AudioCodes, if you go there, I have 2 IP addresses here, which is Ethernet 1 and Ethernet 0. Oh, sorry. Let me share that quickly. Visible?
Yeah.
Okay, so on the IP interface of AudioCodes, I have Ethernet 0 and Ethernet 1. For Ethernet 0, I have a NAT translation. If you look at NAT translation, it all talks about Ethernet 0. Please translate all the Ethernet 0 IP address into the public IP address. That's where that change happens. Is that the question?
Not this one. Like,
okay. So that
Ethernet 1 is coming, right? From Ethernet 1 to Ethernet 0, where we are putting that?
Okay, that's on the IP group. On the IP group, we will say media realm 1 and internal media realm. So the media realm, which is Teams, that is having the public IP address. Media realm internal, which is having the private IP address. Let me show you that. If you go to the media realm, 2 things. One is Teams. Teams is using Ethernet 0. So Ethernet 0 already having a NAT translation. So Ethernet 0 you can calculate as a public IP address. And then internal realm, which is this, and you don't have any NAT translation here. So whatever IP address is Ethernet 1 is having, that will be exchanged.
I don't know.
Okay, still not. Yeah, go ahead. Others can drop if you have done.
Like
Yeah.
from ETH1 to ETH0, where we are connecting that.
Where are we connecting? We are not connecting ETH1 to ETH0. Why do we need to connect those?
No, any configuration we are doing.
No, we are not doing anything for interconnecting ETH1 and ETH2. See, even in the figure, if you look at, my ETH1 was happily sitting there. So it is not doing anything, any job. It's not talking to anyone. Only if the client is internal, I will just use it for my RTP stream. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah. And you can go through the document once again or practice this. Then will make more sense.
And one more thing regarding the certificate, I was having on query. I said right that when you put the certificate, like there was an option called generate private key on the bottom of that page.
That is actually used for if you are using AudioCodes HA and deploying the multi-SAN certificate for same devices. Then in that case, you need to export the private key and then put that into the other SBC as well. So it is applicable when you have 2 SBCs with multi-SAN certificate. I mean same certificate for 2 SBCs.
Okay.
Can't we use wildcard certificate?
Wildcard also, yes. Wildcard also supported, but I haven't tried.
Without generating the CSR, that is also possible, right? With the audio codecs?
It is possible, but I haven't done that, so I cannot confirm. It is possible. I know that it is possible.
Because one of the project we have done from the client side, they were having already a wildcard certificate for the Cisco Cube.
Okay.
So It was already installed without, without generating the
Private key.
SESR. I'm
Okay,
asking.
yeah.
So, but the concept point of view, how it is happening, this I'm still not understanding.
We can consider that as a different webinar. In that,
Yeah.
by the way, in the YouTube channel, I have done so many things about the SSL certificate handshake, the client hello server hello. But this is a good thing. We can have another session, hopefully later, to talk about multi-SAN certificates and wildcards in Cube or SBCs. I will invite you for that.
Yes, because that is a very important thing for this, when you're integrating, and especially for MS Teams without certificate, you cannot do it.
Yeah.
So it's a very important topic, actually.
Yeah. Of course, you can bring in those important topics. We'll see. Yeah. Tell me.
What tool you are using for this one? I mean, the logs.
Syslog viewer. That is a native AudioCodes logs log viewer itself.
It's from an AudioCodes.
Yeah, you can Google it and download AudioCodes syslog viewer. You can download and then you can connect AudioCodes, and it only works for AudioCodes.
Okay. I was thinking like that only, but then I got confused that it is some other tool.
It's AudioCodes on viewer.
Okay, thank you.
AJ, you are providing the training where you are covering the Copilot topic as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in that, will you be demonstrating like calling the Microsoft Copilot Studio with the old like the telephone system, something like that?
Yeah, of course we will. All my training will be completely hands-on. Whatever you have seen right now, like with all demos and other things, of course we will consider that. I'm still working on some of the use cases for Graph API and Copilot, but there will be a lot of business use cases on the Copilot side.
Yeah, because nowadays in my organization also I got one request to integrate the Copilot Studio with the native telephony using this Azure communication services. So that kind of requirement,
That is not currently included in the syllabus. We'll try to add. Okay, if it is not able to add on the training, of course we can have a webinar. My next webinar I'm planning for the Copilot, so we will address. We sit one Saturday like this and kill our sleep and then do it.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you guys. Thanks a lot.
Thank you everyone. Good night.
Good night. Bye bye.
Can get the access of this SPC, like any read only. I would like to go through some settings. Is it possible for some time? Maybe half an hour or 1 hour, next half an hour or 1 hour?
Yeah, I'll send you that. Ping me in WhatsApp.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you guys. Take care. Bye bye.